greatest ancient mysteries were never lost at all. They have remained in plain sight for centuries, studied by archaeologists, measured by engineers, and visited by millions, yet no one can fully explain why they exist or how they were created. Every generation uncovers new evidence, but each discovery seems to replace one unanswered question with several more. Across the ancient world stand monuments whose precision challenges accepted history. Underground chambers with no clear purpose, and structures that continue to defy modern attempts at replication. Instead of becoming less mysterious with time, many have only grown more puzzling as technology has advanced. Dahistan, also known as Misrian, did not rise in a fertile river valley where survival came easily. It stood on the semi-arid Misrian plain of western Turkmenistan, a landscape where agriculture was impossible without controlled irrigation. The medieval city covered roughly 200 hectares, was protected by two concentric defensive walls, and became the principal urban center of western Turkmenistan between the 10th and 14th centuries. It occupied the caravan road linking Gurgan in northern Iran with Khwarezm, turning an exposed frontier into a fortified commercial hub. Yet its wealth depended on something more fragile than walls: canals carrying water from the Atrek River across terrain, unable to support large-scale farming naturally. Archaeological studies show that settlements were positioned along these channels and that survival required constant maintenance and control of the water intake far to the south. Dahistan was therefore not simply a city in a dry region. It was the center of an engineered landscape whose farms and fortified settlements could exist only while large communities continued to cooperate. The history beneath Misrian makes the site even stranger. UNESCO records important remains in the Dahistan region dating to the 3rd millennium BC, while archaeological research places occupation of the Misrian plain from the Iron Age, around the 14th or 13th century BC. The medieval city was only the last major phase of a landscape repeatedly occupied, abandoned, and reorganized for more than 2,000 years. Work discussed by archaeologist Olivier Leconte shows that during the Sasanian period, especially between the 3rd and 5th centuries AD, settlement shifted northwest and clustered beside an expanded canal network. Many communities were compact fortified farms and towns, sometimes protected by double walls and ditches. At Gökçek Tepe, excavation exposed more than 200 square meters of a 7th to 8th century residence inside a defended enclosure. Archaeologists found rooms, built hearths, traces of pottery production, and open space that could shelter animals or temporary dwellings during danger. The evidence points to a society solving several problems at once: growing crops in a semi-desert, defending a frontier, managing both settled and mobile populations, and maintaining canals across territory that no central authority seems to have controlled securely. By the 11th century, Misrian had become wealthy enough to support monumental architecture visible across the plain. One surviving minaret was commissioned by Abu Bini Ziyad in 1004 or 1005. Roughly 2 centuries later, another minaret and the Great Mosque associated with Muhammad Khwarezmshah were added. Most of the mosque has vanished, but its decorated portal still rises about 18 meters above the ruins. 7 kilometers north, the cemetery of Meshat once contained around 20 mausoleums recorded in the 19th century. Only 5 survive, including the Shir Kabir Mosque Mausoleum and its carved, colored stucco mihrab. These monuments are often treated as fragments of a forgotten Silk Road city, but they reveal a harsher reality. Dahistan's builders could raise towers, defend a 200-hectare city, and sustain cultivation in a semi-desert, yet the entire system remained vulnerable to failures occurring far beyond the walls. A damaged canal, loss of control over the Atrek intake, declining caravan traffic, or prolonged political instability could dismantle the foundations of urban life. By the 15th century, Misrian had been abandoned. The walls remained, but the engineered landscape that had made the city possible no longer worked. For decades, one of the greatest puzzles surrounding Dagestan has not been how the city was built, but how an entire regional civilization could disappear so completely while leaving behind so few direct historical explanations. Archaeologists have identified more than 200 archaeological sites scattered across the Dagestan plain, including fortified settlements, villages, cemeteries, religious complexes, workshops, and abandoned agricultural fields. From the ground, many of these remains appear as little more than low earthen mounds, yet satellite imagery and aerial surveys reveal an organized landscape stretching for dozens of kilometers. Ancient field boundaries, buried roads, and forgotten irrigation channels emerge beneath the desert surface with remarkable clarity, suggesting that only a fraction of the former settlement system has been excavated. Every new survey expands the map, indicating that Dagestan was not an isolated city, but the administrative heart of a much larger cultural landscape whose full extent is still being reconstructed. Excavations have produced thousands of ceramic fragments, storage vessels, imported glazed wares, iron tools, bronze objects, coins, glassware, and architectural decorations that trace commercial connections extending far beyond the surrounding steppe. Numismatic discoveries include issues from several Islamic dynasties, allowing archaeologists to establish occupation phases with considerable precision, while demonstrating that Dagestan participated in long-distance exchange networks for centuries. The diversity of imported materials also challenges the modern image of the region as an isolated desert. Instead, the archaeological record points to a settlement that received goods, technologies, and artistic influences from multiple directions, functioning as a crossroads between Central Asia and the Iranian world, rather than a remote frontier settlement surviving in isolation. The city's disappearance, however, remains far more difficult to explain than its prosperity. No excavation has uncovered evidence of a single catastrophic event capable of destroying the entire region at once. There is no widespread destruction layer filled with collapsed masonry, no continuous burn horizon indicating a city-wide inferno, and no archaeological signature of an earthquake powerful enough to erase every settlement across the plain. Historians instead propose a combination of slower processes whose exact sequence is still debated. Climatic fluctuations may have reduced water availability over generations, while changes in the Atrek River's course could have rendered sections of the irrigation network ineffective. Political instability across Central Asia during the 13th and 14th centuries disrupted trade routes that had sustained regional economies for centuries. None of these explanations alone fully accounts for why such an extensive settlement system ultimately failed, leaving researchers to conclude that Dagestan likely collapsed through the cumulative effect of environmental, economic, and political pressures rather than a single dramatic disaster. Modern archaeological research has transformed the way this forgotten landscape is studied. Soviet expeditions during the 20th century carried out the first systematic mapping of the region, documenting major monuments and settlement clusters. Since the 1990s, international teams employing GPS mapping, satellite remote sensing, drone photography, and geographic information systems have revealed patterns impossible to recognize from ground level. Ancient canals once dismissed as natural depressions can now be traced continuously across the plain, while buried settlement outlines appear beneath shifting layers of sand through differences in soil composition and vegetation. These non-invasive techniques continue to identify previously unknown archaeological features without turning a single shovel, proving that much of Dagestan still survives underground despite centuries of abandonment. The Purepecha capital of Tzintzuntzan achieved something that almost no other civilization in Mesoamerica ever accomplished. It stopped the expansion of the Aztec Empire. For decades, the Aztecs conquered kingdom after kingdom across central Mexico, yet when they reached the western highlands, their advance came to an abrupt halt. The city overlooking Lake Pátzcuaro became the heart of an empire that the Aztecs could neither absorb nor destroy, leaving behind one of the greatest geopolitical mysteries of pre-Columbian America. Even more remarkable, The civilization that built this powerful capital left no fully developed writing system to explain how it emerged, why its language has no accepted relatives, or why its architects created a style of pyramid found nowhere else in the ancient Americas. More than 5 centuries after the city fell, archaeology continues to answer individual questions while exposing an even larger mystery surrounding one of the continent's least understood civilizations. Tzintzuntzan, whose name is often translated from the Purépecha language as place of the hummingbirds, became the capital of the Tarascan, or Purépecha Empire, around the early 14th century, although the surrounding Lake Pátzcuaro basin had already supported farming communities for well over 1,000 years. The basin lies approximately 2,000 meters above sea level in present-day Michoacán, western Mexico, where fertile volcanic soils, abundant freshwater, and natural defensive terrain encouraged the rise of increasingly complex settlements. By the 15th century, Tzintzuntzan had developed into the political, religious, and economic center of an empire stretching across roughly 75,000 square kilometers. Spanish chroniclers, arriving shortly after the conquest, described a state capable of mobilizing tens of thousands of warriors and governing hundreds of subordinate communities. Modern archaeological surveys estimate that between 25,000 and 35,000 people may have lived in and around the capital during its peak, making it one of the largest urban centers in western Mesoamerica. Yet the city's greatest mystery begins with what never happened. Unlike nearly every neighboring kingdom, Tzintzuntzan was never conquered by the Aztecs. Historical sources, including the 16th century Relación de Michoacán, describe repeated military confrontations between the Purépecha and the Aztec Triple Alliance throughout the reigns of emperors such as Axayácatl and Ahuitzotl. Around 1479, Axayácatl launched one of the largest known campaigns against the Purépecha frontier. According to both indigenous traditions and later Spanish accounts, the invading army suffered a devastating defeat, losing thousands of warriors before retreating eastward. Although exact casualty figures remain debated, the campaign permanently established a heavily fortified frontier between the two empires. Archaeologists have identified defensive settlements, watchposts, and fortified hilltops along this border, suggesting that both powers invested enormous resources into maintaining one of the most militarized frontiers in pre-Columbian North America. The existence of such a stable boundary is extraordinary, because Aztec expansion elsewhere rarely encountered resistance capable of lasting more than a few campaigns. Standing above this strategic landscape are the structures that make Tzintzuntzan visually unlike any other ancient city in Mexico. 5 massive pyramidal monuments, known as yacatas, dominate the ceremonial platform overlooking Lake Pátzcuaro. At first glance, they appear almost impossible to classify. Rather than the square or rectangular stepped pyramids familiar from Teotihuacan, the Maya lowlands, or Tenochtitlan, each yacata combines a long rectangular platform with a semicircular rear section, producing a keyhole-shaped ground plan unique to Purépecha architecture. This design has no direct equivalent anywhere else in Mesoamerica, despite centuries of monumental construction across the region. The largest structures rise approximately 13 meters above the plaza, while the entire ceremonial platform extends for more than 400 meters along the hilltop. Thousands of carefully fitted basalt slabs form retaining walls that still preserve remarkably straight lines, despite repeated earthquakes and over 500 years of weathering. The purpose of the unusual yacata design remains one of the site's greatest archaeological puzzles. Excavations have revealed that the pyramids supported temples built largely from timber and other perishable materials that disappeared after the Spanish conquest. Beneath several structures, archaeologists uncovered elaborate burials containing offerings of obsidian blades, shell ornaments imported from both the Pacific and Gulf coasts, turquoise, copper bells, ceramic vessels, and finely worked stone objects. These discoveries confirm that the monuments served ceremonial and political functions, yet no surviving inscription explains why their builders rejected the conventional pyramid forms used almost everywhere else in ancient Mexico. Some researchers have suggested that the curved rear section reflected cosmological beliefs unique to the Purepecha religion, while others argue it may have symbolized sacred mountains or celestial concepts. None of these interpretations has gained universal acceptance because the civilization left almost no written explanation of its architectural philosophy. The absence of writing creates another remarkable mystery. Unlike the Maya, who recorded dynasties, wars, astronomical observations, and rituals through sophisticated hieroglyphic inscriptions, the Purepecha appear not to have developed a comparable writing system. Their history survives primarily through archaeology and the Relación de Michoacán, a document prepared around 1540 by Franciscan friars working with indigenous informants only a generation after the Spanish conquest. Although this manuscript preserves invaluable traditions about rulers, religion, and political organization, historians recognize that it reflects both colonial interpretation and the rapid social changes following European arrival. As a result, enormous portions of Purepecha history remain effectively silent, forcing archaeologists to reconstruct an entire civilization from architecture, artifacts, and settlement patterns rather than historical texts. Even the language spoken in Tzintzuntzan deepens the mystery. Modern linguists classify Purepecha as a language isolate, meaning no convincing relationship has been demonstrated with any neighboring language family. Over the past century, researchers have proposed possible connections with Quechua, Aymara, Zuni, Chibchan languages, and several other linguistic groups extending as far south as the Andes. None of these hypotheses has survived detailed linguistic testing. The language therefore remains isolated, raising enduring questions about where the ancestors of the Purepecha originated and how such a distinct culture emerged in western Mexico while surrounded by unrelated civilizations. Archaeology has yet to provide definitive evidence resolving this puzzle. One reason the Purepecha successfully resisted Aztec expansion may lie in technological specialization, whereas much of Mesoamerica continued relying heavily on stone implements for practical tools. The Purepecha became the region's most accomplished metallurgists. Archaeological discoveries from Tzintzuntzan and nearby workshops have revealed sophisticated copper production involving smelting, casting, hammering, annealing, and the manufacture of copper arsenic and copper tin alloys. Excavations have recovered axes, fishhooks, needles, tweezers, ornaments, ceremonial bells, and weapon components, demonstrating technical abilities unmatched elsewhere in pre-Columbian Mexico. Metallurgical research suggests that knowledge may have spread northward through long-distance maritime exchange networks connecting western Mexico with regions farther down the Pacific coast, although the precise routes remain debated. Whether this technological advantage contributed directly to military success is still uncertain, but Spanish observers consistently noted the exceptional quality of Purepecha metalworking compared with neighboring states. The city's location also reflects sophisticated planning rather than simple convenience. Instead of occupying the lakeshore itself, the ceremonial center sits on an elevated volcanic ridge, commanding panoramic views across Lake Pátzcuaro and the surrounding basin. Anyone approaching by canoe or overland would have been visible long before reaching the capital. Creating this monumental complex required enormous earth-moving operations to level uneven bedrock and construct extensive retaining walls capable of supporting broad ceremonial plazas. Modern engineering studies show that much of the platform consists of carefully layered fill, stabilized behind precisely fitted masonry, allowing the artificial terraces to remain stable despite centuries of seasonal rainfall and seismic activity. Yapahua, known as the rock capital that guarded Sri Lanka's most powerful royal relic for barely 12 years, rose around an isolated granite formation approximately 90 meters above the plains of the Kurunegala district. Unlike a city that expanded gradually over generations, its most important royal structures appeared during an emergency. By the late 13th century, the old political order centered on Polonnaruwa had fractured under repeated invasions and internal conflict. A military commander named Subha had already fortified the rock, then known as Subhagiripura, because its steep cliffs and narrow approaches offered a natural refuge. In 1272, King Bhuvanekabahu I transferred the capital to Yapahua and brought with him the sacred tooth relic of the Buddha, an object whose possession carried more than religious meaning. In medieval Sri Lanka, the ruler who controlled the relic could present himself as the legitimate protector of the kingdom. Yapahua therefore became a fortress, palace, ceremonial center, and political statement built into the same mass of stone. The city's defenses reveal that its builders did not rely on the rock alone. Archaeological remains around the southern base show concentric defensive zones formed by ramparts, walls, and two moats. Anyone approaching the royal enclosure had to cross exposed ground, pass controlled gateways, and then climb toward positions where defenders held the advantage. The upper complex could not easily be reached by cavalry or a large attacking formation, while the rock provided wide views over the surrounding lowlands. Yet Yapahua was more than a mountaintop refuge. Excavated foundations indicate a lower urban and religious settlement containing shrines, residential structures, and service buildings, while caves around the base preserve evidence of occupation older than the royal capital. A Brahmi inscription in one cave and traces associated with Buddhist monastic use suggest that the rock had already possessed sacred importance long before Bhuvanekabahu transformed it into the center of government. The fortress was therefore superimposed on an older religious landscape rather than created on empty ground. The most extraordinary surviving feature stands between the lower enclosure and the former royal precinct, an ornamental stone stairway rising steeply toward a monumental doorway. The approach originally consisted of several successive flights, but the upper section preserves the richest sculpture. Its balustrades are shaped into makaras, composite creatures combining features associated with crocodiles, elephants, fish, and other animals, while lions, dwarfish attendants, dancers, musicians, and dense floral patterns occupy the surrounding stone. These figures were not placed randomly. They transformed the difficult ascent into a controlled ceremonial passage, separating the ordinary settlement below from the royal and sacred space above. The famous Yapahua lions, seated beside the stairway with raised bodies and open mouths, later became among the most recognizable images of medieval Sri Lankan art. The precision of this staircase is more striking because it was integrated into a defensive slope rather than constructed on level ground. Builders had to coordinate masonry, drainage, retaining structures, and carved decoration on an approach exposed to tropical rain. Stone formed the principal visible framework, but archaeological study of the ruined Tooth Relic Temple indicates that the original buildings above combined stone foundations with brick walls and timber elements. Much of what visitors see today is therefore the durable skeleton of a complex that once included roofs, wooden chambers, plastered surfaces, and ceremonial interiors. The loss of those materials makes the remaining stairway appear isolated, although it originally functioned as the entrance to a much larger architectural sequence. Formal archaeological investigation began during the British colonial period. H.C.P. Bell, appointed Archaeological Commissioner of Ceylon in 1890, directed early clearing and documentation at Yapahua while recording many of the sculptures and exposed structures. Later excavations and conservation by Sri Lanka's archaeological authorities revealed further building foundations, defensive works, religious remains, and portable objects. Coin discoveries became especially important. Yapahua has produced evidence of connections extending beyond the island, including Chinese coins associated with the maritime trade networks that linked Sri Lanka to ports across the Indian Ocean. These objects complicate the image of Yapahua as an isolated emergency fortress. Even during its brief political life, it stood within commercial routes that moved goods, people, and currencies across South and Southeast Asia. The turning point came in 1284, when the Pandyan kingdom from southern India launched an invasion that reached the fortress before Yapahua had existed even a generation as the royal capital. Contemporary Sri Lankan chronicles, particularly the Kulavamsa, Describe how the attackers seized the sacred tooth relic together with the alms bowl relic, dealing a devastating political blow rather than merely occupying another city. In medieval Sri Lanka, these relics symbolized the right to rule, meaning their loss threatened the legitimacy of the monarchy itself. The relics were eventually recovered years later through diplomatic efforts during the reign of King Parakramabahu III, but Yapahua never regained its position as the kingdom's center of power. Unlike many ancient capitals that slowly declined over centuries, this one effectively disappeared from history within a single political generation, leaving behind an unfinished chapter that archaeologists are still attempting to reconstruct. The summit preserves another puzzle that often receives less attention than the famous entrance below. Instead of a vast palace complex covering the entire plateau, excavations have revealed carefully planned foundations distributed across surprisingly limited space. Archaeologists identified the remains of royal buildings, shrines, audience areas, and service structures positioned to take advantage of every usable section of bedrock. This suggests that medieval engineers designed the summit with remarkable efficiency rather than relying on unlimited construction space. Every foundation had to conform to the irregular granite surface, requiring builders to level selected areas without destroying the natural strength of the rock itself. The result was an architectural layout that appears almost custom-fitted to the mountain, with buildings adapting to the landscape instead of forcing the landscape to adapt to them. Water management provides another reason why Yapahua continues to attract archaeological interest. A fortified capital could not survive without a dependable supply of fresh water, particularly during a siege. Surveys across the summit have documented rock-cut cisterns capable of collecting and storing seasonal rainfall, while additional reservoirs existed on lower terraces surrounding the complex. These features demonstrate an understanding of runoff patterns and gravity-fed collection systems that reduce dependence on external sources. Even today, several of these reservoirs continue to retain water during the rainy season, despite more than 7 centuries of exposure. Their survival reflects careful stone cutting and an impressive knowledge of local geology, proving that the builders designed infrastructure intended to function for generations rather than only for immediate military needs. Excavations have also produced evidence that Yapahua remained connected to the wider world despite its seemingly isolated location. Ceramic fragments imported from overseas, Chinese coins dating to the Song and Yuan periods, decorative objects and locally produced artifacts reveal that the settlement participated in long-distance trade networks stretching across the Indian Ocean. Sri Lanka occupied a strategic position between East Asia, the Middle East, and the Indian subcontinent, and the discoveries at Yapahua reinforce that role. The fortress was not an isolated mountain sanctuary hidden from civilization, but a royal center linked to commercial routes, carrying luxury goods, currencies, and diplomatic contacts across thousands of kilometers. Every imported object uncovered by archaeologists broadens the historical picture, showing that even a capital with such a brief lifespan maintained international connections. The most extraordinary thing about Xicheng is not that an ancient city lies underwater, but that the water preserved it. Around 40 meters beneath Qiandao Lake in Zhejiang province, stone gateways still stand across paved streets. Carved lions and dragons remain visible on archways, and entire building fronts survive where they stood before the valley was flooded. Unlike cities destroyed by earthquakes or swallowed by the sea, Xicheng did not vanish in a natural catastrophe. It was deliberately submerged in 1959, turning a functioning historical city into an architectural time capsule almost overnight. Xicheng, meaning Lion City, took its name from nearby Wuxi Mountain, or Five Lion Mountain. The settlement became the administrative seat of Suiyuan County in AD 208, during the final years of the Eastern Han Dynasty, and remained a regional center for more than 13 centuries. Although its origins reach back to the 3rd century, much of the masonry visible today belongs to later rebuilding under the Ming and Qing dynasties. Behind its walls stood temples, ancestral halls, residences, commercial streets and ceremonial gateways. Its plan was also unusual. Xicheng reportedly had 5 principal city gates, rather than the 4 commonly associated with traditional Chinese walled cities. Its disappearance began with the Shinan River hydroelectric project. Engineers dammed the river to create the reservoir now called Qiandao Lake, or Thousand Island Lake. The lake covered roughly 573 square kilometers and formed more than 1,000 islands from the exposed peaks of the flooded landscape. Beneath it disappeared Xicheng, the older county town of Hecheng, numerous villages, roads and farmland. About 290,000 people were relocated during the wider project, separating communities from places where generations of their families had lived. The city's end was therefore not an unexplained collapse, but a documented act of modernization whose archaeological cost remained hidden below the new lake. For decades, little was publicly known about Xicheng's condition. In 2001, Chinese authorities organized an underwater investigation to determine what remained inside the reservoir. Divers descended through dark freshwater, expecting damaged foundations and scattered masonry, but encountered standing walls, gateways, stairways, and recognizable streets. Later surveys recorded reliefs on stone arches, including animals, floral designs, and inscriptions. Wider attention followed in 2011, when Chinese National Geography published underwater images showing that many carved surfaces were still remarkably sharp after more than 50 years below the lake. The preservation seems almost unnatural until the underwater environment is considered. Above ground, old structures face rain, wind, sunlight, vegetation, pollution, and repeated rebuilding. At Xicheng, deep freshwater blocked most ultraviolet light, reduced temperature changes, and protected the ruins from ordinary weathering. The lake also spared the city from redevelopment that erased or transformed many traditional urban districts elsewhere in 20th century China. Timber did not survive as completely as stone, while sediment, algae, and biological growth still affect the site, but the street plan and monumental architecture remained far more coherent than investigators expected. Reports describe approximately 265 surviving arches or gateways across the submerged city. Some carry Qing period dates and inscriptions, while parts of the surrounding walls are linked to reconstruction in the 16th century. Xicheng was therefore never the product of one dynasty. It was repaired and reshaped for centuries, then abruptly removed from ordinary life in 1959. The water did not preserve an untouched Han settlement. It preserved the final form of a much older city, with several eras of Chinese history still layered into its streets and stonework. What continues to puzzle researchers is not why Xicheng disappeared, but how much information remains trapped inside a city that can only be explored by trained divers. Every survey is restricted by depth, visibility, and dive time. Fine layers of silt can rise with a single movement, reducing visibility to almost nothing within seconds, forcing archaeologists to document individual structures gradually instead of conducting large-scale excavations like those on land. As a result, much of the city has never been examined in detail, leaving countless buildings, inscriptions, and architectural features waiting beneath the lake floor. Unlike terrestrial archaeological sites, where artifacts are carefully removed and conserved in laboratories, Xicheng presents a different challenge. Excavating underwater would disturb the stable environment that has protected the ruins for decades. Chinese researchers therefore adopted a conservation-first strategy, recording structures through photography, sonar mapping, and three-dimensional digital modeling, rather than dismantling them. This approach allows scholars to preserve the city's current condition while gradually creating an accurate virtual reconstruction without exposing the stonework to sudden environmental change. One of the most remarkable discoveries has been the survival of decorative architecture rarely preserved so completely in historical Chinese cities. Massive stone lintels remain covered with finely carved phoenixes, dragons, qilin, lotus flowers, and geometric patterns that once symbolized prosperity, authority, and protection. Many inscriptions carved above entrances are still legible despite decades underwater, providing valuable evidence for historians studying local families, religious traditions, and civic administration during the late imperial period. Every intact inscription offers another reference point for reconstructing daily life before the city vanished. The city's layout also reveals a sophisticated urban design that evolved over centuries. Residential compounds, ceremonial spaces, administrative buildings, and commercial districts were carefully organized around interconnected streets rather than expanding randomly. Stone drainage channels, stairways following the natural contours of the valley, and precisely constructed retaining walls demonstrate how builders adapted to difficult terrain while maintaining an orderly urban plan. Although these engineering solutions appear ordinary today, they represent centuries of accumulated experience in constructing durable mountain settlements capable of withstanding seasonal floods and heavy rainfall. Modern technology has transformed the way Xicheng is studied. High-resolution sonar scans can identify buried walls hidden beneath sediment, while underwater laser imaging and photogrammetry allow thousands of overlapping photographs to be merged into accurate three-dimensional models. These digital reconstructions enable researchers to measure architectural proportions within millimeters without physically touching fragile surfaces. Every new survey expands the virtual map of the city, revealing relationships between neighborhoods that divers could never fully appreciate during individual expeditions. Xicheng has often been compared with legendary lost cities, yet the comparison highlights an important difference. Many famous submerged civilizations remain surrounded by speculation because little physical evidence exists. Xicheng is the opposite. Its streets, gates, and monuments can be directly observed, measured, and documented. The mystery lies not in questioning whether the city existed, but in realizing how an authentic historical landscape can disappear from the surface of the earth while remaining astonishingly complete beneath it. Few archaeological sites allow historians to study an entire urban environment preserved in its original position, instead of scattered into isolated ruins. Wadi Hammamat, known as Egypt's Valley of Inscriptions, is not remarkable because of a single monument, but because an entire desert corridor became a stone archive used for more than 3,000 years. Cutting through the eastern desert between the Nile Valley near Koptos and the Red Sea, the route led directly to deposits of dark greywacke, the prized Bekken stone chosen for ceremonial palettes, statues, vessels, and sarcophagi. Its cliffs preserve hundreds of hieroglyphic, hieratic, and pictorial records left by quarrymen, officials, soldiers, and expedition leaders. Some belong to the predynastic period, before Egypt was politically unified. Others were carved under pharaohs of the Old, Middle, and New Kingdoms, then under Persian, Ptolemaic, and Roman rule. What appears at first to be scattered graffiti is actually one of the longest continuous records of organized desert activity anywhere in the ancient world. The oldest images make the site especially difficult to interpret. Longboats with raised prows, human figures, desert animals, and abstract signs were cut into the rock before formal hieroglyphic writing reached its mature form. Boat imagery in a dry valley does not mean that the wadi itself was once navigable. The route connected the Nile with the Red Sea, and the vessels may have represented travel, authority, ritual processions, or identities carried inland by groups moving between river and coast. Their exact meaning remains uncertain because they were created before explanatory texts became common. Archaeologists date them through style, weathering, superimposition, and comparisons with decorated pottery and tomb imagery from the Naqada period of the 4th millennium BCE. In several places, later inscriptions were carved beside or over earlier figures, turning the cliffs into layered surfaces where changing political systems physically overlap. The quarry records reveal something even more striking than the rock art: the scale at which Egyptian rulers could move people through a water-poor desert. An inscription from year 38 of Senusret I records a workforce exceeding 17,000 men, one of the largest figures associated with Wadi Hammamat. During the reign of Mentuhotep IV, near the end of the 11th dynasty, the vizier Amenemhat led another expedition traditionally calculated at about 13,000 participants. The texts do not merely praise the pharaoh, they identify commanders, scribes, stoneworkers, soldiers and labor units, showing that quarrying required a temporary administration capable of controlling food, water, tools, security, and transport far from the Nile. New Kingdom missions could still involve more than 8,000 people. These figures survive not in later legends, but in records created by the expeditions themselves. The hardest stage began after the stone was cut. Greywacke was dense, valuable, and selected for objects that had to survive detailed carving, polishing, and ritual handling. Quarry faces, extraction scars, unfinished pieces, hammerstones, working areas, and temporary occupation remains show that Wadi Hammamat was not simply a place where blocks were removed. It operated as an industrial landscape. Workers first located sections of usable bedrock, separated them along natural fractures, and reduced unnecessary mass before transport. The prepared stone then had to be dragged through the desert toward the Nile, where it could enter Egypt's river-based transport system. Extreme heat, limited natural water, and the weight of the material meant that a fractured block or failed journey could waste weeks of organized labor. Yet the quarries continued supplying royal workshops across successive dynasties, suggesting that roots, extraction knowledge, and logistical practices were repeatedly preserved even as ruling families changed. By the late 19th century, scholars began to realize that Wadi Hammamat was far more than an abandoned quarry. Explorers such as Georges Golenishev copied dozens of inscriptions before weathering could erase them, while later surveys expanded the total into the hundreds. Modern archaeological missions combine satellite mapping, GPS recording, photogrammetry, and digital epigraphy to document reliefs scattered across nearly every accessible cliff face. Instead of isolated carvings, researchers uncovered a chronological landscape where each inscription could be compared with neighboring examples, allowing changes in language, royal titles, artistic conventions, and administrative practice to be traced across more than 3 millennia. Few archaeological sites preserve such an uninterrupted sequence carved directly onto the original rock, rather than buried beneath later occupation. Among the most valuable discoveries are inscriptions that record events almost nowhere else in Egyptian history. Several expeditions describe the search for exceptionally high-quality stone, while others commemorate successful missions with formal dedicatory texts to the gods. One remarkable inscription from the reign of Mentuhotep IV names the royal official Amenemhat, the same man many historians believe later became Pharaoh Amenemhat I, founder of the 12th dynasty. If that interpretation is correct, the valley preserves one of the last securely dated records of a future king before he established an entirely new royal house. The relief therefore represents not only a quarry record, but also a rare historical snapshot, captured immediately before one of Egypt's most important political transitions. Not every carving was created by royal expeditions. Mixed among official inscriptions are names scratched by individual workers, simple figures of ibex, ostriches, dogs and hunters, geometric symbols, footprints and marks whose meaning remains unknown. Some may identify work gangs, ownership of equipment or temporary camps, while others could represent religious symbols understood only by the communities that produced them. Because many of these signs appear repeatedly without accompanying text, archaeologists cannot determine their exact purpose. Their consistency suggests they carried real significance, yet no surviving document explains how they were read or why they were placed in particular locations instead of beside the formal inscriptions. The valley also preserves evidence of an environment dramatically different from the one visible today. Early rock art depicts animals that could not survive in the modern eastern desert, including giraffes, wild cattle, and other species requiring far richer vegetation. These images support geological and climatic evidence, showing that northeastern Africa experienced wetter conditions during the early Holocene before progressive desertification transformed the landscape. As rainfall declined over thousands of years, seasonal water sources disappeared, wildlife retreated, and the corridor evolved into the harsh desert crossed by Egyptian expeditions. The carvings therefore record not only human history, but also the environmental history of the Sahara itself, preserving visual evidence of ecological change long before written climate records existed. Despite more than a century of study, Wadi Hammamat continues to raise questions that archaeology cannot answer with certainty. No one knows why certain cliff faces attracted generations of inscriptions, while nearby surfaces remained almost untouched. Researchers still debate the precise meaning of several recurring symbols, the function of numerous predynastic motifs, and whether some compositions held ceremonial significance beyond marking an expedition. Every newly documented inscription adds context, yet the overall picture remains incomplete because countless carvings have been damaged by erosion or lost forever. That uncertainty is precisely what makes Wadi Hammamat unique. Rather than revealing a single forgotten monument, the valley preserves thousands of individual voices carved into stone across thousands of years, forming one of the longest surviving conversations ever left by an ancient civilization, with entire chapters that modern archaeology can still read but cannot yet fully understand. The most extraordinary thing about Metsamor is not that archaeologists uncovered an ancient city, it is that they uncovered what looks remarkably like an industrial complex operating more than 5,000 years ago, long before Rome existed, before the first Egyptian pyramids reached their greatest height, and centuries before the rise of classical civilizations around the Mediterranean. The people of Metsamor were already mining ore, operating high-temperature furnaces, producing sophisticated bronze tools, casting gold jewelry, constructing massive cyclopean fortifications, and possibly tracking the movements of the sun and stars from carefully arranged stone structures. Located on the Ararat Plain in modern Armenia, about 35 kilometers southwest of Yerevan, Metsamor has challenged conventional ideas about how technologically organized Bronze Age societies could become. The deeper archaeologists excavated, the more the settlement appeared less like a simple prehistoric village and more like a specialized manufacturing and ceremonial center whose capabilities seem astonishing for its age. Evidence suggests that people first occupied the hill of Metsamor during the 5th millennium BC, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited locations in the southern Caucasus. The settlement expanded dramatically during the early and middle Bronze Age, eventually covering nearly 100 hectares, while the fortified citadel itself occupied roughly 10 hectares atop a volcanic hill. By the late Bronze and early Iron Ages, between approximately 1500 and 700 BC, Metsamor had become one of the region's dominant urban centers. Its strategic position overlooked fertile agricultural land, while controlling important trade routes linking Anatolia, Mesopotamia, the Iranian Plateau, and the Caucasus. This location allowed the city to become both an economic crossroads and a center of technological innovation, where raw materials, ideas, and skilled craftsmen converged across thousands of kilometers. Modern archaeology first brought Metsamor to international attention in 1965, when systematic excavations began under the leadership of the Armenian archaeologist Emma Kanzadian. Those investigations have continued through multiple campaigns over several decades, revealing layer after layer of occupation spanning nearly 4,000 years. Instead of discovering a single settlement frozen in time, archaeologists uncovered a succession of civilizations rebuilding, expanding, and transforming the site, generation after generation. Excavations exposed fortified walls, industrial workshops, shrines, storage facilities, elite residences, cemeteries, and extensive metallurgical installations. Thousands of artifacts recovered from these layers are now preserved in the Metsamor Archaeological Museum, providing one of the richest collections of Bronze Age material culture in the Caucasus. Perhaps the greatest surprise came from the evidence for large-scale metallurgy. Archaeologists identified numerous furnaces, crucibles, casting molds, tuyères used to direct airflow into furnaces, slag deposits, unfinished castings, and enormous quantities of metallurgical waste. Together, these discoveries demonstrated that metal production at Metsamor was not an occasional activity carried out by a few craftsmen, but a highly organized industry operating on a remarkable scale. The inhabitants processed copper ores extracted from nearby mountain regions and combined them with tin or arsenic to manufacture stronger bronze alloys. Gold, silver, lead, and eventually iron also appear within the archaeological record. Chemical analysis of slag and furnace remains indicates that temperatures exceeded 1000 degrees Celsius, requiring precise control of airflow, fuel, and furnace design. Achieving such conditions consistently demanded generations of accumulated technical knowledge rather than simple experimentation. The sophistication of these workshops becomes even more impressive, considering the era in which they operated. Many Bronze Age communities produced metal objects, but few left behind industrial evidence on the scale seen at Metsamor. Archaeologists have identified specialized production zones separated from residential districts, suggesting deliberate urban planning and organized labor. Craftsmen manufactured weapons including spearheads, daggers, swords, axes, and arrowheads, alongside agricultural implements, ornamental jewelry, ritual objects, decorative plaques, and luxury goods intended for elites. Standardized casting molds indicate repeated production rather than one-of-a-kind creations, implying a demand that extended well beyond the local population. Such specialization points toward a society capable of coordinating mining, transportation, manufacturing, and regional trade with surprising efficiency. Equally intriguing is the possibility that Metsamor also functioned as an ancient observatory. Near the citadel stand large volcanic basalt stones pierced with carefully drilled circular openings and intersected by carved grooves. Their arrangement has led several researchers to propose that they served astronomical purposes, allowing observers to monitor the rising and setting positions of the sun, the phases of the moon, or significant stars marking seasonal changes. Although archaeologists continue to debate the exact function of these stones, their deliberate orientation cannot easily be dismissed as random decoration. Some alignments appear consistent with solar events such as the summer and winter solstices, while others may correspond to important celestial cycles used to regulate agricultural calendars and ceremonial activities. Unlike sensational claims found in pseudo-archaeological literature, mainstream researchers remain cautious, acknowledging that the evidence suggests intentional astronomical observation without claiming certainty about every alignment. The fortifications surrounding Metsamor provide another indication of advanced engineering. Massive cyclopean walls, built from enormous basalt blocks, enclosed the central citadel without relying extensively on mortar. Individual stones weighing several tons were carefully shaped and fitted together with remarkable stability. Constructing these defenses required quarrying, transporting, lifting, and positioning heavy blocks using only Bronze Age technology. The walls exploited the natural volcanic landscape, integrating cliffs and elevated terrain into a defensive system that maximized protection while minimizing construction effort. Similar cyclopean architecture later appeared at famous sites such as Mycenae in Greece. Yet the walls of Metsamor demonstrate that comparable engineering traditions flourished independently in the Caucasus centuries earlier. The city's organization extended far beyond its defensive structures. Excavations reveal clearly defined districts devoted to different functions, including industrial production, domestic occupation, ritual activity, food storage, and administration. Large storage vessels buried within floors indicate centralized collection of agricultural surplus, while specialized workshops suggest occupational diversity rather than self-sufficient households producing everything independently. Such evidence points toward a hierarchical society, with administrators capable of coordinating labor, controlling resources, and maintaining long-distance exchange networks. This level of social complexity contradicts outdated assumptions that prehistoric communities in the Caucasus remained isolated or technologically unsophisticated. Trade played a crucial role in Metsamor's prosperity. Scientific analysis of raw materials and finished artifacts demonstrates connections extending across Western Asia. Copper ores originated from surrounding mountainous regions, while certain ornamental stones and luxury materials likely arrived through exchange networks reaching Anatolia, northern Mesopotamia, and the Iranian plateau. Similarities between artistic styles and metallurgical techniques found at Metsamor and neighboring civilizations indicate regular interaction rather than occasional contact. The settlement occupied a strategic position between major cultural spheres, allowing it to absorb innovations while exporting locally manufactured goods. This network transformed Metsamor into an important intermediary, connecting distant civilizations centuries before the emergence of the Silk Road. One of the most fascinating discoveries came from the surrounding necropolis, where archaeologists excavated richly furnished tombs containing gold necklaces, silver ornaments, bronze weapons, ceremonial vessels, beads made from semi-precious stones, and elaborate ritual objects. Some burials included sacrificed animals and evidence of complex funerary ceremonies reflecting beliefs about the afterlife and social hierarchy. The wealth concentrated within certain graves reveals the existence of powerful elites whose authority may have rested upon control of metallurgy, trade, or religious institutions. These burials also demonstrate the extraordinary craftsmanship achieved by local artisans, whose ability to work precious metals rivaled that of far better-known Bronze Age cultures. The Temple of the Fox at Buena Vista stands on a low ridge overlooking Peru's Chillon Valley, yet its greatest achievement was never its architecture. It was its ability to measure the sky with remarkable precision more than 4,000 years ago, at a time when the civilization that built it had no writing system, no metal tools, and left behind almost no record of its identity. Long before the rise of the Inca, long before Machu Picchu or the great stone fortresses of the Andes, an unknown community transformed this hilltop into one of the earliest known solar observatories in the Americas, demonstrating an understanding of celestial cycles that continues to surprise archaeologists today. Buena Vista lies roughly 30 kilometers north of modern Lima and belongs to the late Pre-Ceramic period, with its earliest monumental construction dating to around 2200 BC. Excavations indicate that the site remained active for several centuries before eventually being abandoned and deliberately buried. Unlike many ceremonial centers that evolved into large cities, Buena Vista never became a sprawling urban settlement. Instead, it functioned primarily as a ritual and astronomical complex, whose design appears to have revolved around observing the annual movement of the sun. The site's significance remained largely unnoticed until systematic archaeological investigations, led by Robert Benfer of the University of Missouri and Peruvian archaeologist Arturo Paredes, began during the early 2000s, revealing a level of astronomical planning few expected from such an early society. The most extraordinary discovery emerged at the summit of the complex, where archaeologists identified a ceremonial chamber carefully aligned with the eastern horizon. Standing inside this room during the June solstice, observers witnessed the rising sun appearing directly above a large natural rock positioned on a distant ridge. The alignment is so precise that researchers concluded it could not have occurred by chance. Achieving such accuracy would have required generations of careful observations, recording exactly where the sun rose throughout the year until the builders identified the turning point, marking the winter solstice in the southern hemisphere. Rather than constructing a freestanding monument, they integrated the surrounding landscape into the observatory itself, using distant mountains and rock formations as permanent reference markers. This transformed the entire valley into part of a giant astronomical instrument without moving enormous stones or creating towering structures. The discovery attracted widespread scientific attention because it suggested that sophisticated solar observation developed in coastal Peru centuries earlier than previously believed. Similar astronomical alignments later became famous at sites built by civilizations such as the Maya or the Inca, yet Buena Vista predates them by nearly 2 millennia. Instead of relying on monumental architecture alone, its builders demonstrated that accurate celestial measurements could be achieved through careful planning, landscape analysis, and repeated long-term observation. Researchers concluded that the observatory most likely served as a seasonal calendar, allowing communities to predict changes in rainfall patterns, agricultural cycles, and ceremonial dates essential for survival in Peru's unpredictable coastal environment. The Temple of the Fox earned its modern name because of one of the most intriguing artworks ever discovered inside the complex. Archaeologists uncovered a carefully modeled relief depicting a fox enclosed within the body of a llama-like animal. The image immediately stood apart from later Andean iconography and has no universally accepted interpretation. In many traditional Andean beliefs recorded centuries later, the fox carried strong symbolic connections with agriculture, water, fertility, and seasonal change. Some indigenous traditions also associated a celestial fox with dark, cloud-like constellations visible within the Milky Way, rather than with the bright star patterns recognized by Greek astronomy. Although direct continuity across thousands of years cannot be proven, the possibility that Buena Vista linked terrestrial rituals with celestial symbolism has fascinated researchers ever since. One of the strongest arguments supporting this idea emerged from astronomical simulations conducted after the excavation. Researchers proposed that before sunrise near the June solstice, the dark constellation identified in Andean tradition as the Fox would have appeared between prominent features on the eastern horizon at approximately the same location where the sun later emerged. If correct, the observatory was not designed merely to mark sunrise, but to connect two separate astronomical events occurring within the same seasonal cycle. The sequence would have carried powerful symbolic meaning, with the appearance of the celestial fox immediately preceding the return of the sun at a crucial moment of the agricultural calendar. Although this interpretation remains a hypothesis rather than established fact, it is supported by ethnographic traditions preserved among Andean communities and by the site's unusual orientation. Excavations inside the ceremonial chambers uncovered further evidence that the complex played a ritual role closely tied to seasonal cycles. Archaeologists recovered offerings that included gourds, squash, lucuma fruit, guava, fish remains, shellfish, marine shells, and botanical materials deliberately deposited within ritual contexts. These offerings reflected both coastal and inland resources, suggesting that Buena Vista attracted communities from different ecological regions. Rather than representing ordinary domestic refuse, the carefully arranged deposits appear to have formed part of ceremonial activities connected with fertility, harvests, or seasonal renewal. Their location within the astronomical complex strengthens the interpretation that observations of the heavens guided important communal rituals rather than serving purely scientific purposes. Among the most remarkable discoveries was a life-sized clay sculpture of a musician holding a flute, found buried inside one of the ceremonial structures. Radiocarbon dating places the sculpture within the late pre-ceramic occupation, making it one of the earliest large three-dimensional human representations discovered in Peru. Monumental sculpture from this period is exceptionally rare, since most surviving artistic traditions consisted of small figurines or simple relief carvings. The statue demonstrates an unexpected level of artistic sophistication, while also suggesting that music formed an important part of ceremonies conducted at Buena Vista. Whether performances accompanied astronomical observations or seasonal rituals remains unknown, but the discovery expands our understanding of cultural life within one of the earliest ceremonial centers on Peru's central coast. Cairnpapel Hill is known as one of the rare places in Britain where nearly 4,000 years of ritual, burial, destruction, and rebuilding were compressed into the same summit. Rising about 310 meters above West Lothian, the hill commands wide views across central Scotland, yet its real importance lies beneath the grass. What appears today to be a modest circular monument was repeatedly altered by communities separated by centuries, each returning to the same ground without completely erasing what came before. The result is not a single prehistoric structure, but a sequence of sacred landscapes built one over another, beginning in the Neolithic period and continuing into the early historic era. The earliest known activity may date to the late 5th or early 4th millennium BC, when people gathered on the exposed summit before the main enclosure existed. Archaeologists found traces of small fires, pits, pottery, and deliberately deposited stone tools, including axe heads made from rock, originating far beyond the immediate region. These objects were valuable and unlikely to have been discarded casually. Their presence suggests that Cairnpapel was already used for offerings or ceremonies before any large monument marked the hill. The later builders therefore did not select an empty summit. They monumentalized a location that may already have carried generations of memory. Around 3800 to 3000 BC, the summit was transformed into a henge-like ceremonial enclosure. A broad ditch was cut into the hilltop, with an external bank and entrances approximately to the north and south. Excavation revealed an oval setting of 24 large sockets inside it. Whether these once held timber posts or standing stones remains debated, but either arrangement would have created an imposing ring around the interior. Unlike a defensive earthwork, the bank lay outside the ditch, a layout associated with ritual monuments rather than fortification. No houses, workshops, or evidence of permanent settlement were found inside. People appear to have climbed the hill for specific ceremonies and then left. During the Bronze Age, probably in the early 2nd millennium BC, the center was reorganized around burial. A small cairn of stone and clay was built slightly away from the exact middle of the enclosure. Nearby stood a large upright stone, while several pits formed a curved arrangement around the new focus. 6 contained cremated human bone, and 2 also produced fragments, interpreted as bone pins or skewers. The dead were not placed randomly. Their remains followed a plan whose meaning is now lost, perhaps marking relatives, ritual specialists, or individuals connected to the authority of the hill. One burial beneath the cairn was especially unusual. The deceased had been placed with beaker-style pottery and wooden objects that survived only as stains and traces in the soil. Early interpretations proposed that these remains represented a wooden club and possibly a mask covering the face. Because organic material rarely survives in Scotland's acidic ground, the original scene cannot be reconstructed with certainty. Even so, the grave's position and the effort invested in covering it indicate that this was not an ordinary burial. The individual was placed inside a ceremonial monument already ancient at the time, effectively claiming the power of the Neolithic past. The first cairn was later covered by a larger stone mound, about 15 meters across, edged with substantial curbstones and containing additional stone-lined burial cists. One cist held a food vessel, a ceramic type associated with early Bronze Age funerary practice. Still later, more stone was added until the mound approached 30 meters in diameter, spreading across the earlier ditch and bank. Cremated remains were inserted in inverted urns as the monument expanded. A place once defined by open space, movement, and upright posts had become a massive funerary mound dominated by the dead. This transformation is the central mystery of Cairnpapel Hill. The Bronze Age builders did not establish an unrelated cemetery nearby. They deliberately placed their graves inside an enclosure already centuries old, then enlarged the mound until it physically absorbed the earlier monument. Whether they still knew who had built the henge is impossible to determine. They may have inherited stories about ancestral ceremonies, or simply recognized the surviving earthworks as the creation of powerful predecessors. In either case, burial within the old enclosure allowed the new dead to become part of a deeper and more authoritative past. Cairnpapel's full complexity remained hidden until excavations directed by archaeologist Stuart Pigott in 1947 and 1948. His team exposed the ditch, sockets, cremation pits, cists, and overlapping cairns, proving that the site had not been created in a single event. The excavation established Cairnpapel as one of mainland Scotland's clearest examples of a ceremonial centre repeatedly redesigned over thousands of years. A later reassessment by Gordon Berkeley, published in 1999, questioned parts of Pigot's original chronology, and warned that some features could not be dated as confidently as first believed. The debate did not reduce the site's importance. It showed how difficult it is to separate archaeological phases when every generation disturbed the remains of the previous one. 4 east-west graves discovered near the eastern side added another layer. They were once assigned broadly to the Iron Age, but their orientation has encouraged the possibility that they belong to an early Christian phase, perhaps between the 5th and 10th centuries AD. If that interpretation is correct, people were still choosing the summit for burial thousands of years after the first ceremonies. Their religion had changed completely, yet the location retained its power. The mound and earthworks may have remained visible enough to mark the hill as ancient ground, even after their original purpose had vanished from memory. The Tunguska event is known as the largest explosion in recorded history, to strike Earth without leaving behind a confirmed impact crater or a recoverable meteorite. At approximately 7:14 a.m. on June 30, 1908, a brilliant object streaked across the sky above the remote taiga of central Siberia before exploding several kilometers above the Podkamennaya Tunguska River. Within seconds, an immense shockwave swept across the forest, flattening nearly 2,150 square kilometers of woodland and toppling an estimated 80 million trees. The energy released has been estimated at roughly 3 to 15 megatons of TNT, making it hundreds of times more powerful than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Yet despite its enormous destructive force, investigators never found the gigantic crater that should have marked such an impact, creating one of the greatest scientific mysteries of the 20th century. The region where the explosion occurred was one of the most isolated places on Earth. Dense forests, marshes, rivers, and almost no permanent settlements meant there were very few eyewitnesses close to the blast. Evenki hunters and traders who happened to be in the area later described seeing a blinding blue-white fireball racing across the sky, followed by intense heat that felt as though their clothing had caught fire. Moments later, a deafening series of explosions echoed across the wilderness. The ground shook violently, and people were thrown several meters by the pressure wave. Many believed the world was ending. Hundreds of kilometers away, windows shattered, buildings trembled, and railway workers reported hearing thunder-like detonations, despite clear weather. The effects extended far beyond Siberia. Seismic stations across Europe and Asia recorded unusual ground vibrations, while atmospheric pressure instruments detected shock waves traveling around the planet. During the nights that followed, observers from London to Copenhagen reported an unusually bright sky. Newspapers described people reading outdoors after midnight without artificial light, while astronomers noted strange luminous clouds glowing long after sunset. Scientists later suggested that fine dust and ice particles injected into the upper atmosphere by the explosion scattered sunlight across Europe, although the exact composition of the material remains uncertain. Because of the region's remoteness and the political instability facing the Russian Empire before the First World War and the Russian Revolution, no scientific expedition reached the blast site immediately after the disaster. Nearly 19 years passed before Russian mineralogist Leonid Kulik organized the first major expedition in 1927 under the Soviet Academy of Sciences. Kulik expected to discover an enormous meteorite crater filled with valuable iron fragments. Instead, he found something far stranger. Across the landscape, millions of trees had fallen outward in a giant radial pattern, as though an invisible force had exploded directly above them. Yet at the center of the devastation, many tree trunks remained standing. Their branches had been stripped away, leaving tall, blackened poles pointing toward the sky. This unusual formation, later nicknamed the Telegraph Pole Forest, immediately suggested that the blast had occurred in the air rather than on the ground. Kulik returned several times between 1928 and 1939, mapping the destruction, interviewing surviving witnesses, and searching swamps for buried fragments. He investigated several circular depressions that appeared to resemble impact craters, including the famous Suslov Depression. After partially draining it, however, his team discovered an old tree stump beneath the sediments, proving the hollow had existed long before 1908. The supposed crater was simply a natural peat bog. Although Kulik never found the meteorite he had spent years searching for, his expeditions produced the first accurate maps of the blast zone and established that the flattened forest covered nearly 70 kilometers from end to end, in a distinctive butterfly-shaped pattern, aligned with the object's flight path. As technology improved during the second half of the 20th century, researchers began reconstructing the event using aerial surveys, satellite imagery, computer simulations, and laboratory experiments. The evidence increasingly supported the theory that the object never actually struck the ground. Instead, it entered Earth's atmosphere at a speed of roughly 15 to 30 kilometers per second, before tremendous aerodynamic pressure caused it to fragment several kilometers above the surface. The resulting airburst released almost all of its kinetic energy into the atmosphere, producing a downward-moving shock wave powerful enough to flatten the forest without excavating a crater. This explanation also accounted for the surviving upright trees directly beneath the explosion, where the force traveled almost vertically downward before spreading outward. The exact identity of the object remains debated. Some researchers argue that it was a stony asteroid, roughly 50 to 80 meters in diameter. Others believe it may have been an icy fragment of a comet, which would explain why so little physical material survived. Microscopic silicate spheres, tiny grains containing nickel, and traces of extraterrestrial elements have been discovered in peat layers corresponding to 1908, indicating that material from space did reach the ground. However, no large fragment has ever been recovered that conclusively identifies the object responsible. The absence of such evidence has kept the debate alive for more than a century. One of the most controversial investigations focused on Lake Checo, located about 8 kilometers northwest of the estimated epicenter. In 2007, an Italian research team proposed that the lake might actually be the impact crater of a surviving fragment that separated from the main body before the airburst. Sonar surveys revealed an unusual cone-shaped structure beneath the lake floor, fueling worldwide speculation. Subsequent geological studies, however, found evidence suggesting that the lake existed before 1908, while sediment cores failed to provide convincing proof of a recent impact. Most researchers now regard Lake Checo as a natural lake rather than the missing Tunguska crater. The lack of a crater and the failure to recover the object encouraged countless alternative theories. Some writers proposed that the explosion resulted from a miniature black hole passing through Earth, while others blamed antimatter, massive underground methane eruptions, Nikola Tesla's experimental wireless energy transmissions, or even the destruction of an alien spacecraft attempting an emergency landing. Although these ideas captured the public imagination, none has produced evidence capable of explaining the eyewitness reports, the treefall pattern, atmospheric shock waves, seismic recordings, and modern computer simulations as consistently as the airburst hypothesis. Interest in Tunguska intensified again after February 15, 2013, when the Chelyabinsk meteor exploded over southern Russia. Although the Chelyabinsk object measured only about 20 meters across, it generated a powerful shock wave that damaged thousands of buildings and injured more than 1,000 people, demonstrating that relatively small cosmic bodies can release enormous energy before reaching the ground. Scientists now view Chelyabinsk as a smaller modern example of the same physical process that devastated Tunguska more than a century earlier, strengthening confidence that the Siberian explosion was caused by a high-altitude atmospheric breakup rather than a direct impact. Shahrisabz is known as the birthplace of Timur and the home of a palace whose entrance once climbed nearly 70 meters into the sky, making it one of the tallest architectural facades of the medieval world. Even after more than 6 centuries of earthquakes, invasions, and deliberate destruction, the surviving towers of the Aksaray Palace still rise around 38 meters high, leaving historians with an unsettling realization: what remains today is only a fraction of the original structure. If the ruins alone can dwarf modern visitors, the complete palace must have been among the most intimidating displays of power ever constructed in Central Asia. Yet despite its immense scale, no complete plans, engineering records, or construction manuals have survived, leaving archaeologists to reconstruct one of history's greatest lost palaces almost entirely from scattered foundations, historical accounts, and fragments of glazed brick. Construction of Aksaray began around 1380, after Timur returned from conquering Khwarezm. Rather than simply expanding his hometown of Kesh, later renamed Shahrisabz, meaning Green City, he envisioned transforming it into the symbolic heart of his empire. Contemporary sources describe thousands of craftsmen, engineers, tile makers, calligraphers, and builders being brought from conquered cities across Persia, Khwarezm, Azerbaijan, Mesopotamia, and beyond. Skilled artisans were considered valuable trophies of war, and instead of gold alone, Timur often carried entire workshops back to his homeland. The palace became the greatest demonstration of this policy, combining artistic traditions from across the Islamic world into a single monumental complex that took more than 2 decades to complete. The surviving entrance illustrates the ambition behind the project. Modern architectural studies estimate that the original Pishtak, or monumental gateway, stood between 65 and 70 meters high, while spanning roughly 22 meters across its central arch. Behind this gateway stretched an enormous ceremonial courtyard, estimated at approximately 125 meters wide and nearly 250 meters long. Visitors did not simply enter a royal residence. They walked beneath an artificial cliff of brick and turquoise mosaics, designed to make every ambassador, merchant, or foreign ruler feel insignificant before reaching the inner courts. According to historical tradition, an inscription displayed across the entrance proclaimed, "If you doubt our power, look at our buildings." Whether every surviving version of the inscription is completely authentic remains debated, but it perfectly reflects the political purpose of the architecture. Unlike Roman monuments built from massive stone blocks, Aksaray relied primarily on fired bricks, covered with brilliantly colored glazed tiles. The facade shimmered with deep cobalt blue, turquoise, white, and golden patterns, arranged into enormous geometric mosaics and elegant Arabic calligraphy. Many of these glazed fragments still retain remarkable color after more than 600 years, despite exposure to intense sunlight, freezing winters, and seasonal storms. Conservators studying surviving tiles have found that the combination of high-temperature firing techniques and durable mineral pigments allowed many decorative surfaces to resist fading far longer than expected, demonstrating the extraordinary level of Timurid ceramic technology. The engineering behind the gateway remains one of the site's greatest mysteries. Medieval builders possessed no steel frames, hydraulic cranes, or reinforced concrete, yet they managed to raise millions of bricks high above the ground, while maintaining enough stability for the structure to survive centuries of earthquakes and warfare. Archaeologists believe huge timber scaffolds, earthen ramps, rope systems, and wooden centering frames were used during construction, but no detailed contemporary description explains exactly how the immense arch was assembled. Every modern reconstruction depends on engineering calculations rather than written evidence, meaning one of the largest building projects of the 14th century still lacks a complete explanation of how it was physically achieved. Much of what scholars know comes from one remarkable eyewitness. In 1404, the Castilian ambassador Ruy González de Clavijo visited Timur's court while traveling to Samarkand. His detailed journal described the palace as one of the most magnificent buildings he had ever seen. He recorded enormous courtyards, richly decorated halls, luxurious gardens, and elaborate reception areas where foreign envoys gathered before meeting Timur. Clavijo even noted that decorative work continued despite the palace already functioning, suggesting the complex remained under constant expansion almost until Timur's death. His observations have become one of the most valuable historical sources because they preserve details of buildings that later disappeared almost completely. Modern archaeology has confirmed that the visible ruins represent only a small portion of the original complex. Excavations carried out during the Soviet period, particularly between 1973 and 1975, uncovered buried foundations, structural walls, drainage systems, and nearly 600 square meters of glazed flooring hidden beneath later debris. These discoveries revealed that Aksaray extended far beyond the surviving entrance towers. Large ceremonial spaces, administrative buildings, and residential sections once occupied the surrounding area, but centuries of destruction reduced nearly all of them to foundations. Restoration work during the late 20th century concentrated on stabilizing the remaining pylons to prevent further collapse, while documenting surviving decorative fragments for future research. Shahrisabz itself contains far more than a single palace. Timur transformed the city into a dynastic center by constructing religious schools, mosques, mausoleums, and ceremonial complexes intended to preserve the prestige of his family for generations. Among the most important is Dorus Saudat, the abode of power, originally built after the death of Timur's eldest son Jahangir. Archaeological investigations beneath the complex uncovered a remarkable underground crypt carved from stone and brick, containing an enormous stone sarcophagus traditionally believed to have been prepared for Timur himself. The chamber is surprisingly plain compared with the dazzling monuments above ground, emphasizing solemnity rather than grandeur. The crypt, however, became one of history's great architectural ironies. Timur died in 1405 while preparing an invasion of Ming China, and was ultimately buried in the Gur-e-Amir mausoleum at Samarkand instead of the chamber prepared in his birthplace. As a result, the crypt beneath Shahrisabz remained empty of the empire's founder, transforming it into a silent reminder of plans never fulfilled. Historians continue debating whether political circumstances, harsh winter conditions, or immediate military concerns influenced the decision to bury him elsewhere, but the abandoned burial chamber remains one of the city's most intriguing surviving mysteries. Following Timur's death, the empire gradually fragmented. During later centuries, Shahrisabz lost much of its political importance, and Aksaray suffered repeated damage from conflict, earthquakes, and neglect. Historical records associate major destruction with the campaigns of Abdullah Khan II during the late 16th century, while local populations also reused bricks from abandoned buildings as convenient construction material. By the 19th century, almost the entire palace had vanished, except for its gigantic entrance towers. Ironically, the strongest part of the building survived because its immense foundations and extraordinary mass made dismantling it far more difficult than removing ordinary walls and chambers. Ranaghat is known as one of the largest forgotten Buddhist mountain cities ever discovered, yet for nearly 15 centuries it vanished so completely that even its original name disappeared from history. Hidden among rugged limestone hills in Pakistan's Buna district, the ruins remained buried beneath vegetation, collapsed masonry, and layers of earth while empires rose and fell around them. Unlike famous Buddhist centers such as Taxila or Bamiyan, Ranaghat left behind almost no surviving written descriptions to explain who built it, how thousands of tons of stone reached such an isolated mountain, or why an enormous religious complex that flourished for centuries was suddenly abandoned. When archaeologists finally began revealing the site, they uncovered something far greater than a monastery. They found an entire stone-built settlement, spread across more than 1 square kilometer, containing massive stupas, monasteries, defensive walls, reservoirs, stairways, courtyards, and hundreds of architectural remains that suggested a thriving spiritual city rather than a remote temple. Every excavation has answered one mystery while exposing several more beneath the soil. Ranaghat occupies a strategic ridge overlooking the ancient valleys of northern Pakistan, a region that once formed part of the remarkable civilization of Gandhara. This crossroads connected India, Central Asia, Persia, and the Hellenistic world after the campaigns of Alexander the Great in the 4th century BC. Over the following centuries, Indo-Greek rulers, Scythians, Parthians, and eventually the Kushan Empire transformed Gandhara into one of the greatest centers of Buddhist learning and artistic innovation. Archaeological evidence indicates that Ranigat was established around the 2nd century BC, before expanding dramatically under Kushan patronage between the 1st and 3rd centuries AD. During this period, Buddhism spread across Asia through networks of merchants traveling the Silk Roads, and monasteries such as Ranigat became places where monks, scholars, craftsmen, and pilgrims exchanged ideas, manuscripts, and religious traditions. Despite its importance, the city eventually disappeared so thoroughly that later generations built almost no historical memory around it. The scale of the site surprises nearly everyone who first studies its layout. Instead of a single monastery surrounded by scattered ruins, researchers mapped an extensive complex stretching across steep hillsides, connected by carefully engineered terraces and staircases. Stone retaining walls supported artificial platforms carved directly into the mountainside. Large monasteries stood beside residential quarters, ceremonial courtyards, meditation areas, water storage systems, and multiple stupas of varying sizes. Some walls still stand several meters high despite nearly 2,000 years of weathering. The builders carefully adapted every structure to the natural contours of the mountain, creating an architectural landscape that appears almost fused with the bedrock itself. Transporting thousands of heavy limestone blocks onto elevated slopes, without modern machinery, remains one of the site's most impressive engineering achievements. Although simple technologies such as rollers, sledges, ramps, and human labor almost certainly played major roles, archaeologists still debate the precise logistics required to organize construction on such a massive scale across difficult terrain. One of Ranigat's greatest attractions lies not only in its architecture, but also in the extraordinary blend of cultures preserved within its stones. Gandharan art developed unlike almost any other artistic tradition in the ancient world. Sculptors combined Buddhist symbolism with unmistakable Greek and Roman influences inherited from the Hellenistic kingdoms established after Alexander's conquests. Corinthian capitals, draped robes resembling classical statues, naturalistic facial features, floral decorations, and Mediterranean architectural elements appeared alongside traditional South Asian religious imagery. Excavated sculptures from Ranigat display this fascinating cultural fusion, illustrating how ideas traveled thousands of kilometers long before modern globalization. Rather than existing in isolation, the city participated in one of antiquity's largest cultural exchange networks, linking distant civilizations through religion, commerce, and artistic innovation. Modern archaeological investigation of Ranigat began only relatively recently. Although local communities had long known that ancient ruins existed on the mountain, systematic scientific excavations accelerated during the late 20th century. Pakistani archaeologists, working closely with researchers from the Italian Archaeological Mission, directed by Professor Luca Maria Olivieri and supported by ISMEO, initiated detailed surveys, mapping projects, conservation work, and excavations throughout the complex. These investigations transformed scholarly understanding of the site. Instead of isolated structures, excavation revealed an organized urban religious center divided into several architectural sectors connected by carefully planned pathways. Advanced surveying techniques, topographic mapping, photogrammetry, and later drone documentation allowed researchers to reconstruct parts of the city's original layout with increasing accuracy, while identifying numerous areas that remain untouched beneath the surface. Each excavation season has continued producing remarkable discoveries. Archaeologists have uncovered finely carved schist sculptures depicting the Buddha and Bodhisattvas, fragments of decorative relief panels, ancient coins that help establish chronological sequences, pottery, ritual objects, architectural ornaments, drainage systems, residential rooms, and additional monastic buildings previously hidden beneath collapsed debris. Some newly exposed stupas retained decorative stonework despite centuries of exposure, while buried foundations revealed that entire structures had remained concealed only a short distance beneath accumulated soil. Many recovered artifacts now contribute to the broader understanding of Gandharan Buddhism and demonstrate that Ranigat remained an active religious center for several centuries rather than serving as a short-lived settlement. Yet perhaps the greatest mystery surrounding Ranigat concerns not how it was built, but why it was abandoned. No surviving inscription clearly records the city's final years, and no historical chronicle provides a detailed explanation for its disappearance. Several competing theories attempt to explain the decline. One possibility links the abandonment to the invasions of the Alkon Huns, often called the White Huns, whose campaigns devastated large portions of northwestern India during the 5th century AD. Numerous Buddhist institutions across Gandhara suffered destruction during this turbulent period, making military conflict a plausible explanation. Other researchers argue that gradual economic decline played a larger role as changing trade routes reduced the wealth flowing through the region. Earthquakes may also have damaged important structures, while shifting political centers could have encouraged local populations to relocate elsewhere. None of these hypotheses fully explains why such an extensive complex ultimately vanished so completely from collective memory. The city's water management system presents another fascinating aspect of its design. Constructing a permanent settlement high on rocky slopes required reliable access to water, despite seasonal variations in rainfall. Archaeologists documented reservoirs, channels, and carefully positioned storage facilities that collected and distributed water throughout different parts of the complex. These engineering solutions demonstrate long-term planning rather than temporary occupation. Combined with evidence for residential buildings and extensive communal spaces, they indicate that substantial populations lived and worked at Ranigat, instead of using it solely as a pilgrimage destination. The city functioned as a self-sustaining religious community capable of supporting monks, artisans, students, visitors, and administrators over extended periods. The tombs of Goguryeo are known as one of the rarest surviving archives of an ancient kingdom because more than 10,000 Goguryeo tombs have been identified across the Korean peninsula and northeast China, yet only about 90 contain murals. Nearly everything visible about Goguryeu's clothing, ceremonies, warfare, architecture, and beliefs has therefore been reconstructed from less than 1% of its known graves. The kingdom lasted for roughly 7 centuries, from 37 BC until AD 668, ruling at different times over much of northern Korea and parts of Manchuria. Its palaces and timber buildings largely disappeared, but sealed chambers beneath earthen and stone mounds preserved mounted archers, nobles, servants, dancers, wrestlers, banquets, processions, and celestial creatures that written histories barely described. These tombs were not simple containers for bodies. Many were designed as underground residences with passages, antechambers, side rooms, and main burial chambers, while painted pillars, beams, curtains, and doors made stone interiors resemble wooden halls. Builders roofed wide rooms without central columns by placing stone slabs inward in successive levels, creating corbelled or stepped ceilings capable of carrying the immense weight of the mound above. The surviving plans show that Goguryeo funerary architecture developed over centuries rather than following one fixed design. As the chambers changed, so did their painted subjects, suggesting that architecture, religious belief, and social identity were evolving together rather than remaining unchanged throughout the kingdom's history. The most important dated example is Anak Tomb number 3, constructed in AD 357 in present-day South Hwanghae province. Its chambers are so extensive that it resembles an underground palace. Murals show guards, officials, musicians, kitchens, stables, a well, and a vast ceremonial procession. Above a doorway, investigators found a 68-character ink inscription naming Dong Shou, born in AD 289 and dead at 69. Historical texts describe him as an official connected to the Murong rulers of Liaodong, who fled into Goguryeo territory during 4th century conflict. The inscription appears to identify him as the occupant, yet the tomb's scale and royal imagery have kept the issue unresolved. Some scholars accept it as Dongsho's grave. Others have argued that it belonged to a Goguryeo king, and that the inscription had a different political or commemorative function. The tomb preserves a name and an exact year, but still no universally accepted owner. The murals also reveal a major change in Goguryeo ideas about death. Earlier and middle period tombs often reproduced the life the deceased expected to continue after burial. Banquets, hunting scenes, officials and household servants preserved rank and privilege underground. By the 6th and 7th centuries, many chambers focused more heavily on supernatural protection. Their walls were occupied by the 4 directional deities: the azure dragon in the east, white tiger in the west, vermilion bird in the south, and black tortoise entwined with a serpent in the north. These were not decorative monsters. They organized the chamber according to a cosmic system linking direction, season, color, and the heavens. In Gangxio Great Tomb, the animals move across the walls with elongated bodies and powerful lines, turning the burial chamber into a protected model of the universe. Lotus flowers, constellations, the sun, moon, and heavenly beings extended that world across the ceiling. Their survival for more than 15 centuries is almost as remarkable as the paintings themselves. Goguryeo artists worked directly on prepared stone or over lime-based plaster. Scientific analysis of Jinpari Tomb No. 4 identified separate preparation and painting layers, with malachite used to create green. Stable mineral pigments helped, but preservation also depended on the sealed environment, limited airflow, and the movement of moisture inside the chamber. Once a tomb is opened, changes in temperature and humidity, groundwater, salts, microorganisms, and even human breath can disturb the balance that protected the surface. Early excavation often exposed murals before conservators understood how quickly contact with outside air could damage them. Modern researchers therefore face a contradiction. Opening a tomb is necessary to study it, but the act of entering may destroy the evidence they are trying to record. Systematic surveys began in the early 20th century around Pyongyang, Anak, and Jian, but many chambers had already been robbed, leaving the murals as their main evidence. Later archaeologists classified the tombs into chronological stages by comparing chamber plans, clothing, painting styles, and religious imagery. UNESCO inscribed the major tomb properties in North Korea and China in 2004, yet access remains uneven, and many chambers cannot be repeatedly examined with modern instruments. Researchers must often rely on older excavation reports, painted copies, photographs, limited samples, and digital documentation instead of direct investigation. This makes every early record important, even when the excavation methods used at the time would no longer meet modern archaeological standards. The walls preserve details that surviving texts rarely record: roof construction, furniture, armor, horse equipment, hairstyles, social hierarchy, and contact with neighboring peoples. Foreign-looking envoys and varied costumes suggest a kingdom connected to broad networks across Northeast Asia. Hunting murals show composite bows used from horseback, while official processions communicate power through the size and placement of figures. Painted brackets and ceiling patterns are equally valuable because they reproduce real timber architecture, textiles, and decorative systems that vanished when Goguryeu's wooden buildings decayed. The tombs are therefore not merely works of funerary art. They are visual records of structures, objects, and social customs for which little physical evidence survives above ground. The greatest mystery is still numerical. If more than 10,000 tombs are known, but only about 90 preserve murals, were painted chambers restricted to a tiny elite, or did thousands of images disappear through moisture, collapse, and robbery? Were undecorated tombs built for different social groups, regions, or beliefs. No surviving Goguryeo text explains who selected the subjects, how painters were trained, how long a chamber took to complete, or whether designs were approved by the royal court. Even the four-directional deities may have carried meanings that changed between families, regions, and centuries. The tombs preserve Goguryeo with astonishing clarity, while withholding the rules needed to interpret what they show. Goguryeo fell in AD 668, but its underground chambers prevented the kingdom from vanishing completely. They functioned as architecture, biography, and cosmology, built around the dead, transforming stone rooms into houses, courts, and carefully ordered universes. Thousands of mounds remain damaged, sealed, or insufficiently studied, and some may still contain inscriptions naming forgotten rulers or paintings unlike anything already known. The most unsettling possibility is not that Goguryeo left too little evidence, but that it left an enormous archive beneath the ground, and modern archaeology has opened only a fraction of it. Sondor is known as the Andean Ceremonial Center, where a natural hill was reshaped into a stepped sacred monument, then preserved and rebuilt by rival societies that did not share the same political identity. Rising above the landscape near Lake Pacucha in Peru's Apurimac region, the complex occupies a high ridge at roughly 3,200 meters above sea level, northeast of the modern city of Andahuaylas. Its most striking structure is Muyu Muyu, a rounded hill encircled by retaining walls, terraces, platforms, and a long stone stairway climbing toward a summit sanctuary. From a distance, the hill resembles a truncated pyramid, yet its core was not assembled block by block. The builders used the existing landform, cut its slopes into successive levels, and converted the mountain itself into architecture. This makes Sondor unusual even in the Andes, where mountains were widely treated as living sacred powers. Here, reverence was expressed not merely by building beside a hill, but by physically transforming it into the center of ritual life. The visible ruins cover several sectors extending across approximately 10 hectares, although archaeological surveys treat Sondor as part of a much broader concentration of settlements and activity zones along the ridge. The eastern area contains dense scatters of Chanca pottery, small agricultural terraces, and the foundations of circular buildings, a form strongly associated with local occupation during the late intermediate period, approximately AD 1000 to 1400. Farther west, the architecture changes. Rectangular enclosures, formal plazas, carefully organized terraces, and monumental approaches reflect the arrival of the Inca, whose imperial builders preferred controlled, geometrically ordered spaces. The contrast is not subtle. One side preserves traces of communities living in clusters of round houses. The other presents an administrative and ceremonial landscape designed to gather crowds, regulate movement, and display authority. Sondor therefore functions almost like a stone record of conquest, with architectural forms revealing a political transition that written colonial histories describe only from the perspective of the victors. The identity of the Chanca remains one of the most disputed problems in Peruvian archaeology. Inca accounts recorded after the Spanish conquest describe them as a powerful confederation that advanced toward Cusco during the 15th century and was defeated in a decisive conflict that helped launch Inca imperial expansion. Yet archaeology has not revealed a single centralized Chanca state comparable to the later Inca Empire. Excavations and regional surveys around Andahuaylas instead indicate a landscape divided among fortified hilltop settlements, farming communities, and local groups connected by shared ceramic traditions, but not necessarily controlled by one capital. This uncertainty gives Sondor its real importance. It may have been a major Chanca ceremonial center, a regional meeting place, a settlement later monumentalized by the Inca, or all three at different moments. The surviving evidence does not support the simple image of an isolated temple belonging unchanged to one culture. It points to a place whose role evolved as control of the region changed. Archaeological work has shown that Chanca occupation was especially concentrated on the eastern part of the Sondor Ridge. Researchers working in the Andahuaylas region conducted systematic surface surveys, collected ceramics from individual sectors, and documented the remains of circular structures characteristic of the Chanca phase. Excavation records from Sondor also describe test units open to examine entrances, walls, and buried deposits, rather than relying only on the exposed monumental architecture. These investigations matter because much of what visitors see today belongs to the Inca reorganization of the site. Without pottery sequences, subsurface remains, and comparisons with nearby settlements, the earlier Chanca presence could easily be overshadowed by the more imposing imperial construction. The evidence suggests that the Inca did not select an empty hill and create Sondor from nothing. They took possession of a landscape that already carried local political and sacred meaning, then redesigned its most visible spaces to express a new order. This act of appropriation was a familiar element of Inca expansion. Instead of destroying every important sanctuary belonging to conquered communities, imperial authorities often incorporated regional sacred places into the state system. Local populations could continue recognizing the power of a site, but ceremonies, architecture, and access were reorganized under Inca control. At Sondor, the monumental western sector and the reconstruction of Muyu Muyu may represent precisely this strategy. The stairway does more than provide a route to the summit. It creates a controlled ascent in which participants move from lower gathering areas through a sequence of increasingly restricted terraces. At the top, the wide view toward Lake Pacucha and the surrounding mountains would have placed ritual activity within a landscape already filled with religious meaning. The architecture transformed movement into ceremony. People below could see the summit, but only selected individuals may have been permitted to reach its highest space. Lake Pacucha is central to this interpretation. Located beside the complex, the lake remains connected to Chanca origin traditions and modern regional identity. According to later oral and colonial-era narratives, ancestral figures emerged from or were associated with the waters of the lake before establishing power in the Andahuaylas region. Such traditions cannot be treated as literal archaeological records, but they help explain why the ridge above Pacucha may have remained important across generations. Sondor was positioned not only to command a broad visual field, but also to overlook a body of water regarded as ancestral. The Inca occupation may therefore have carried a deliberate message. By controlling the sanctuary above the lake, the empire was also claiming authority over the sacred geography from which local communities trace their origins. The name Sondor has sometimes been connected with the Quechua term suntor, associated with gathering, assembly, or a circular meeting place. Although linguistic interpretations remain uncertain, the idea fits the archaeological setting. The site contains open areas capable of receiving groups larger than the permanent population indicated by the surviving residential remains. Sondor may have drawn communities together during agricultural ceremonies, political negotiations, seasonal festivals, or state rituals. Its plazas and terraces would have allowed people to assemble, while the stepped hill provided an elevated focus visible from below. This possibility is more convincing than imagining Sondor only as a fortress. Its ridgetop position was defensible, but the formal ascent, summit shrine, and extensive gathering spaces suggest that spectacle and ritual were at least as important as military protection. Claims that Sondor functioned as a precise astronomical observatory must be treated cautiously. The summit naturally offers broad views of the horizon, and ceremonies throughout the Andes were closely connected with solar cycles, planting seasons, and the timing of harvests. However, no widely accepted archaeoastronomical study has demonstrated that the principal walls or stairways were engineered as high-precision solstice instruments. It is reasonable to describe the site as a place where celestial events could have been observed and incorporated into ritual life, but not as a scientifically proven observatory. The stronger mystery is why the summit was given such a monumental form, and how ceremonies conducted there connected the lake, the surrounding peaks, the agricultural calendar, and the authority of those permitted to climb above the assembled crowd. Sondor's occupation also intersects with the violent transformation of the Central Andes during the 15th century. Inca historical traditions portray the defeat of the Chanca near Cusco as the event that elevated the ruler Pachacuti and began a new era of expansion. Archaeological evidence suggests a more complex process involving alliances, regional rivalries, and gradual consolidation, rather than one single battle deciding the fate of an entire people. The remodeling of Sondor may preserve part of this process in physical form. Circular Chanca domestic structures remained on the ridge, while Inca builders introduced monumental rectangular architecture and formal ceremonial spaces. The site was not erased, it was overwritten. That distinction is important because the continued use of Sondor implies that the Inca recognized its existing power. A meaningless settlement could have been abandoned. A respected sanctuary had to be controlled. Maishoe is known as the 5,000-year-old stone chamber that captures the setting midwinter sun and drives its light through a narrow passage into the darkness at the heart of the mound. During the weeks around the winter solstice, when weather permits, sunlight enters the doorway, travels along an approximately 11-meter corridor, and reaches the central chamber. Whoever planned the monument had to understand where the sun would descend on the southwestern horizon, select the building's position, and preserve that line through a long, low passage assembled from massive slabs. The builders left no writing explaining why this moment mattered, yet the architecture suggests that darkness, death, and the annual return of light were deliberately brought together inside one controlled space. Maishoe stands on mainland Orkney in northern Scotland, within a landscape containing the stones of Stenness, the Ring of Brodgar, wind, and saturated ground for millennia. The entrance passage is so low that most visitors must stoop as they move inward. It opens into an almost square chamber about 4.6 meters across, with surviving masonry rising to approximately 3.8 meters. 3 side cells branch from the main room, their entrances framed by carefully placed slabs. Large upright stones strengthen the corners, while courses of flagstone rise inward in a corbelled arrangement that once supported the roof. The builders had no cranes, steel tools, or written engineering plans, yet they created a load-bearing interior whose geometry remained recognizable after thousands of years of pressure, later entry, and structural disturbance. Calling by modern archaeological standards. The work exposed its architecture, but it also ensured that evidence concerning deposits, phases of use, and the original treatment of the dead could never be recovered in full. What appeared on the walls added an entirely different layer. Roughly 4,000 years after Maishoe was built, Norse visitors entered the chamber and covered its stones with more than 30 groups of runic inscriptions, forming the largest collection surviving at one site outside Scandinavia. They are not a formal chronicle written by a king, priest, or historian. Different hands carved names, boasts, jokes, romantic remarks, and claims about treasure. One inscription praises a woman named Ingigirth, while another boasts about the skill of its rune carver. A finely cut image commonly called the Maishoe dragon also appears among the marks, connecting the chamber not only with Neolithic Orkney, but with the medieval Scandinavian world that later controlled the islands. Several inscriptions say that treasure had already been carried away from the mound, while the Orkneyinga saga describes Norsemen sheltering inside Maishoe during the 12th century. The saga associates a break-in with men connected to Earl Harold Madadson and Ragnvald, but the surviving runes were not necessarily carved during one visit. Their differing hands and styles suggest repeated activity. The treasure statements also cannot prove that the chamber contained gold, weapons, or a royal hoard. They may record real looting, repeat a story already circulating among the intruders, or imitate the familiar Norse belief that wealth lay hidden inside ancient burial mounds. The frustrating detail is that the writers seem certain something valuable had been removed, yet never identify it clearly enough for archaeology to confirm. The solar alignment is real, but frequently exaggerated, Meisho does not suddenly operate for only a few seconds on one perfect date. Because the passage has width and the sun's position changes gradually, illumination can occur over a period around the winter solstice, depending on clouds, the shape of the distant horizon, and the condition of the entrance. Even so, the orientation is too coherent to dismiss as a casual accident. The setting sun shines along the passage toward the rear of a chamber normally sealed in darkness. Repeated horizon observations could establish such a line without advanced mathematics, but that does not make the achievement simple. It required years of observation, accurate transfer of direction into stone, and a community prepared to devote enormous labor to reproducing a celestial event inside a monument associated with the dead. The choice of midwinter may have been as important as the engineering. At Orkney's latitude, winter days are extremely short, and the sun remains low on the horizon. The solstice marks the point at which the days stop becoming shorter and gradually begin to lengthen again. For a farming society dependent on seasonal cycles, that reversal could represent renewal, survival, or the return of cosmic order. Directing the setting sun into a chamber containing ancestral remains may have symbolically connected the dead with the rebirth of the year, yet no surviving inscription, carving, or burial arrangement confirms this interpretation. The alignment shows what the builders wanted the light to do, but not what they believed was happening when it arrived. Meisho's position makes the design even more significant. The monument belongs to the heart of Neolithic Orkney, inscribed by UNESCO in 1999, together with Skara Brae, the Stones of Stenness, and the Ring of Brodgar. These were not isolated structures scattered randomly across empty land. Settlements, stone circles, ceremonial buildings and tombs occupied a connected landscape where roots, water, hills, and prominent horizons may all have carried meaning. Excavations at Barnhouse, and later at the Ness of Brodgar, revealed substantial communities and sophisticated stone architecture, weakening the old image of a few primitive families struggling at Europe's northern edge. Meisho was created by a society capable of coordinating labor, exchanging ideas, and reshaping an entire district around places of gathering, habitation, and remembrance. The tomb of Chirimaya Tuimia is known as the burial place of an island ruler whose name survived more clearly than the world he governed. Hidden within the modern streets of Hirara on Miyako Island, the stone monument does not resemble the enormous royal mausoleums normally associated with lost dynasties. It has no pyramid, decorated gate, written biography, or chamber filled with displayed treasure. What makes it unusual is precisely the opposite. A leader important enough to receive the title Tuimia was buried here, yet almost everything that would explain his authority, lifetime, and political fate has disappeared. The tomb remains, but the historical record surrounding its owner is fragmentary, leaving a silent monument from the period when Miyako was ruled by competing local chiefs before the Ryukyu kingdom fully absorbed the island into its political system. Chirimaya Tuimiya's tomb stands in the Nishinakasone area of present-day Miyakojima in Japan's Okinawa prefecture. Its Japanese name, Chirimaya Tuyumiya no Haka, preserves a title that is frequently distorted when rendered in English. Tuimiya, Tuyumiya, or Toyumiya are different transliterations of a Miyako term used for a powerful chief or respected ruler. This distinction matters because the monument was not simply constructed for an ordinary resident named Tuimiya. It belonged to a person identified through rank, suggesting that Chirimaya occupied a position within Miyako's former ruling class. Before centralized administration transformed the islands, political authority was concentrated in fortified settlements, family lineages, sacred sites, and local leaders whose influence depended on land, maritime connections, agricultural production, and the loyalty of surrounding communities. The surviving tomb belongs to a wider funerary landscape that is far more important than its modest appearance suggests. Miyako preserves several elite burials associated with the island's early rulers, including the nationally designated group known as the Tuyumia Tombs and the better-documented tomb of Nakasone Tuyumia. These monuments were created during a period of rapid political change around the 15th and early 16th centuries. Nakasone Tuyumia is remembered as the chief who gained control over much of Miyako near the end of the 15th century, while the Ryukyu Kingdom, governed from Shuri on Okinawa Island, was expanding its influence across the southern islands. The presence of multiple Tuyumia tombs indicates that Miyako did not begin as a politically unified territory. It was a landscape of rival leaders, inherited titles, local alliances, and conflicts whose details survive only in later genealogies and oral traditions. The construction of these tombs reveals contact between communities that were separated by hundreds of kilometers of sea. Traditional Miyako burials included structures known as miyaka, often made from large slabs and blocks of local Ryukyu limestone. Other elite tombs adopted cave-like chambers and enclosed facades resembling funerary architecture found on Okinawa Island. The tomb attributed to Nakasone Tuyumia is particularly important because it combines the older Miyako tradition with an Okinawan-style chamber. Chirimaya's monument belongs to the same cultural environment, where burial architecture was becoming a political language. A chief could demonstrate status not only through the scale of his tomb, but through the architectural traditions he chose to imitate, preserve, or combine. Ryukyu limestone was a logical material, but it was not an effortless one. Miyako Island consists largely of raised coral limestone rather than volcanic rock. Builders had to quarry irregular blocks, shape entrances, create stable walls, and protect burial spaces in an environment exposed to typhoons, salt-laden winds, intense humidity, and vegetation. The monument's survival therefore represents repeated maintenance as much as original construction. Unlike inland stone ruins preserved by dry climates, Okinawan tombs remained part of living family landscapes. Bones could be revisited, reorganized, and placed in containers after decomposition, while descendants continued to approach the tomb for ceremonies. A burial chamber was consequently not designed as a permanently sealed box. It functioned as a controlled boundary through which relationships between the living, the dead, and the lineage could be renewed. This makes the greatest question surrounding Chirimaya's tomb difficult to answer through ordinary excavation. The site cannot automatically be treated as an untouched archaeological deposit containing a single body and objects from one burial event. Reuse, cleaning, rebuilding, later interments, wartime destruction, and restoration may all alter the evidence. Even when human remains survive, determining which bones belong to the original Tuyumia would require secure archaeological context, radiocarbon dating, osteological study, and potentially ancient DNA analysis. No widely accessible excavation report provides such confirmation for Chirimaya. The identity attached to the tomb therefore depends heavily on inherited memory and historical designation rather than on a published forensic identification of the person buried inside. The absence of inscriptions deepens the uncertainty. Monumental rulers elsewhere recorded victories, ancestors, and claims of divine authority on stone, but Miyako's early history was transmitted largely through oral accounts that were written down only later. Local chronicles such as the Miyakojima Kyuki preserved stories about chiefs, battles, voyages, and sacred figures, yet they were compiled after the events they describe and often mixed political memory with legend. A chief defeated in a struggle for power might survive only through the name of a place. Another could be transformed into an ideal ancestor. A lineage that gained authority might emphasize its own founders while reducing rivals to a few unexplained references. Chirimaya's tomb may thus preserve evidence not only of a forgotten ruler, but of how political memory was deliberately narrowed over generations. The historical setting became increasingly violent during the final decades of Miyako's independence. Rival chiefs fought for control of settlements and agricultural territory, while powerful leaders attempted to unite the island. Nakasone Toyomiya's rise is associated with the defeat of other local forces and the establishment of wider authority. At the same time, Miyako's rulers were drawn into the tribute network of the Ryukyu kingdom. Ships, envoys, and tribute goods connected the island to Shuri, but those exchanges also created dependence. By the early 16th century, Miyako's chiefs operated within a larger hierarchy, and in 1500, Ryukyuan forces defeated Oyake Akahachi's rebellion on nearby Ishigaki Island, with assistance traditionally associated with Nakasone Toyomiya. Local rulers could retain prestige, but their power increasingly depended on recognition from outside the island. A second transformation followed in 1609, when forces from Japan's Satsuma domain invaded the Ryukyu kingdom. Miyako was not the principal battlefield, yet the consequences reached the island through heavier tribute demands and stricter economic control. Taxes were eventually assessed through systems that placed severe pressure on island communities. The old Toyomiya rulers ceased to exist as independent political figures, but their tombs remained visible among families living under a completely different order. Chirimaya's burial therefore marks more than the death of one chief. It stands near the dividing line between a locally governed Miyako and an island increasingly controlled through distant capitals, tribute obligations, and written administration. Kechi Kalesi is a mountain fortress whose greatest secret is written into the landscape around it. Rising above the Küçük Menderes Valley near Belevi in Izmir province, western Turkey, it occupies a steep summit of Alaman Dağ, known in Byzantine sources as Mount Galesion. The site stands roughly 300 meters above sea level, about 9 kilometers from Selçuk. From its walls, observers could watch much of the valley and the routes leading toward Ephesos, Metropolis, and Sardis. This was not simply a castle beside a settlement, but a fortified eye placed above an entire region. The mountain had strategic value before the surviving fortress took shape. Archaeological topographical research identified a Hellenistic watchtower several hundred meters below it, proving that these slopes were already used for surveillance in antiquity. Some local accounts describe it as a Hellenistic foundation, reused by later powers, but architectural studies are more cautious. They distinguish the earlier watchtower from the visible castle, which is fundamentally medieval. Older material confirms activity around the hill, but not a complete 3rd century BCE enclosure. Written records provide surprisingly little help. The castle is absent from the 11th century life of Saint Lazaros, although Lazaros lived on Mount Galesion, and the account describes monasteries there. Because he died in 1053, this silence suggests that the recognizable fortress did not yet exist. Comparison with other Western Anatolian defenses places its first major phase in the late 12th century, followed by substantial additions during the early 13th century Lascarid period. Its walls therefore preserve changes that no known chronicle explains. Its construction belongs to a period when Byzantine control in Anatolia was contracting. After the Battle of Manzikert in 1071, Turkish advances reached the western coast, and Ephesos briefly came under Turkish rule between 1090 and 1096. Byzantine emperors answered by fortifying roads, passes, and approaches to important cities. Kechi Kalesi could detect an approaching army, warn Ephesos and Metropolis, and provide shelter for rural communities. Its height converted visibility into time, allowing people below to retreat before an enemy entered the valley. The builders followed the mountain instead of forcing a regular plan onto it. The enclosure forms an irregular trapezoid close to a rectangle, narrowing eastward with the ridge. Natural cliffs protected the steepest approaches, while outer walls concentrated on the more accessible northern and western sides. The complex contains an outer enclosure and an inner citadel with 6 principal towers. Most are square, but circular towers occupy vulnerable northwestern positions, where curved masonry resisted impacts better and gave defenders a wider field of fire. The western gate was the fortress's most calculated defensive feature. An angled outer wall and a flanking tower created a layered entrance with 2 successive doors. Anyone passing the first opening entered a confined space, rather than an open courtyard. The passage was too narrow for a battering ram to operate effectively, and left attackers exposed from above and from the sides. Military historian Clive Foss called its defences sophisticated, and the entrance explains why. The ascent exhausted attackers, while the gate turned the final approach into a controlled trap. Keçi Kalesi was designed to support more than a small lookout team. Investigators recorded 6 buildings inside the citadel. 5 northern rooms probably housed soldiers, while a separate southern structure may have served as a kitchen, cellar, and dining space. A northeastern tower appears to contain a latrine connected with an opening through the wall. Beneath one northern room lies a rectangular vaulted cistern. 2 channels carried roof water through the buttresses into the plastered chamber, solving the problem of a summit without a dependable spring. Material evidence shows that the castle was enlarged after its first construction. The masonry combines rubble stone, mortar, reused fragments, and broken brick. Brick becomes more prominent above, a feature associated with early 13th century Lascarid building. Stair remains, drainage spouts at second-story height, sealed openings, and a 3-level tower indicate that the citadel was raised during a later phase. Dendrochronological testing on surviving timber produced no reliable date, leaving the sequence dependent on architectural comparison. The ruin continued to change after its military importance faded. The western citadel wall reportedly collapsed during an earthquake in late 2005, and treasure hunters damaged part of the cistern. Scholars suggest the unusually low outer walls may have been deliberately dismantled to prevent Ottoman period rebels from reusing the site. Sarabeolu Mustafa reached the Kaistros Valley during an 18th century revolt, and one traveller later called the ruin the Castle of Solé Bey. No excavation has confirmed when or why the outer defences were reduced. Even the present name is younger than the fortress. 18th and 19th century travellers recorded Keçi Kalesi, Kazil Hisar, Dervishes Castle, and the Castle of Solé Bey. Keçi Kalesi, or Goat Castle, may refer to an ascent considered suitable only for goats. Folklore later described goats carrying lights to deceive an enemy, but no evidence confirms the tale. The stronger reality is that a medieval stronghold inherited a mountain watched since antiquity, expanded on a dangerous frontier, and survived after its original name vanished. Keçi Kalesi remains mysterious because research has recovered its military logic without recovering its complete biography. Its gate explains how intruders were trapped. Its towers reveal where attacks were expected. Its cistern shows how a garrison endured isolation, and its viewpoint explains why the summit mattered. Yet no inscription identifies its founder, no secure excavation sequence dates every phase, and no early text records the moment construction began. The fortress once watched one of Western Anatolia's most important valleys, but the people who planned it left their strategy in stone and almost nothing in words. Narin Castle was not uncovered in a single dramatic excavation. When early surveyors and antiquarians reached Maybod, the fortress was already standing above the town, its eroded walls forming a massive earthen crown over the desert settlement. What they gradually discovered was not a single-period castle, but a structure built, repaired, enlarged, and partly reconstructed across many centuries. Different sizes of mud brick, changes in wall bonding, buried rooms, blocked passages, and later additions showed that the monument could not be assigned to one dynasty. Modern archaeology therefore treats Narin Kala as a layered citadel whose earliest phase remains uncertain. The fortress rises on a natural mound in the center of Maybod, in Iran's Yazd province. From the base of the hill to the surviving upper level, the complex reaches roughly 40 meters in height. Its position offered a wide view across the settlement and surrounding plain, allowing movement on nearby routes to be seen long before it reached the walls. In traditional Iranian urban organization, a kohandej, or inner citadel, often formed the political and defensive nucleus from which the wider town developed. A 2015 architectural study of Narin Kala examined this role and identified the fortress as the main core around which historic Maybod expanded. The greatest uncertainty concerns its age. Popular accounts often describe it as roughly 2,000 years old, while others push its origin back to the 4th millennium BCE. No archaeological investigation has yet established one precise date for the entire complex. Earlier mud brick masses were absorbed into later walls, damaged sections were resurfaced, rooms were filled, and upper levels were reconstructed. Finds and architectural evidence have been associated with several pre-Islamic periods, including the Median, Achaemenid, Parthian, and Sasanian eras, followed by extensive alteration after the Islamic conquest. The most defensible conclusion is not that every visible wall is 6,000 years old, but that the mound and parts of the earliest fortified core may preserve occupation far older than the upper ruins. Its material makes that long survival remarkable. The castle was built mainly from sun-dried mud brick, packed earth, clay mortar, and protective plaster. These materials are vulnerable to rain, wind, temperature change, and earthquakes, yet the walls were made exceptionally thick. Their mass-distributed structural loads reduced heat transfer and created more stable interior conditions during hot days and cold desert nights. Builders also renewed exposed surfaces when weathering reached the brick beneath. The monument survived because its makers understood that earthen architecture had to be shaped, layered, drained, and repeatedly maintained. The surviving layout was designed as a sequence of defensive zones rather than a single wall. 4 towers are traditionally identified around the compound, and the main entrance opened into a large courtyard before access continued toward more restricted upper sectors. Narrow passages, confined gateways, changes in elevation, and observation points above would have slowed anyone attempting to penetrate the citadel. The natural mound functioned as part of the fortification, increasing the effective height of the walls while reducing the amount of building material required. Narin Kala was also organized vertically. Descriptions refer to several levels, sometimes reconstructed as 5 and in other accounts as many as 7, although much of the upper architecture has collapsed or been altered. The highest sectors were associated with rulers or elite occupants, middle areas with military and administrative functions, and lower spaces with storage and services. Elevation became a form of control. Authority occupied the most defensible point, while guards, supplies, and circulation were arranged below. One of the most unusual details is a network of channels built into the walls with saruj, a traditional water-resistant mortar widely used in Iranian construction. These channels are often called an ancient plumbing system, although their exact function is not fully established. Some may have carried water, while others may have drained roofs or directed moisture away from vulnerable mud brick. Both possibilities reveal careful engineering. Water was essential inside a fortified desert settlement, but uncontrolled moisture could destroy the very walls protecting it. The builders had to manage both needs within the same structure. A large underground chamber also survives beneath the accessible rooms, although it is now obstructed by rubble. It has sometimes been described as a prison, but that interpretation remains unproven. Subterranean spaces could also have stored food, protected supplies from heat, confined captives, or served as emergency shelter. Because blocked passages and buried rooms have not been fully cleared, the internal sequence of the castle remains incomplete. Some sealed spaces may preserve earlier layouts that were deliberately filled when later builders altered the citadel. The castle once contained 2 helical stairways leading toward its upper terrace. Much of their surrounding structure has collapsed, making the original circulation difficult to reconstruct. Yet their position shows that movement between levels was integrated into the thick earthen body of the fortress. Occupants could pass upward without relying entirely on exposed external ramps, preserving both security and privacy. In such a compact fortified complex, circulation routes had to serve several purposes at once, connecting residential, military, storage, and administrative spaces without weakening the defensive shell. The citadel's location gave it influence beyond the walls. Maybod stood within routes linking Yazd, Isfahan, Kerman, and settlements farther north, later forming part of the wider caravan network commonly associated with the Silk Road. From the summit, those controlling Narin Kula could observe traffic, protect stored goods, regulate access, and project authority across the surrounding plain. The fortress functioned as refuge, checkpoint, administrative center, and visible warning that movement through the area was being watched. This strategic role also explains why the settlement developed around the citadel instead of leaving it isolated. Residential quarters, defensive boundaries, roads, and public structures spread outward from the fortified mound. The castle occupied the point of greatest visibility and control, while the lower town grew around its base. Archaeological and architectural analysis therefore presents Narin Kala not merely as one building within Maybod, but as the organizing nucleus of the historic city. Upper sections appear to contain Islamic period rebuilding, and parts may have been renewed under regional powers such as the Muzaffarids, whose dynasty emerged from Maybod during the 14th century. Earthquakes, erosion, abandonment, military conflict, and repeated reconstruction caused further changes. During the reign of Reza Shah in the 20th century, road construction also destroyed part of the site, demonstrating that the loss of archaeological evidence continued long after the castle had ceased to serve its original defensive function. But conservation remains difficult because mud brick cannot be treated like stone. Exposed surfaces require compatible earthen materials, while rigid repairs can trap moisture, create pressure between old and new fabric, and accelerate deterioration. Modern stabilization must therefore protect the monument without covering the differences between construction phases. Those irregularities are not simply damage, they are evidence showing how the fortress evolved. The deepest mystery of Narin Castle is not a hidden treasure or a legend about an unknown civilization. It is the missing architectural sequence. Researchers know that several historical phases are locked together, but they cannot yet define exactly where one ends and another begins. The lower mound may contain the earliest settlement. The defensive shell may combine several pre-Islamic construction campaigns. The upper rooms reflect later rebuilding, and buried chambers may still hold evidence capable of changing the accepted chronology. Diolkos of Corinth is an ancient transport route that resembles not an ordinary road, but the fixed framework of a machine built to carry ships across land. Constructed over the narrow Isthmus of Corinth, it connected the Gulf of Corinth in the west with the Saronic Gulf in the east, allowing vessels to avoid the long and hazardous voyage around the Peloponnese. More than 2.5 millennia ago, Corinthian engineers responded to this geographical obstacle with an extraordinary solution. Ships, cargo, and military equipment could be transferred from one sea to another along a paved and carefully guided overland track. The route is generally dated to the late 7th or 6th century BC and is frequently associated with Periander, the ruler of Corinth between approximately 625 and 585 BC. Ancient writers left no detailed account of its construction, but pottery, inscriptions, and the design of the surviving pavement support an early date. By the 5th century BC, when Thucydides described naval activity around the isthmus, the practice of moving ships across the land was already treated as an established operation. This suggests that the system had been functioning for generations before it appeared in surviving historical records. Modern reconstructions estimate that the Diolkos extended for approximately 6 to 8 kilometers. Excavated portions show that its paved surface was generally between 3.5 and 6 meters wide, although the dimensions changed according to the terrain. Instead of forcing a direct line over every elevation, the route curved around hills and followed manageable slopes. This reduced the amount of force required to move heavy loads and lowered the danger of losing control on descending sections. Its builders were not simply laying stones between two coastlines, they were designing a controlled transport corridor around the mechanical limits of human and animal power. The surface consisted of fitted limestone blocks, some of which contained parallel wheel grooves. These tracks guided the transport vehicle and prevented it from drifting sideways beneath the weight of its load. For this reason, the Diolkos is sometimes described as one of the earliest known predecessors of the railway. It had no metal rails or engines, but it used the same essential concept: A heavily loaded vehicle followed a predetermined path rather than relying entirely on steering. The road also contained curves, changes in width, prepared approaches, and retaining features, indicating that its construction required detailed planning rather than a single uniform design. At either end of the route, ships probably entered prepared landing areas where they could be unloaded and transferred onto wheeled platforms. Heavy cargo was likely removed first and transported separately, reducing pressure on the vessel and its carrier. Warships were particularly suitable because their long hulls were relatively light compared with heavily loaded merchant vessels. The ship was then placed on a transport carriage, commonly called an olkos in modern descriptions, and pulled along the stone road using ropes, organized teams of workers, draft animals, capstans, or a combination of these methods. The surviving pavement confirms that wheeled movement took place, but the machinery that made it possible has vanished. Archaeologists have never recovered a complete carriage, axle, braking system, lifting frame, or waterfront installation capable of explaining the entire procedure. No surviving ancient illustration shows how a vessel was supported without damaging its hull. The road is therefore the only substantial part of a much larger mechanical system that has endured. Moving even a relatively light ancient warship required far more than raw strength. A trireme could weigh several dozen tons before equipment and supplies were added. Its platform had to spread that mass across multiple wheels without breaking the axles or crushing the paving blocks beneath them. The wheels had to remain aligned through bends, while workers needed a way to control the vehicle on downward slopes. At the shoreline, the vessel had to pass between water and land without twisting, grounding unevenly, or splitting its wooden hull. The diolkos could only operate if all of these stages were solved, yet almost every movable component involved in the process is missing from the archaeological record. Its geographical value explains why such an ambitious system was attempted. Ships sailing between the Ionian and Aegean regions otherwise had to travel around the Peloponnese, passing dangerous stretches of coast near Cape Malea. Ancient sailors feared this area for strong winds, exposed waters, and rapidly changing conditions. Crossing the isthmus replaced a voyage of hundreds of kilometers with an overland movement of only several kilometers. Merchants could shorten journeys and reduce the exposure of valuable cargo, while military commanders could reposition vessels between two strategic seas without sending them around the entire peninsula. Ancient historians recorded several occasions when ships were transported across the isthmus during military operations. These references prove that overland ship movement was not merely a modern interpretation of the wheel marks. However, they do not reveal how common the practice was. Some researchers argue that complete merchant ships may not have crossed regularly because unloading goods at one harbor and carrying them separately to the other side could have been easier. Lighter warships were more practical candidates for whole vessel transport. The diolkos may therefore have supported several types of movement, including cargo transfer, military portage, and the relocation of selected vessels, rather than serving as a universal route for every ship arriving at Corinth. The physical remains were identified in 1883 by the German archaeologist Habbo Gerhard Lolling. Further structures near the western landing area were discovered in 1932, but the most important systematic excavations were conducted by Greek archaeologist Nikolaos Verdalis between 1956 and 1962. His work exposed extensive paved sections, visible wheel grooves, curves, retaining walls, and evidence connected with the western terminal. These discoveries turned the diolkos from a structure known largely through ancient references into a measurable engineering site. Later surveys studied its route, topography, gradients, shoreline changes, and the amount of force required to transport different types of vessels. These investigations also produced a more cautious interpretation of the road. Although it is often presented as an ancient railway carrying entire ships continuously across Corinth, the evidence does not establish the frequency of such journeys. Archaeology confirms the guided stone track, and historical texts confirm specific ship transfers, but the daily scale of its operation remains uncertain. It may have carried cargo more frequently than ships, while whole vessel transport could have been reserved for military emergencies or smaller craft. The Diolkos probably remained useful for centuries, although its final period is poorly documented. Corinth was destroyed by Roman forces in 146 BC and re-established as a Roman colony in 44 BC, events that may have interrupted or changed its operation. Some evidence suggests that the route continued to be used during the Roman period, possibly into the 1st century AD. In 67 AD, Emperor Nero began an unsuccessful attempt to excavate a canal through the isthmus. This work may have cut across or damaged parts of the older roadway, but there is no surviving record that identifies the exact moment when the Diolkos was abandoned. Bagazi Mausoleums is one of the clearest signs that Bronze Age central Kazakhstan was far more organized, wealthy, and architecturally ambitious than the old image of an empty pastoral steppe suggests. On the right bank of the Karatal River, near the Bagazi Mountains in today's Karaganda region, enormous granite slabs were arranged into monumental funerary buildings for a small group of people whose status was visibly separated from everyone buried around them. The site did not reveal a lost city or a single spectacular treasure. Its importance came from architecture: carefully planned stone chambers, concentric enclosures, roof supports, altars, and massive sarcophagi built in a landscape where such permanent monuments were once considered unexpected. Kazakh archaeologist Alki Margulan discovered the Bagazi burial ground during the Central Kazakhstan Archaeological Expedition in 1946. Systematic excavations followed between 1947 and 1952, with specialists including Kemal Akishev, A.M. Orazbayev, and L.R. Kislasov. The work uncovered 6 large mausoleums together with numerous smaller graves belonging to different historical periods. Bagazi later became one of the 2 principal sites that gave the Bagazi Dandibai culture its modern name. In 1979, Margulan published a major monograph that organized decades of excavated material and established this previously poorly understood society as a distinct archaeological culture. The exact chronology remains broader than a single date because the monuments and their associated material developed over several centuries. Bagazi Dandibai sites are generally placed within the final phase of the Bronze Age, most often between the 13th and 8th centuries BCE, while the main Bagazi mausoleums are frequently assigned to approximately the 12th through 9th centuries BCE. They therefore belong to a transitional period when older Andronovo traditions were changing and cultural features associated with the early Iron Age were beginning to appear. The buildings stand at a historical threshold rather than inside an isolated cultural moment. The Bagazi necropolis occupies roughly 10 hectares and contains more than 300 burial structures from several periods, yet its monumental core consists of only a small number of exceptional buildings. This imbalance is essential to understanding the site. Most individuals were placed in comparatively modest graves, stone enclosures, or burial mounds, while a restricted group received structures that demanded quarrying, transportation, architectural planning, and coordinated labor. Bagazi, therefore, preserves physical evidence of social hierarchy expressed not only through possessions placed beside the deceased, but through the quantity of stone, land, and human effort assigned to them. Each major mausoleum was organized around a central square or rectangular chamber. This room was surrounded by 2 or sometimes 3 perimeter walls, forming enclosed corridors or galleries around the burial space. Large granite slabs were installed vertically as facing stones and structural supports, while smaller masonry filled other sections. Some individual slabs have been estimated to weigh as much as 3 metric tons, and complete monuments could approach 30 meters in overall diameter. Inside the central room, square stone pillars helped support a roof of heavy slabs. A massive sarcophagus occupied the principal burial area, while some structures also contained altars or designated spaces for offerings. The entrances were deliberately constructed, rather than left as simple gaps in an enclosure. Approaching the burial chamber meant passing through a controlled architectural sequence, suggesting that movement itself formed part of the ceremony. The central grave could not be reached casually from every direction. Visitors were guided inward through walls, passages, and enclosed spaces until they arrived before the sarcophagus. This arrangement made the mausoleum more than a container for human remains. It created a setting in which funerary rituals, offerings, and the public display of authority could be carefully managed. The real engineering question is not whether Bronze Age communities could move large stones, because societies across Eurasia had already demonstrated that ability. What distinguishes Bagazi is the repeated combination of layered walls, roofed chambers, load-bearing pillars, galleries, and formal entrances within a standardized funerary design. Builders had to identify granite slabs of suitable shape, detach or collect them, transport them across uneven terrain, raise them into stable positions, and distribute the weight of the roof without modern lifting machinery. No mortar was used to bind the main stone elements together. Stability depended on the dimensions, placement, and weight of individual blocks. A poorly positioned support could have caused the roofing slabs to shift or the inner chamber to collapse. The surviving plans therefore reveal practical knowledge of compression, balance, and structural loading. Bagazi does not display the millimeter-level stone fitting sometimes claimed for other ancient sites, but its builders repeatedly produced enclosed monumental spaces from multi-ton granite components at the end of the Bronze Age. The appearance visible today must also be interpreted carefully. When the necropolis was investigated, many slabs had collapsed or been displaced, and some chambers had already been disturbed. Archaeologists and conservation teams later reconstructed portions of the mausoleums by returning fallen blocks to their probable original positions. The standing structures are therefore based on genuine excavated foundations and surviving architectural elements, but not every section remains exactly as it appeared 3,000 years ago. Research on the site has included not only excavation, but also conservation and analysis of how its damaged stone architecture could be stabilized. Bagazi was not an isolated cemetery, standing in a landscape without permanent habitation. Mausoleums belonging to the wider Bagazi Dandibai culture were normally positioned near valleys, rocky uplands, water sources, and substantial settlements. Some related settlements covered as much as 10 hectares and contained houses built with granite slabs, thick walls, internal pillars, and corridors. These discoveries challenge the simplified idea that every late Bronze Age community in central Kazakhstan consisted only of constantly moving pastoral groups. The regional economy combined livestock herding with mining, metallurgy, craft production, and forms of agriculture. Central Kazakhstan contained important deposits of copper, tin, and gold, and Bronze Age communities developed extensive systems for extracting and processing these resources. Archaeological sites have produced bronze tools, weapons, ornaments, ceramics, mining evidence, and traces of metalworking. The people responsible for Bagazi therefore controlled more than grazing territory. Their influence was connected to mineral deposits, technical knowledge, animals, cultivated resources, and exchange networks extending across the steppe. This economic background helps explain how monumental construction became possible. Moving granite slabs weighing several tons required workers who could be removed temporarily from food production, herding, mining, or other daily activities. The builders needed tools, transport methods, supplies, leadership, and an agreed plan. Even if the work was completed gradually, the mausoleums demonstrate that particular individuals or institutions possessed enough authority to organize labor beyond the level of a single household. Objects recovered from Bagazi and related sites reinforce this picture of specialization. Archaeologists found carefully manufactured pottery with thin walls, polished surfaces, geometric decoration, and marks resembling tamgas, bronze arrowheads, tools, gold objects, silver ornaments, bracelets, rings, pendants, earrings, and decorative fittings reveal a developed tradition of metalworking. One frequently cited Bagazi Dandibai gold alloy contained approximately 86% gold, 13% silver, and 1% copper, indicating that craftspeople could deliberately work with complex precious metal compositions. These objects do not mean that every member of the society lived in wealth. The sharp difference between monumental mausoleums and ordinary graves suggests the opposite. Resources were distributed unequally, and prestige materials were concentrated around a limited group. The individuals placed inside the stone chambers are generally interpreted as tribal rulers, hereditary nobles, ritual authorities, or people who combined political and religious power. Their architecture transformed privilege into something permanent and visible. Their exact identities, however, remain unknown. No inscriptions preserve their names, genealogies, titles, military achievements, or territorial claims. Archaeologists can measure the chambers, analyze human remains, classify ceramics, and compare metal objects, yet they cannot reconstruct the political system with certainty. It remains unclear whether one lineage controlled several communities, whether leadership was inherited, whether authority depended on control of mines and metal production, or whether the mausoleums belonged primarily to religious figures. The site also marks a transformation in funerary belief. Earlier graves across the steppe commonly emphasized a burial pit covered by a mound or surrounded by a simple stone boundary. At Bagazi, the deceased occupied an enclosed interior that resembled an enduring house built specifically for the dead. Pillars, galleries, altars, sarcophagi, and formal entrances indicate that the structures were intended to do more than seal a body beneath the ground. They may have supported repeated ceremonies involving offerings, ancestor remembrance, or gatherings through which the living reaffirmed social order. Later disturbance prevents a complete reconstruction of those ceremonies. Many chambers were robbed in antiquity, organic materials disappeared, roofs collapsed, and valuable objects were removed long before scientific excavations began. Researchers are left with architecture, fragments of burial equipment, pottery, scattered metalwork, and the relationship between monumental and ordinary graves. The unanswered questions do not result from impossible technology, but from the incomplete survival of a society that recorded its authority in stone rather than writing. Research conducted after Magellan's early campaigns expanded the known Bagazi Dandibai world far beyond this single necropolis. More than 60 settlements and over 200 burial grounds have been associated with the culture or its wider archaeological horizon. Attention gradually shifted from elite mausoleums toward houses, production areas, ordinary cemeteries, and the daily lives of the wider population. This broader evidence demonstrates that Bagazi was not an isolated architectural experiment. It was the most visible expression of a regional society occupying river valleys, exploiting mineral zones, raising livestock, cultivating land, and creating new forms of leadership at the end of the Bronze Age. Megiddo's circular stone structure is one of those ancient monuments that has survived for nearly 5,000 years while refusing to answer the simplest question archaeologists can ask: why was it built? Buried beneath the later cities of Tel Megiddo in northern Israel, this enormous stone construction predates the famous Bronze Age metropolis that eventually rose above it. Long before Megiddo became a strategic crossroads controlling trade routes between Egypt and Mesopotamia, someone organized a massive workforce, gathered thousands of tons of volcanic stone, and erected a circular monument so large that it still challenges modern interpretations. Unlike many ancient ruins whose purpose became clear through inscriptions or artifacts, this structure offers almost no direct explanation, leaving researchers to reconstruct its story from architecture alone. The monument lies within Tel Megiddo, one of the most extensively excavated archaeological sites in the Near East. Over thousands of years, the settlement grew into a mound containing more than 20 successive layers of occupation, each city built upon the remains of the previous one. Because of this continuous rebuilding, the earliest phases of Megiddo remained hidden beneath meters of later construction until systematic excavations gradually exposed them. The first large-scale investigations began in the early 20th century under the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago, whose expeditions between 1925 and 1939 revealed much of the ancient city's layout. Decades later, renewed excavations led by Tel Aviv University uncovered additional evidence from the earliest occupation levels, allowing archaeologists to study a monument that had remained concealed beneath later civilizations for millennia. Radiocarbon dating, pottery analysis, and stratigraphic evidence place the structure in the early Bronze Age 1, around the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC. That date alone makes it remarkable. At the time it was constructed, urban life across the southern Levant was only beginning to emerge. Large centralized governments had not yet fully developed, and permanent cities were still relatively small compared with the powerful kingdoms that would dominate the region centuries later. Yet this community committed extraordinary resources to building a monument that required planning on a scale few settlements of its age were thought capable of achieving. What archaeologists uncovered is not a simple ring of standing stones similar to Stonehenge. Instead, the Megiddo monument consists of an immense circular mass built from carefully stacked basalt boulders. Measuring approximately 18 to 20 meters in diameter, it originally stood close to 7 meters high, making it one of the largest stone constructions known from the early Bronze Age in the southern Levant. Estimates suggest that more than 1,000 tons of basalt were incorporated into the monument. Every block had to be quarried, transported, positioned, and stabilized without cranes, steel tools, or wheeled construction machinery. Even today, moving that quantity of denting, the choice of basalt makes the achievement even more impressive. Unlike softer limestone, basalt is an exceptionally hard volcanic rock that is difficult to shape and considerably heavier than many other building materials available in the region. Working with it demands greater effort at every stage, from quarrying to transport and placement. Although the exact quarry used for the monument has never been identified with certainty, basalt outcrops exist in the surrounding landscape, meaning prehistoric builders still faced the challenge of moving massive stones across uneven terrain before assembling them into a stable circular structure. Every layer had to support the enormous weight above it while maintaining the monument's overall form for centuries. Perhaps the most surprising aspect is that the monument appears to have been planned as a single architectural project rather than expanded gradually over generations. Its nearly symmetrical circular design suggests that the builders already knew the intended dimensions before construction began. Achieving that level of precision would have required surveying the site, organizing labor, coordinating the delivery of building materials, and maintaining a consistent construction strategy from the foundation to the uppermost courses. Such coordination implies a level of social organization that archaeologists once believed did not exist in this region during such an early period. The monument also occupies a prominent position within the earliest settlement at Megiddo, rather than being hidden on its outskirts. That placement indicates it held considerable importance for the community that built it. Whatever purpose it served, the structure was never treated as an ordinary building. Instead, later generations chose to build around it, eventually burying it beneath successive layers of urban development as the settlement evolved into one of the most influential cities of the Bronze and Iron Ages. Ironically, those later cities preserved the monument by sealing it beneath thousands of years of accumulated history, allowing it to survive until archaeologists finally uncovered one of the oldest and most enigmatic architectural achievements ever discovered at Megiddo. If the monument's engineering demonstrates remarkable ambition, its purpose remains the far greater mystery. More than a century after archaeologists first began exploring Tel Megiddo, no inscription, symbolic decoration, or associated artifact has provided a definitive explanation for why such an extraordinary structure was created. Instead, researchers have been forced to rely on its location, construction, and archaeological context, producing several competing interpretations that continue to be debated today. One of the earliest proposals suggested that the circular monument functioned as a ceremonial platform. Monumental architecture often played a central role in communal rituals during the early Bronze Age, and its commanding position within the settlement would certainly have made it an appropriate gathering place. Large public ceremonies could have reinforced social identity, legitimized emerging leaders, or marked seasonal events important to an agricultural society. Yet the evidence refuses to fit neatly into that interpretation. Excavations have not revealed a formal altar, extensive deposits of ritual offerings, or the concentration of animal remains that normally accompanies well-established cultic sites from later periods. While ritual activity cannot be ruled out, archaeology has yet to produce the material evidence needed to confirm it. Another theory argues that the monument was intended as a burial structure, comparable to the great stone tumuli found in other prehistoric cultures. Circular mounds often conceal elite graves, making the idea initially attractive. However, investigations failed to uncover a substantial burial chamber, or the quantity of human remains expected inside a monument of this scale. The absence of a clear funerary assemblage has led many archaeologists to question whether commemorating the dead was ever its primary purpose. If it was built for burial, it followed a tradition unlike any securely identified elsewhere in the southern Levant. A different explanation has gradually gained support by shifting attention away from what occurred inside the monument and focusing instead on what the monument itself represented. Constructing a building that required more than 1,000 tons of basalt demanded labor far beyond the capabilities of individual families. It implied centralized planning, organized leadership, and the ability to mobilize a large workforce toward a single objective. In that sense, the structure may have served as a public statement of collective power rather than a functional building. Simply completing such a project would have demonstrated that this early community possessed the resources, authority, and social cohesion to undertake engineering works on a scale rarely associated with settlements of the early 3rd millennium BC. That interpretation becomes even more compelling when viewed alongside the broader development of Megiddo. Over the following centuries, the settlement expanded into one of the most influential urban centers in Canaan, controlling routes that connected Egypt, the Jordan Valley, the Mediterranean coast, and inland Syria. Although thousands of years separate the circular monument from the city's later political prominence, some researchers believe it reflects an early stage in the social transformations that eventually produced complex urban societies. Rather than appearing suddenly, Megiddo's rise may have been rooted in communities already capable of organizing monumental construction long before written history reached the region. The monument's isolation within the archaeological record is another reason it continues to attract attention. Across the ancient Near East, archaeologists have documented countless temples, fortifications, palaces, and domestic buildings, many of which share recognizable architectural traditions. The Megiddo structure fits comfortably into none of those categories. It is neither a defensive tower nor a residential complex, neither a conventional sanctuary nor an identifiable public building. Its closest comparisons remain incomplete, leaving scholars without a reliable architectural model against which to measure it. Each new excavation season has refined the chronology and construction sequence, but none has resolved the question that matters most. Mamurra Castle was never discovered as a forgotten ruin buried beneath the earth. Its walls had remained visible on Turkey's Mediterranean coast for centuries, but the oldest chapter of the site only began to emerge clearly in 1988, when excavations directed by the Anamur Museum examined the ground inside the fortress. Beneath the medieval courtyards, archaeologists uncovered building foundations, mosaic paved floors, and remains interpreted as baths and domestic structures. These finds showed that the castle had not begun as a single medieval project. It had been raised over a much earlier settlement, probably connected with the Roman period site known as Rigmani. The excavation transformed Mamurra from a well-preserved coastal stronghold into something more complex, a fortress whose visible walls conceal successive layers of Roman, Byzantine, Armenian, Seljuk, Karamaned, and Ottoman construction. The castle stands about 6 kilometers east of Anamur in Mersin province, directly against the Mediterranean. Salt water, storms, and level coastal ground made the site difficult to defend and maintain, yet the position controlled shipping along southern Anatolia and the road through Cilicia. Its builders turned the shoreline into part of the defense. The sea restricted approach from the south, while a water-filled moat protected the exposed landward sides. The enclosure covers approximately 23,500 square meters and measures about 240 by 170 meters. A rampart walk links 39 towers and bastions, 4 larger than the others. Square, circular, and semicircular plans reflect both repeated rebuilding and changing defensive needs. Stairways, galleries, battlements, and firing openings let troops move around the perimeter without descending into the courtyards, allowing defenders to reinforce any threatened section quickly. High internal walls divide Mamureh into 3 principal courtyards: western, eastern, and southern. This was not simply a way to organize space. It divided the fortress into separate defensive compartments. Breaking through the outer gate did not expose the entire complex, because troops could withdraw behind another wall and continue resisting from a second enclosure. The design turned Mamureh into a sequence of obstacles, reducing the danger that one successful breach would decide the siege. Its origins are difficult to separate because each ruling power altered what it inherited. The 1988 excavation points to activity in late Roman antiquity, usually placed around the 3rd or 4th century AD, though the chronology remains uncertain. Byzantine authorities reused the defenses, and parts of the standing structure have been linked to the Armenian Kingdom of Cilicia and building traditions influenced by the Crusader states. A decisive transformation followed the Seljuk capture of the site. Sultan Alauddin Kayqubad took the ruined stronghold in 1221 and ordered a much larger castle to be built, using elements of the earlier defenses. Existing foundations reduced labor, old masonry supplied material, and a Roman coastal position was adapted for the weapons and siege methods of the 13th century. Much of Mamureh's present mass was shaped during this reconstruction, although later rulers continued to modify the walls and interior. Control then passed to the Karamanids, a Turkish principality that ruled parts of southern Anatolia. An inscription records major work under Ibrahim II of Karaman in 1450, while historical traditions connect earlier repairs with Mahmud Bey in the early 14th century. The name Mamureh, often translated as prosperous, flourishing, or made habitable, appears to reflect the restoration of a damaged fortress rather than its original construction. The Karamanid phase also strengthened the castle's Islamic identity. In the western courtyard stand a single minaret mosque, the ruins of a bath, a fountain, warehouses and cisterns, evidence that the complex had to support daily life as well as warfare. After the Ottomans annexed Mamureh in 1469, repairs continued in the 15th, 16th and 18th centuries, and part of the interior later served as a caravanserai. The castle survived because each new authority adapted its rooms, entrances, and service buildings instead of abandoning the site. Fresh water was essential to that survival. A coastal fortress could be surrounded even when the sea remained open, and the amount of stored water often determined how long a garrison could resist. Cisterns inside Mamureh collected and preserved water, while warehouses held food and equipment. The bath shows that water was required not only for emergency use, but for a permanent, organized community. The landward moat served another purpose, slowing troops and siege machines before they reached the walls. Together, moat, sea, towers, and internal divisions created a defense based on several connected layers rather than one massive barrier. The masonry reveals the same economy. Much of the castle uses rubble stone bonded with mortar, while dressed blocks appear around gates and openings that required greater precision. The 1988 excavations identified construction using rubble and a durable lime-based mixture commonly described in Turkish sources as Khorasan mortar. Costly cut stone was concentrated at vulnerable points, making repairs possible without rebuilding the whole perimeter. The southern courtyard faces the sea and contains remains traditionally associated with a lighthouse or maritime observation point. From this sector, watchers could monitor vessels approaching the coast and signal activity to the garrison. Mamureh was therefore not designed only to stop an army at its gate. It helped control movement between shipping routes, coastal settlements, and the roads leading inland. Its military value came from seeing danger early and controlling where people and goods could pass. Mamur's central mystery is the difficulty of deciding where one period ends and another begins. Roman mosaic floors lie beneath medieval walls. Seljuk reconstruction stands beside Karamanid additions and Ottoman repairs. Some walls may rest on Roman foundations, while preserving later reinforcement on their outer faces. Archaeologists can identify broad phases, but centuries of reuse have erased many clean boundaries. Turkey added Mamur Castle to UNESCO's tentative list in 2012, emphasizing its area of 23,500 square meters, 39 towers, 3 main courtyards, landward moat, and the discoveries made during the 1988 excavations. These details explain why the fortress is more than a dramatic ruin beside the sea. It is a record of how one strategic location was repeatedly redesigned to answer new threats without losing the logic established by earlier builders. Its most remarkable feature is not what Gisr el-Mudir contains, but what it does not. West of the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, ancient builders raised an enormous rectangular enclosure from limestone, yet left no pyramid, temple, decorated chamber, royal inscription, or identified tomb at its center. The monument measures roughly 650 meters from north to south and 350 meters from east to west, enclosing more than 20 hectares of desert. Its walls were about 15 meters thick at the base, formed by 2 outer faces of roughly cut limestone with a dense core of rubble, gravel, and sand. In the best-preserved northwestern corner, the masonry still rises around 5 meters. One of the largest structures from Egypt's earliest dynastic age is therefore a massive stone boundary surrounding a space whose purpose has never been securely established. The enclosure lies only a few hundred meters from Djoser's funerary complex, but it may belong to an earlier architectural world. The Step Pyramid, dated to the early 3rd dynasty, is usually presented as Egypt's first fully monumental stone complex. Pottery recovered at Gisr el-Mudir, however, points to the end of the 2nd dynasty or the beginning of the 3rd, around the late 27th century BCE. If this dating is correct, the enclosure preserves a large-scale experiment in stone construction made before Djoser's architects transformed Saqqara. It stands between the mud-brick royal enclosures of early Egypt and the stone monuments that later defined the Pyramid Age. Its outline was recognized by John Shea Perring in 1837, recorded by Carl Richard Lepsius between 1842 and 1846, and noted again by Jacques de Morgan in 1897. From ground level, collapsed masonry and drifting sand reduced much of it to broad ridges. Early aerial photography finally clarified the rectangular plan and revealed a deliberately planned monumental precinct. The first known excavation was conducted in 1947 and 1948 under Abdel Salam Hussein. His nickname, El-Mudir, meaning the director, became attached to the ruins. Because the campaign was never fully published, later archaeologists inherited an immense monument without a reliable account of its early trenches. Systematic investigation began in the 1990s with the National Museums of Scotland's Saqqara Survey Project, directed by Ian Mathieson, with researchers including Anna Tavares. Clearing the entire enclosure was impractical, so the team combined topographical mapping with magnetometry, electrical resistance survey, and ground-penetrating radar. These methods traced buried wall lines and guided excavation. Trenches confirmed that the visible ridges concealed an engineered wall, 2 limestone faces built several meters apart, with the space between them packed with smaller stone, crushed material, gravel, and sand. The design created enormous mass without requiring every block to be finely dressed. The masonry is important because it is less refined than the stonework of later pyramids. Many blocks were roughly shaped and laid in uneven courses. Rather than indicating incompetence, this may preserve an early stage in which builders were translating forms previously made in mud brick into limestone at unprecedented scale, quarrying, transporting, and setting enough material for walls extending for roughly 2 kilometers still required surveying, organized labor, food supply, and centralized command. The achievement was not microscopic precision, but the decision to use stone across an entire royal landscape before such construction became standard. No inscription identifies the builder. The leading candidate is Kasekemwi, the last ruler of the Second Dynasty, who reigned shortly before Djoser and sponsored major building projects. At Abydos, his funerary complex included the huge mud brick enclosure now called Shunet el Zabib, while another imposing enclosure associated with him survives at Heracompolis. These monuments may provide the architectural background for Gisr el-Mudir, vast ceremonial precincts linked to kingship, burial ritual, and royal authority. A stone enclosure at Saqqara could have been a northern counterpart near Memphis, yet no seal, foundation deposit, inscribed block, or royal name proves that Kasekemwi ordered it. Other proposals connect it with Ninetjer, or place it more generally in the late Second Dynasty. The absence of a confirmed tomb does not exclude a funerary purpose. At Abydos, royal enclosures were separate from the king's underground graves, and may have hosted offerings, processions, temporary structures, and ceremonies displaying royal power. Gisr el-Mudir could have performed a similar role. Its immense interior may have accommodated ritual gatherings or festivals connected with the renewal of kingship, including ceremonies comparable to the Sed festival. This remains uncertain because no complete arrangement of shrines, courts, or permanent buildings survives inside the enclosure. Another explanation is that the project was never completed. Early royal monuments were tied closely to individual reigns, and work could stop when a king died or political priorities changed. The walls may have been the first stage of a larger complex whose central buildings were never constructed. That would explain the empty interior without requiring an unknown ritual design. However, archaeologists have not found foundation trenches for a central pyramid or a clear sequence proving that construction ended midway through a known plan. The most extraordinary feature of Gilgal Rephaim is not simply its size, but the fact that an immense circular monument of basalt stands inside a landscape already crowded with megalithic tombs. From above, its design becomes unmistakable. A central cairn enclosed by 4 concentric rings, linked by radial walls and broken by large entrances. The outer circuit measures roughly 150 to 160 meters across, while some surviving walls rise more than 2 meters and extend over 3 meters in width. Its builders moved and stacked about 40,000 tons of basalt, creating one of the largest prehistoric monuments in the southern Levant. The site is known in Arabic as Rujum el-Hiri and in modern Hebrew as Gilgal Rephaim, often translated as the Wheel of Spirits or the Wheel of Giants. Its real mystery is more compelling than the legends attached to its name. A population without writing, engines, cranes, or an identified central government organized enough labor to turn volcanic stone into a design fully visible only from the air. The monument entered modern archaeological records after surveys conducted in 1967 and 1968 by Shmaria Gutman and Claire Epstein. Systematic work followed in the 1980s and early 1990s through the Land of Geshur Archaeological Project. Excavators examined the rings, entrances, and central cairn, yet the amount of material recovered was remarkably small. For a structure of this scale, the absence of workshops, food remains, dense occupation layers, or permanent buildings is striking. The evidence points to occasional gathering rather than permanent occupation. Dating the complex remains difficult because basalt itself cannot be radiocarbon dated. Many archaeologists place construction around 3000 to 2700 BCE, though dates ranging from the Chalcolithic to later Bronze Age phases have been proposed. Excavations led by Josef Garfinkel and Michael Freichmann in 2007, with further work in 2010, examined the chronology and central tomb. The results were inconclusive. Pottery was sparse, the layers were disturbed, and the cairn had been robbed in antiquity. Archaeologists still debate whether the burial chamber belonged to the original plan or was inserted into an older ceremonial enclosure. At the center stands a cairn about 20 meters in diameter and nearly 5 meters high. Inside it is a corbelled chamber, reached through a narrow passage. A copper pin found in a passage influenced dating arguments, but one displaced object cannot date the entire monument. If the tomb was original, the rings may have been built around the burial of an exceptionally powerful person. If it was later, a much older monument was deliberately claimed and transformed by another community. The surrounding plateau makes the puzzle larger. Rujmelhiri does not stand alone, but within one of the densest megalithic landscapes in the region. Thousands of dolmens have been documented across the Golan, and one study identified a cluster of at least 265 complex megalithic structures near the monument. Some are simple chambers formed by upright slabs and a capstone. Others include corridors, circular mounds, multiple chambers, or elaborate facades. Their number reveals a long tradition of quarrying, transport, balance, and collective labor. Archaeologists excavated a monumental dolmen elsewhere on the Golan, whose burial chamber was covered by a capstone estimated at roughly 50 tons. The underside carried engraved forms resembling arcs or trident-like shapes, an extremely rare feature among the dolmens of the Levant. Moving such a slab and carving its hidden ceiling implies unexpectedly complex social organization. The builders were not merely placing convenient stones over graves, they were creating enclosed architectural spaces whose most carefully made details would disappear from view once the tomb was sealed. Landscape analysis has also identified numerous Chalcolithic sites and several substantial early Bronze Age settlements within walking distance. One study counted 52 Chalcolithic sites within 5 kilometers, while 4 large fortified settlements from the early Bronze Age existed in the same broad zone. Labor may therefore have been gathered periodically from several communities that shared the plateau and a common ceremonial tradition. The project may represent cooperation between settlements rather than a single ruler's command. This possibility changes the scale of the mystery. Gilgal Rephaim may have served communities spread across an entire territory rather than one settlement located beside it. Groups could have arrived during particular seasons, contributed labor, performed ceremonies, and then returned to their villages. Such a system would explain how a monumental center could exist without a surrounding city, although it does not explain what belief was strong enough to unite those communities, or how construction was coordinated across generations. The geometry of the rings has long inspired astronomical theories. The broad northeastern entrance and an internal passage appeared to face the approximate position of sunrise near the summer solstice, leading some researchers to describe the site as a calendar or ceremonial observatory. Yet this interpretation remains uncertain. The walls are irregular, several sections are incomplete, and the construction date itself is disputed. Recent remote sensing research has further argued that tectonic movement altered the monument's orientation over thousands of years, making alignments measured today unreliable for reconstructing the original sky. The study concluded that the present arrangement cannot securely prove that the entrances and radial walls were aimed at solstices or other celestial events when first built. Astronomy may still have influenced ceremonies, but the surviving plan cannot safely be treated as a precise prehistoric instrument. The radial walls divide parts of the interior, but they do not form obvious houses or storage rooms. Their purpose may instead have been to control movement and experience. Anyone entering the complex would pass from the exposed plateau into successive enclosed rings before reaching the center, making the architecture itself part of a ritual. The monument could have functioned as an assembly ground, funerary center, territorial marker, or a combination of these roles during different periods. The entrances may have guided groups through predetermined routes, while the increasingly restricted spaces, closer to the cairn, separated ordinary participants from those permitted to approach the center. This interpretation remains hypothetical, but it fits the physical layout better than the idea of a settlement or fortress. Its walls were designed to organize space, not to provide comfortable rooms or straightforward military defense. What makes Gilgal Rephaim exceptional is not imaginary lost technology, but the scale of coordination hidden behind apparently simple stonework. One estimate places the required effort above 25,000 working days. That labor created a place with almost no evidence of ordinary domestic life, surrounded by hundreds of tombs and connected to a wider landscape containing thousands more. The basalt may have been locally available, but every stone still had to be selected, moved, lifted, and positioned. The largest walls demanded a continuous supply of material, planned routes across uneven ground, and groups capable of working toward a shared design. Even without advanced machinery, such construction required leadership, accumulated knowledge, food for workers, and an agreement that the monument justified years of effort. Recent aerial analysis has added another layer to the debate by comparing Rujam El Hiri with other circular stone complexes across the Golan. Rather than treating it as a completely isolated Stonehenge, researchers have begun to see it as the largest expression of a regional architectural language. The comparison does not solve its purpose, but it weakens the idea that the plan was created for one unique astronomical event. It may instead have combined several functions over time, with different communities rebuilding, reusing, and reinterpreting the rings. That possibility also explains why pottery from more than one period appears at the site, while the stone architecture itself resists precise dating. When researchers began separating the masonry of Belogradchik from the cliffs around it, they faced a startling realization. Much of the fortress had never been built at all. Its strongest walls were natural towers of red rock, while human builders had only sealed the gaps between them. What appeared to be one gigantic man-made citadel was actually a military system created by two forces separated by more than 200 million years: Triassic geology and ancient engineering. Belogradchik stands in northwestern Bulgaria, about 1.5 kilometers from the modern town and close to the passes of Stara Planina. The surrounding formations consist of red sandstone and conglomerate deposited by continental rivers during the lower Triassic, roughly 250 to 240 million years ago, then fractured, uplifted, and sculpted by erosion. Some pillars rise only a few meters, while the largest approach 200 meters. The archaeological mystery begins with the oldest occupation. At Kozanica Cave, about 6 kilometers away, excavations uncovered lower Paleolithic layers claimed to date to approximately 1.6 to 1.4 million years ago. Later traditions associate the rocks with Thracian communities, although no complete Thracian fortification plan has been identified. Successive rebuilding absorbed or destroyed older traces, leaving the earliest phase uncertain. The first securely documented stronghold emerged under Roman rule between the 1st and 3rd centuries AD. Bulgaria's Ministry of Tourism and the Belogradchik History Museum describe it as a small refuge and observation post, controlling a road connected with Ratiaria, the major Roman center near modern Archar on the Danube. Roman engineers selected the highest inaccessible rock platform and used the cliffs as a ready-made citadel. Instead of constructing a continuous perimeter, they built walls only across the openings left by nature. That choice explains both the fortress's efficiency and its greatest unanswered question. A conventional Roman fort followed a measured plan of walls, towers, and gates. Belogradchik could not be rectangular because every defensive line depended on irregular geology. Engineers had to identify stable cracks, load-bearing ledges, climbable slopes, and hidden approaches, then connect separated rock chambers into one system. No Roman map or survey record survives to show how they analyzed this terrain without contour mapping, aerial photography, or laser scanning. The expanded fortress eventually covered about 10,210 square meters and contained 3 fortified courtyards connected by gates. Its artificial walls reach approximately 12 meters in height and exceed 2 meters in thickness at their foundations, yet the surrounding cliffs rise many times higher. Where another castle would require a massive keep, Belogradchik already possessed one formed by erosion. Human masonry acted almost like stitching, joining natural bastions into a sealed defensive organism. The stronghold remained useful during the Byzantine period and later became part of medieval Bulgaria. Its most important medieval expansion took place under Tsar Ivan Sratsimir, ruler of the Vidin Tsardom, from 1356 to 1396. New walls strengthened the older Roman position, but the builders could not redesign the mountain. Every addition had to fit previous masonry in the cliffs, producing overlapping phases rather than clean archaeological layers. Ottoman forces captured the fortress in 1396 and repeatedly repaired it. Large-scale reconstruction during the early 19th century adapted the complex for firearms and a permanent garrison. The visible monument therefore combines Roman foundations, medieval Bulgarian work, and Ottoman walls created across more than 15 centuries. This mixture makes dating difficult. A reused block may be older than the wall containing it, while a passage may have been widened centuries after it was first cut. Its military value was tested in 1850, when rebels during the uprising in northwestern Bulgaria attempted to seize Belogradchik, but failed to overcome the Ottoman garrison before reinforcements arrived. The fortress was used again during the Serbo-Bulgarian War of 1885, its last major military role. Belogradchik endured because each new power inherited cliffs that could not burn, rot, or lose mortar, while damaged walls between them could be repaired. The monument visible today is partly reconstructed, which complicates interpretation further. Archaeologists must distinguish ancient fabric from medieval repairs, Ottoman artillery modifications, and modern restoration. Without extensive inscriptions or an undisturbed sequence of deposits, not every wall can be assigned confidently to a particular ruler or campaign. Belogradchik is therefore not a frozen Roman fortress, but a military palimpsest whose earliest design survives beneath later construction. The rocks add another layer of mystery. Erosion created formations known as the Madonna, the Horseman, the Monks, Adam and Eve, and the Bear. They are natural rather than carved statues, but their human shapes inspired legends of petrified people, forbidden love, and divine punishment. Science explains their formation through sedimentation, uplift, fracturing, and weathering, yet the resemblance remains so convincing that the boundary between landscape and architecture can become difficult to see. Belogradchik's real mystery requires no lost civilization or supernatural explanation. Roman engineers, medieval Bulgarian rulers, and Ottoman planners all recognized that the mountain already contained the essential fortress. Their achievement was determining where nature's defenses were sufficient, where masonry was unavoidable, and how irregular cliffs could be transformed into one coordinated system. Nearly 2,000 years later, the structure still hides the exact sequence of decisions that made stone formed hundreds of millions of years ago function as one of Bulgaria's most durable fortifications. The Grand Menhir Brise at Lokmariaker was the largest stone ever raised by Neolithic people. Before breaking apart, the orthogneiss monolith measured approximately 20.6 meters and weighed between 280 and more than 300 tons, making it taller than a 6-story building and roughly as heavy as 200 modern cars. It was erected around 4700 BC on the Lokmariaker Peninsula in Brittany, more than 2,000 years before the Great Pyramid of Giza and about 15 centuries before Stonehenge's main stone phase. Yet its builders possessed no iron tools, wheeled transport, cranes, or written plans. The 4 enormous fragments now lying on the ground are all that remains of an engineering operation whose labor force, lifting system, and construction sequence are still unknown. Geological examination identifies the block as orthogneiss rather than ordinary local granite, indicating that it was transported from an outcrop several kilometers away. Moving such a stone required far more than gathering enough people to pull ropes. The monolith first had to be detached without splitting, lowered safely, hauled across uneven terrain, and placed beside a prepared socket. Timber rollers are often proposed, but a load exceeding 280 tons could crush them or drive them into soft soil unless the route was reinforced. Wooden sledges, lubricated tracks, and earthen ramps remain possible, although no surviving evidence shows which combination was used. The achievement does not require machines unknown to archaeology. but it reveals technical planning and social organization on an extraordinary scale for Atlantic farming communities of the 5th millennium BC. Excavations conducted between 1986 and 1992 radically changed the interpretation of Locmariaquer. Archaeologists investigating the Grand Menhir, the Table des Marchands, and the Air Gras Mound identified sockets belonging to a row of 19 large stelae, of which the Grand Menhir appears to have been the largest. This showed that the colossal stone was not an isolated monument, but part of an organized ceremonial landscape. Because the stelae differed in size, the alignment may have expressed hierarchy rather than simple repetition. Its construction required a community capable of obtaining stone from separate sources, coordinating large workforces, and controlling a prominent location beside the Gulf of Morbihan, where sea level was lower and the coastline differed significantly from the modern landscape. What destroyed this alignment remains unresolved. The Grand Menhir broke into 4 principal sections, probably during the Neolithic period, but specialists continue to debate whether it collapsed naturally, failed while being raised, or was deliberately pulled down. Earthquake damage has been suggested, as have weaknesses within the exceptionally long stone. Intentional destruction is especially important because several major stelae from the region were later broken and incorporated into tombs. If the Locmariaquer alignment was dismantled deliberately, the event may represent a political or religious transformation in which the sacred symbols of one generation were converted into monuments belonging to another. Archaeology can document the destruction, but it cannot identify the people who ordered it or explain their motive. The clearest evidence of this transformation survives inside the Table des Marchands, a passage grave generally dated to around 3900–3800 BC. Its ceiling slab was not quarried specifically for the tomb. Archaeologists Charles Tanguy Leroux and Jean Lelguac demonstrated that its broken decoration connects with a slab reused in the Gavrinis cairn across the water. With a possible third section associated with Air Gras, the fragments once formed an ornamented stele approximately 14 meters long. Carvings extending across the fractured surfaces include a handled axe, curved signs, and an enormous horned animal. The Gavrinis section was transported for more than 4 kilometers, probably across the Ore River, proving that the builders deliberately relocated monumental fragments rather than merely using nearby rubble. This reuse creates one of Locmariaquer's deepest mysteries. Why would a community destroy an earlier carved monument that had required immense effort and then conceal parts of its imagery inside burial chambers? Practical recycling is not a complete explanation because smaller local stones would have been easier to move and install. The fragments may have transferred ancestral power into new monuments, preserved the authority of an earlier tradition, or symbolized its defeat. Their images were produced thousands of years before writing appeared in Western Europe, leaving no accompanying text. Archaeologists have interpreted the motifs as axes, staffs, cattle, agricultural devices, or emblems of rank, but their original meaning remains uncertain. Beside the broken menhir, the Air Gras tumulus reveals another level of prehistoric ambition. In its restored form, the trapezoidal monument extends approximately 140 meters, measuring about 16 meters wide at its northern end and 26 meters at the south. Excavation showed that it developed through several construction phases rather than being completed from a single design. A smaller central structure was gradually enlarged into an immense mound containing a closed burial chamber. Radiocarbon evidence from a nearby pit holding a pair of domesticated cattle dates ritual activity to the late 6th or early 5th millennium BC, before the final monumental complex had taken shape. The site was therefore rebuilt and reinterpreted across multiple generations. The Table des Marchands also illustrates how modern archaeology reshaped what survives. A documented excavation occurred in 1811 under Mordet de Peignot, followed by 20th century investigations involving Zachary Lerouzic and later specialists. For centuries, the chamber had stood exposed after much of its cairn disappeared. During the archaeological program completed in 1992, the surrounding mound was reconstructed to protect the interior engravings and represent the monument's probable original appearance. Visitors therefore enter a structure combining authentic Neolithic slabs with evidence-based modern restoration, while the grand menhir's fragments remain lying nearby in positions close to those recorded by archaeologists. Rakchi, known as the Temple of Viracocha, preserves one of the most extraordinary architectural experiments ever attempted by the Inca, a monumental roofed hall built around a single central wall that once rose almost 18 meters above the Andean plain. Located beside the Vilcanota River in Canchis province, approximately 110 kilometers southeast of Cusco and about 3,480 meters above sea level, the structure looks nothing like the compact stone temples usually associated with the empire. Its central wall extends for roughly 92 meters, while the original building was about 25 meters wide and covered an area exceeding 2,000 square meters. The lower courses were constructed from volcanic stone, but the enormous upper wall was made from adobe. Even after centuries of erosion and destruction, it remains among the tallest surviving walls built by the Inca. The first Europeans to describe the place encountered it only after the Inca Empire had collapsed. Pedro Cieza de Leon, who traveled through the southern Andes during the 1540s, recorded a great building at Cacha, associated with Viracocha, the creator deity of several Andean traditions. Juan de Betanzos, writing around 1551, repeated a story in which Viracocha appeared in the region and was later honored with a sanctuary. Yet colonial sources never produced a consistent history of the monument. Different accounts attributed its construction, or enlargement, to Inca Viracocha, Pachacuti, Tupac Inca Yupanqui, or Huayna Capac. Archaeology broadly places the monumental Inca phase in the 15th century, but ceramics and occupation remains demonstrate that Rakchi was important long before the empire reached its maximum extent. The building's surviving wall is often mistaken for the side of an unfinished structure, but it originally stood along the center of a vast hall. 2 rows of circular columns ran parallel to it, dividing the interior into long aisles and supporting a steeply pitched roof. Their stone bases remain visible, and archaeological reconstruction indicates that the upper portions were made from adobe. If the entire space was roofed, as the column arrangement strongly suggests, Rakchi contained one of the largest covered interiors in pre-Columbian South America. The span would have demanded long timber beams, tightly bound rafters, heavy layers of thatch, and a carefully balanced system capable of resisting powerful winds at high altitude. No original beams have survived, and no written Inca construction plan explains how the roof was assembled. The nearest large forests were far from the treeless plateau, meaning that suitable timber had to be selected, cut, and transported over considerable distances. Thousands of workers could have been mobilized through the Mita labor system, but no record identifies the communities involved, the source of the wood, the duration of construction, or the specialists who directed the project. The column bases prove that an enormous framework existed, yet the exact arrangement of beams, ties, and supports remains hypothetical. Rakchi is equally unusual because of its material. Famous Inca monuments such as Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, and the temples of Cusco relied heavily on precisely fitted stone, but the upper section of Rakchi was built from earth. Adobe reduced the total weight of the structure and may have performed better than solid masonry during seismic movement, while the stone foundation resisted moisture and impact near ground level. However, adobe is highly vulnerable to prolonged rain. The original roof must therefore have extended beyond the walls to shield them, while the surface probably required repeated replastering by specialized workers. The survival of the central wall for more than 5 centuries does not mean it was indestructible. It shows that the builders understood how stone, earth, and timber could perform different structural roles within the same system. Once the roof vanished, rainfall began eroding the exposed adobe, and earthquakes weakened unsupported sections. Because the timber framework is gone, modern engineers cannot determine exactly how the complete building distributed loads or responded to seismic shocks. The ruin preserves the result of the system, but not enough of the system itself to recreate it with certainty. Colonial tradition claims that Spanish forces burned the temple during the campaigns against Manco Inca in the 1530s. Fire could have destroyed the thatch and timber while leaving the central earthen mass standing. However, the present condition cannot be explained by one event alone. Earthquakes, seasonal rain, abandonment, removal of reusable materials, and later occupation all contributed to the destruction. Archaeologists have not identified a single intact collapse layer that records the building's final moments, so the sequence by which the roof, columns, and outer walls disappeared remains uncertain. The monument was only the center of a much larger complex. East of the temple stand approximately 150 circular structures arranged in parallel rows. Traditionally identified as kulkas, or state storehouses, many measure between 8 and 10 meters in diameter. Their number suggests storage far beyond the requirements of a small religious settlement. They may have contained maize, potatoes, dried chuño, textiles, weapons, or supplies for officials and armies traveling between Cusco and the Lake Titicaca Basin. Rakchi stood beside a major branch of the Capac Ñan, the imperial road system that connected the administrative heart of the empire with its southern territories. Nearby plazas, residential compounds, water channels, and enclosed ceremonial areas reveal that Rakchi served several functions simultaneously. It could receive travelers, support officials, redistribute supplies, and stage religious ceremonies within the same planned landscape. This combination makes it difficult to define as merely a temple. It was also an administrative station, a logistical center, and a highly visible statement of imperial authority, positioned along one of the most important corridors in the southern Andes. Excavations later complicated the apparently simple explanation of the circular buildings. Archaeological research associated with Bill Sillar, Emily Dean, and Amelia Perez Trujillo identified hearths, carbonized plant remains, and utilitarian ceramics linked to the Wari period inside parts of the sector. The Wari flourished centuries before the Inca, approximately between AD 600 and 1000. Their presence suggests that some structures or activity zones may have originated as an earlier settlement, production center, or labor installation before being reused and transformed by the Inca. Rakchi may therefore represent several construction phases rather than one unified 15th century project. This earlier occupation changes the meaning of the entire site. Rakchi lies beneath the extinct Kinsachata volcanic complex, beside a landscape shaped by ancient eruptions. In Andean belief, mountains, springs, unusual rocks, and volcanic formations could be regarded as huacas, sacred places where political territory and supernatural power overlapped. The Inca may not have selected Rakchi simply because it occupied a convenient route. They may have taken control of a place already respected by local communities and transformed it into an official sanctuary dedicated to Viracocha. Karnak alignments is the largest surviving concentration of prehistoric stone rows ever created, a 4-kilometer system of nearly 3,000 granite menhirs arranged across the landscape of southern Brittany, France. Distributed over roughly 40 hectares, the stones form long avenues rather than a single circle or isolated monument. Some rise only a few dozen centimeters above the ground, while the Giant of Manio reaches approximately 6.5 meters. What makes Karnak extraordinary is not simply the number of stones, but the fact that Neolithic communities organized them into a monumental landscape thousands of years before written plans, metal tools, or centralized states appeared in Western Europe. The complex was not built at one moment. Archaeological evidence places the wider megalithic activity of the Morbihan region between approximately 5000 and 2300 BCE, when farming communities were transforming the Atlantic coast. More precise evidence emerged in 2025 from the La Plasca site near Karnak. A team connected with the Neosea project, led by archaeologist Bettina Schultz-Paulsen of the University of Gothenburg, analyzed nearly 50 radiocarbon samples together with charcoal and sediment evidence. The results dated part of the stone row system to between 4600 and 4300 BCE. This makes the Morbihan monuments among the earliest securely dated megalithic constructions in Europe, more than a millennium older than the major stone phase of Stonehenge, which began around 2500 BCE. Karnak is usually divided into three principal groups: Menek, Kermario, and Kerleskan. Menek contains more than 1,000 stones arranged in multiple rows extending for over a kilometer. Kermario includes the largest and most visually imposing blocks, while Kerleskan preserves another ordered field ending near a stone enclosure. Their precise original limits remain uncertain because roads, houses, agriculture, and stone removal fragmented the prehistoric landscape. The rows visible today may therefore represent only the surviving core of a much larger network that once linked standing stones, enclosures, burial mounds, passage tombs, and isolated monumental stelae. The greatest engineering mystery is not how a single stone was raised, but how thousands of them were selected, transported, positioned, and maintained as one coordinated project. Most were made from local granite, reducing the need for extremely long-distance transport. Yet local origin does not make the task simple. Granite blocks weighing several tons had to be separated from natural outcrops, moved across irregular ground, and inserted into prepared sockets. Without cranes, wheeled transport, or iron tools, the builders probably depended on wooden sledges, ropes, rollers, levers, earthen ramps, and large work crews. Experimental archaeology shows that such methods can move heavy stones, but Karnak multiplies the problem thousands of times. Each successful erection required food supplies, labor scheduling, knowledge of the terrain, and agreement among communities whose settlements have left no administrative records. The stones were not positioned as perfectly straight, machine-surveyed lines, as popular descriptions sometimes claim. Their rows respond to slopes, ridges, and changes in the terrain, and UNESCO's assessment emphasizes that the monuments were deliberately related to local geomorphology, waterways, and natural features. This makes the design more complicated, not less. The builders were not imposing a simple geometric grid on an empty field. They were converting an existing landscape into a structured sequence of routes, barriers, and gathering spaces. The repeated orientation of stones across kilometers suggests planning, but the system used to transfer directions over long distances remains unknown. Wooden sighting poles and cords could have provided practical alignment, yet no surviving evidence identifies the actual measuring procedure. Another deliberate feature is the changing scale of the menhirs. In several rows, the largest stones stand near one end, while progressively smaller blocks continue outward. This controlled variation argues against random accumulation. It may have guided movement toward an enclosure, marked zones of increasing ritual importance, or created a visual effect in which distance and size altered the observer's perception. Recent interpretation by the Centre des Monuments Nationaux proposes that some rows formed routes leading toward spaces regarded as sacred, especially the enclosures located at their ends. This hypothesis explains why Karnak was built as lines rather than circles, but it does not reveal what happened along those routes or who was permitted to enter the enclosed areas. Burial monuments surrounding the alignments provide important clues without solving the problem. The Saint-Michel tumulus, chambered tombs, and other funerary structures show that death, ancestry, and commemoration shaped the region's monumental landscape. Yet the alignments themselves are not simply rows of graves. Excavations have not revealed a burial beneath every menhir, and their enormous spatial organization exceeds the requirements of an ordinary cemetery. They may instead have connected places associated with the dead, turning the landscape into a ceremonial system through which communities approached tombs, ancestral territories, or restricted meeting grounds. Astronomical explanations have been proposed for more than 2 centuries. In 1805, A. Maudet de Penhoet argued that the stones represented stars, while later researchers searched for orientations towards solstice sunrises, sunsets, and lunar extremes. During the 20th century, engineer Alexander Thom examined megalithic sites in Britain and Brittany as possible astronomical instruments based on standardized measurements. Some lines at Karnak can be associated with celestial directions, but the irregular terrain, missing stones, later restoration, and enormous number of possible sightlines make accidental matches difficult to exclude. No single astronomical model explains Menek, Kermario, and Kerleskan as one functional observatory. The builders may have acknowledged solar or seasonal events, but evidence that the entire complex operated as a precise calendar remains inconclusive. Modern investigation began long after many stones had already been displaced. In 1834, British engineers Francis Ronalds and Alexander Blair produced one of the earliest detailed surveys and accurate drawings of the monuments. Scottish antiquarian James Milne settled in Karnak in 1873 and carried out major excavations at Kermario and other nearby sites, publishing his findings in 1877 and 1881. Milne trained the young local researcher Zachary Larouzic, who later became one of Brittany's most important specialists in megalithic archaeology. Larouzic directed excavations, documented monuments, and restored numerous fallen menhirs before his death in 1939. His work preserved the site, but it also created a modern complication. Some stones standing today were re-erected rather than found upright. Restoration campaigns between the late 19th and early 20th centuries attempted to recover rows damaged by farming, quarrying, and construction. Larouzic marked many restored stones with small reddish mortar plaques during the 1920s and 1930s, allowing researchers to distinguish certain interventions. Official records state that numerous stones were moved during the 1880s and 1890s. Consequently, Karnak is both an authentic Neolithic landscape and a monument partly reshaped by early conservation. Archaeologists must separate prehistoric placement from later reconstruction before testing theories about exact direction, spacing, or astronomical accuracy. Kalakol Pillar Site, known as Namoratunga II, is one of the few ancient monuments in Africa whose greatest mystery is not how its stones were raised, but whether 19 rough basalt pillars once functioned as a machine for measuring the sky. Standing west of Lake Turkana in northern Kenya, the monument consists of upright stones enclosed by a low circular arrangement of smaller rocks. Namoratunga is commonly translated from Turkana as people of stone, a fitting name for columns resembling silent figures. Unlike the communal cemeteries elsewhere around the lake, Kalakol has produced no confirmed human burials, inscriptions, settlement plan, or surviving explanation. Its simplicity is exactly what makes it difficult to understand. The site entered international debate in 1978, when archaeologists B.M. Lynch and L.H. Robbins published a study in Science proposing that Kalakol preserved the earliest known archaeoastronomical system south of the Sahara. They compared directions formed by pairs of pillars with the rising positions of Sirius, Aldebaran, Bellatrix, the Pleiades, stars in central Orion, Saiph, and Triangulum. They suggested that the alignments reflected a 354-day lunar calendar associated with Cushitic-speaking communities of southern Ethiopia, especially the Borana, whose calendar was regulated through observations of the moon and selected stars. If correct, these stones were not memorials, but a fixed instrument translating the sky into a system of time. Such knowledge would have been practical in the Turkana Basin. Mobile herders needed to anticipate seasonal rain, pasture, animal breeding, ceremonies, and long journeys. A 12-month lunar year is about 11 days shorter than the solar year, so it drifts away from the seasons unless observations are used to correct it. Ethnographic descriptions of the Borana calendar showed that relationships between lunar phases and stars could regulate the annual cycle without writing. Lynch and Robbins therefore argued that Kalakol's builders may have marked stellar rising points with stone sightlines. The evidence never produced a secure answer. The pillars are natural basalt slabs rather than precisely cut blocks, and several lean, fracture, or differ greatly in height. 19 stones also create many possible viewing lines. When numerous pairs are compared with numerous stars, some matches may appear by chance. In 1986, Lawrence Doyle and Thomas Wilcox reanalyzed the arrangement statistically in Azania and questioned whether the proposed correspondences were strong enough to prove intentional design. Later researchers also disputed which stones remained in their original positions and whether the ancient stellar locations had been reconstructed for the correct period. The same arrangement could therefore represent a real calendar or a pattern produced by selective matching. Dating deepened the problem. Early interpretations placed Kalokol around 300 BC, a chronology that seemed compatible with the cultural comparisons used in the astronomical theory. Between 2007 and 2009, Elizabeth Hildebrand, John Shea, Catherine Grillo, and colleagues surveyed and tested 4 West Turkana pillar sites. Their 2011 report in the Journal of Field Archaeology presented a radiocarbon sample associated with Kalokol dating to approximately 2398 BC, with an uncertainty of 44 years, while the wider evidence suggested that sites near Kalokol may have been active around 3,800 radiocarbon years before present. The sample does not automatically date every pillar, but it pushed activity at the location deep into the pastoral Neolithic, potentially 2 millennia earlier than the original model assumed. This chronological shift matters because resemblance to a historically recorded calendar does not prove cultural continuity across thousands of years. The Borana system was documented far to the northeast in a much later setting. If Kalokol belongs to the 3rd millennium BC, archaeologists must explain how a particular astronomical tradition survived, migrated, or developed independently across an enormous span of time. The older date does not disprove stellar observation. It would instead imply sophisticated sky knowledge among early pastoral communities far earlier than first proposed. Kalokol formed part of a wider monumental landscape created as herding spread through eastern Africa. Hildebrand and Grillo argued in Antiquity in 2012 that Turkana's pillar sites appeared during major climatic and economic change roughly 5,000 to 4,000 years ago. The African humid period was ending, rainfall became less predictable, and Lake Turkana retreated from earlier high shorelines. Cattle, sheep, and goats were becoming increasingly important. Communities moving through this unstable region built permanent stone landmarks, even though their camps may have been temporary. That contradiction is central to Kalokol. Mobile people invested organized labor in a place intended to remain fixed. Nearby monuments reveal what such construction could achieve, but they also show why Kalokol must not be confused with them. Lothagam North has a platform about 30 meters across and a mortuary cavity estimated to contain at least 580 individuals. Jarigole, on the eastern side of the lake, also contained burials and elaborate ornaments. These sites prove that early herders could coordinate large communal projects without cities, kings, or an obvious hereditary elite. Kalokol is different. Its 19 pillars stand within a stone enclosure, yet no comparable mass grave has been identified. It may have served rituals, assemblies, territorial marking, astronomical observation, or several functions over time. The basalt itself raises another question. The pillars were not standardized, suggesting that their natural appearance mattered. Even so, selecting, transporting, lifting, and stabilizing 19 heavy slabs required planning, ropes, levers, prepared ground, and coordinated teams. No equipment survives, and no central tomb or building clearly explains the labor. Its value must have depended on a ceremony, history, agreement, or observational practice that archaeology can no longer recover. Preservation prevents a final verdict. Upright stones can shift through erosion, livestock, earthquakes, human disturbance, or later attempts to reset fallen pillars. A small displacement changes an astronomical direction enough to destroy a real alignment or create a false one. Researchers must reconstruct both the ancient sky and the original monument, yet the undisturbed foundation of every pillar is not known. What survives may be the builder's arrangement, a damaged version of it, or a layout partly altered long after construction. Archaeological remains compelling because neither main explanation is complete. Calling it an observatory risks imposing famous stars on a flexible network of sightlines. Calling it merely ceremonial does not explain why these 19 pillars were placed in this pattern. Archaeology confirms a planned megalithic monument associated with the rise of pastoralism around Lake Turkana, but it has not recovered the rules governing its design. Nearly half a century after the 1978 claim, the stones still stand between measurement and belief. They may preserve one of Africa's oldest systems for organizing time through the stars, or they may show how easily modern observers create constellations inside a monument whose true language disappeared thousands of years ago. Few monuments in human history were deliberately placed where almost no one could read them. Rising nearly 100 meters above the ancient royal road through the Zagros Mountains in western Iran, the Behistun relief was commissioned by King Darius I of the Achaemenid Empire around 520 BCE. Stretching approximately 22 meters wide and almost 8 meters high, it remains one of antiquity's greatest inscriptions. Yet its greatest mystery is not what it says, but why it was carved onto a near-vertical limestone cliff that was almost impossible to reach. More than 2.5 millennia later, archaeologists still cannot fully explain that decision. The monument overlooks the route linking Mesopotamia with the Iranian plateau, one of the most important trade and military corridors of the ancient Near East. Countless merchants, diplomats, and armies passed beneath it, but although the towering figures were visible from below, the thousands of wedge-shaped characters surrounding them were far too distant to read. Unlike Egyptian temple inscriptions, Assyrian palace reliefs, or Greek public decrees that were created to be read by people, Behistun appears to have been designed to be seen but not truly accessed, making it one of the most unusual royal monuments ever created. At the center stands Darius I, carved larger than every other figure to emphasize his authority. Beneath his foot lies Gaumata, the man Darius claimed had usurped the Persian throne by pretending to be Bardia, the dead son of Cyrus the Great. Behind the king stand 2 attendants, while before him 9 bound rebels represent provinces that challenged his rule after he became king in 522 BCE. Above them floats Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity of Zoroastrian belief, extending the ring of kingship to Darius and reinforcing his claim that his rule was sanctioned by divine authority. Surrounding the relief are more than 1,200 lines of cuneiform, written in Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian Akkadian. Together, they contain roughly 8,000 words, making Behistun one of the longest surviving royal inscriptions from the ancient world. Although the 3 texts tell essentially the same story, centuries later, this multilingual design became something far greater than imperial propaganda. It provided the linguistic key that eventually unlocked entire civilizations whose written history had been lost for nearly 2,000 years. The monument's greatest unanswered question, however, is not linguistic, but architectural. The limestone cliff offered almost no natural ledges, no permanent working platforms, and no easy route for transporting tools, timber, and supplies. Even modern climbers, equipped with ropes and steel anchors, consider parts of the cliff difficult to reach. Archaeologists agree that extensive wooden scaffolding must have been constructed, yet no physical trace of it has ever survived. Whether builders worked upward from the base or suspended platforms from above remains unknown, and no surviving record explains how such a massive operation was organized on such dangerous terrain. The carvings themselves make the engineering challenge even more remarkable. The figures display carefully proportioned anatomy, sharply defined facial features, and deeply cut cuneiform signs that remain readable after more than 25 centuries of exposure. Many individual wedge marks measure only a few centimeters across, meaning every chisel strike required extraordinary precision. On a nearly vertical rock face, a single mistake could have ruined entire columns of text, yet the finished inscription maintains striking consistency across its full length. Even with modern surveying techniques, reproducing that level of accuracy under such conditions would be an extraordinary achievement, making the construction methods behind Behistun one of archaeology's most enduring mysteries. One of the monument's most intriguing mysteries emerged only after the carving had been completed. Archaeological evidence suggests that the original access routes leading directly to the relief were intentionally removed or made unusable. Many historians believe this was a deliberate decision by Darius to prevent vandalism or unauthorized alteration, ensuring that his official version of history would remain permanently beyond human reach. Ironically, the same strategy that protected the inscription for centuries also ensured that later generations could no longer understand it, leaving one of the ancient world's greatest historical records visible but unreadable. For nearly 2,000 years, the monument remained a mystery. Greek writers associated it with the legendary queen Semiramis, while later travelers identified the figures as Hercules, Christ, or even the 12 apostles. By then, the knowledge of cuneiform had vanished entirely, reducing thousands of carefully carved symbols to patterns that no living person could interpret. Everything changed in 1835, when British Army officer Henry Creswick Rawlinson arrived in Persia. Risking his life on narrow ledges high above the valley floor, he painstakingly copied the old Persian inscription and later obtained the remaining sections with the help of local climbers. By comparing repeated royal names and linguistic patterns, Rawlinson successfully deciphered Old Persian cuneiform, laying the foundation for scholars to unlock the Babylonian and Elamite versions as well. What had appeared to be meaningless symbols for centuries suddenly became readable history. The impact extended far beyond Behistun itself. Once the inscription had been deciphered, thousands of cuneiform tablets recovered across Mesopotamia could finally be read. Royal chronicles, diplomatic correspondence, administrative records, and some of humanity's earliest surviving literature emerged from silence after nearly 2 millennia. Entire civilizations that had existed only as names in later traditions regained their own voices, and Behistun became the cornerstone of modern Assyriology, transforming the study of the ancient Near East. Modern science has revealed more details without solving the monument's greatest mysteries. High-resolution photography, laser scanning, and three-dimensional recording have documented weathering with remarkable precision, helping conservators distinguish original carvings from later erosion and monitor microscopic damage across the cliff. At the same time, the exposed limestone has endured centuries of earthquakes, seasonal rainfall, freeze-thaw cycles, and human interference. Yet the principal figures remain astonishingly well preserved, despite more than 25 centuries of exposure. In 2006, UNESCO designated the Behistun inscription a World Heritage Site, recognizing it as an exceptional testimony to the Achaemenid Empire and one of history's most influential written monuments. Much as the Rosetta Stone unlocked Egyptian hieroglyphs, Behistun opened the door to the written history of multiple civilizations across Mesopotamia and ancient Persia, fundamentally changing our understanding of the ancient world. Yet the monument continues to resist complete explanation. Archaeologists still cannot determine exactly how long the project required, how many craftsmen participated, or how labor was organized on such an unforgiving cliff. No contemporary construction records survive, no tools can be directly linked to the work, and no physical remains of the scaffolding have ever been discovered. Thousands of precisely aligned cuneiform signs were carved across an uneven vertical rock face without modern surveying equipment. But the planning methods that made such accuracy possible remain unknown. That may be the greatest legacy of Behistun. It is celebrated as the inscription that restored the lost voices of ancient civilizations, yet the monument itself still guards the secret of its own creation. The words carved into the cliff can now be read, translated, and understood, but the engineering that placed them there remains hidden within the mountain itself. Even in an age of satellites, laser scanners, and digital reconstruction, Behistun continues to pose the same question it has for more than 2,500 years. Not what was written on the cliff, but how an ancient civilization accomplished something so ambitious in a place where it should never have been possible. Brewarina Fish Traps is the largest known Aboriginal stone fish trapping system in Australia, an intricate river structure that once contained approximately 1.8 kilometres of walls arranged across the Barwon River in northwestern New South Wales. Known to the Ngemba people as Biame's Nunhu, it was not a single barrier built to stop the river. It was a network of dry stone walls, curved enclosures, narrow entrances, and interconnected holding pens, designed to exploit changing currents without permanently blocking the passage of water. Its true age remains unknown. Its original plan survives only in fragments, and no archaeological method has yet established when the first stones were placed. The surviving traps extend across a natural rock bar near the town of Brewarina, where exposed bedrock, loose river stones, and a relatively shallow channel created an ideal foundation. Heritage assessments describe the system as nearly half a kilometre long, although early surveys recorded a much greater total length when every enclosure, guiding wall, and connecting structure was counted. 4 major groups of traps once occupied the river. Modern surveys have found visible evidence of only 3, while the upstream group was largely destroyed by later alterations to the channel. Even in this damaged state, the site remains exceptional. Only 4 other Aboriginal fish trap sites are officially recorded in New South Wales, and 3 of those are so eroded that they are mainly visible during drought. Its most remarkable feature was the way its geometry used the river's force instead of resisting it. Many walls formed curved or teardrop-shaped pens with their pointed ends aligned downstream. In engineering terms, these curves behaved like low arches. Water pressure was distributed along the stone walls, while the tapered ends followed the direction of the current and reduced direct impact. The structures remained low enough for floodwater to pass over them, avoiding the enormous pressure that would build against a conventional dam. The traps could therefore function under both high and low flows, a quality specifically recognized in Australia's National Heritage listing. During spring migrations or after heavy rain, large numbers of freshwater fish moved upstream through the Barwon system. The openings of selected pens faced the approaching fish, allowing the current to guide them into a maze of stone enclosures. Anthropologist Robert Hamilton Matthews documented the process after visiting Brewarina around the beginning of the 20th century. In his detailed paper, published in 1903 by the Royal Society of New South Wales, he explained that once enough fish had entered, people closed the openings with large stones kept nearby. They then entered the larger pens, disturbed the water, and drove the fish into smaller compartments where they could be caught more easily. The structure was therefore not a passive basket left in the river, but an adjustable system operated through coordinated human movement. Different sections could be opened or closed according to the direction and level of the flow. The interconnected pens allowed fish to be concentrated gradually rather than trapped against one solid wall, while individual family groups were traditionally responsible for particular sections. This combination of hydraulic design and social organization made the fishery capable of processing seasonal abundance on a scale far beyond ordinary subsistence fishing. Writer Dame Mary Gilmore later recorded accounts from 2 of her uncles claiming that fish runs attracted 5,000 or more Aboriginal people from surrounding regions. The number cannot be independently verified as a precise census, but it reflects the site's remembered importance as a major gathering place rather than a small local installation. The engineering cannot be separated from the cultural system that maintained it. The Ngemba were custodians of the Nunhu, but neighbouring peoples, including the Morawari, Parkinji, Wailwan, Barabinja, Ualarai, and Kamilaroi, were permitted to use the fishery under organised rules. Groups gathered there not only for fishing, but also for trade, ceremonies, initiation, and negotiation. According to Aboriginal tradition, the ancestral being Biame cast a great net across the river to reveal the design, after which his sons Buma Uma Nowi and Ginda Inda Mui built the stone pattern. Individual traps were then allocated to family groups responsible for their operation and repair. Whatever the literal construction history, the tradition preserves an essential technical truth. This was a planned network whose effectiveness depended on collective maintenance over generations. The greatest unresolved question is its age. Claims that the traps are 40,000 years old, or that they are definitively the world's oldest surviving human structure, are frequently repeated, but have never been scientifically demonstrated. The stones themselves cannot be radiocarbon dated, and the river has repeatedly moved, buried, exposed and rearranged them. Repairs also replace displaced stones, meaning the surviving walls may contain material positioned during many different periods. Unlike a sealed archaeological floor, the Nunhu was a working structure continually modified in response to floods, fish movements, and changing river channels. There may never have been one single construction date. Researchers Jeanette Hope and Gary Vines attempted to narrow the possibilities in their 1994 Brewarina Aboriginal Fisheries Conservation Plan by examining the environmental conditions required for the system to operate. Evidence from the Lower Darling River indicates prolonged low-flow periods between approximately 15,000 and 9,000 years ago, followed by another period beginning about 3,000 years ago and continuing into the present. Frequent low water would have made construction and maintenance of stone pens more practical. However, researchers cautioned that these dates come from the Lower Darling and may not correspond exactly to the hydrological history of the Barwon at Brewarina. The evidence identifies possible environmental windows, not the age of the traps themselves. European records confirm that the structure was already extensive when colonists reached the district. In 1848, Commissioner of Crown Lands W.C. Main described numerous stone enclosures in the shallow river and remarked that their construction required considerable labor, ingenuity, and skill. Local observers reportedly told him that even the heaviest floods did not displace the enclosure stones. Riverboat captain William Richard Randall described the rocky fishery after navigating the river in 1859, and surveyor A.W. Mullen produced the first surviving detailed plans in 1906. Mullen's drawings show a system far more complete than what can be seen today, although later fieldwork found that some details had apparently been drawn by eye and were not geographically exact. The disappearance of so much of the system is itself part of the mystery faced by modern investigators. In the mid-19th century, settlers moved stones to create a ford for bullock drays and cleared passages for riverboats. After Brewarina was proclaimed a town in 1863, additional stones were removed for building foundations, roads, and improvements to the crossing. Dray loads were still being taken during the 1920s. Large floods buried sections beneath silt in the 1950s, and construction of Brewarina Weir caused further destruction. The weir, opened in 1971, altered the river's natural flow and eliminated the remaining upstream group of traps. Engineers also excavated a 90-meter channel and poured concrete into the riverbed as part of the original fishway works. Nyemba man Cassidy Samuels protested by chaining himself to safety barriers during blasting, but the construction continued. Hope and Vines surveyed the surviving structures in 1991 and again in 1993, combining field observations with low-level aerial photographs from 1980 and color and infrared photography taken in 1991. Their comparison with Mullen's 1906 plan produced a disturbing result. Of the estimated 1.8 kilometers of original walls, only about 750 meters remained in some form. Approximately half of the structures shown in early plans and photographs left detectable traces, but only about 5% survived substantially intact on their earlier alignments and possibly at their original heights. High water prevented completion of the 1993 field survey, and investigators noted that additional walls may still lie beneath relatively recent silt deposits. The visible ruins may therefore represent only part of what remains underground. This incomplete evidence makes reconstruction unusually difficult. Archaeologists can compare historical maps, photographs, oral histories, and exposed stones, but they cannot always distinguish an ancient wall from a later repair or an undocumented modern reconstruction. Restoration work was undertaken by local Aboriginal workers in the early 1970s, yet the locations and methods were not fully recorded. Further rebuilding occurred in 1996, while some smaller walls may have been rearranged informally by adults and children. Every repair preserved the tradition, but also complicated the archaeological sequence. The site is therefore both an ancient structure and a living cultural landscape, rather than a ruin frozen at one moment in time. The most extraordinary feature of the Blythe intaglios is that their true shapes almost disappear when viewed from the ground. Spread across barren terraces of the Colorado Desert in southeastern California, the enormous human and animal figures become fully recognizable only from above, even though they were created centuries before aircraft existed. The largest human figure measures approximately 171 feet, or 52 meters, from head to foot, longer than an Olympic swimming pool. Together, the best-known Blythe group contains 3 human figures, 2 four-legged animals, and at least 1 spiral, cut into the desert surface roughly 15 miles north of the modern city of Blythe, and only a short distance from the Colorado River. They form part of a much wider archaeological landscape, containing more than 200 recorded geoglyphs, making the lower Colorado River region the most important concentration of large ground figures known in North America. To create them, their makers removed the dark stones covering the desert pavement and exposed the pale soil beneath. Some of the displaced rocks were pushed outward to strengthen the outlines, while repeated movement across the cleared areas compressed the surface. The technique appears simple, yet its scale creates the central engineering mystery. A person working at ground level could see only a small section at a time, unable to judge the proportions of a body extending more than 50 meters across an almost featureless plain. Nevertheless, the builders produced identifiable heads, torsos, arms and legs without surviving plans, measuring devices, or elevated observation platforms. They may have used stakes, cords, and carefully calculated reference points, but archaeology has not recovered direct evidence of the layout system. Unlike the Nazca lines of Peru, where long straight paths and animal figures cover a vast plateau, the Blythe images belong to a regional tradition concentrated mainly beside the lower Colorado River and dominated by monumental human forms. The figures were not truly unknown before modern times. Indigenous communities of the Colorado River had long occupied, traveled through, and understood this landscape. What occurred in 1932 was their introduction to American archaeology after pilot George Palmer photographed or reported the immense forms while flying between Las Vegas and Blythe. His observation brought them to the attention of Arthur Woodward, curator at the Los Angeles Museum, who examined and publicized the site that same year. Archaeologist Malcolm J. Rogers later recorded and sketched the figures in 1939, helping establish them as prehistoric cultural features rather than accidental natural patterns. Further investigation followed, including Michael Harner's 1953 study of the gravel pictographs of the lower Colorado River. Public interest grew rapidly after National Geographic presented the formations in the early 1950s, but increased visitation also brought vehicle tracks, displaced stones, and other damage to surfaces that had survived for generations. Dating the intaglios has proved far more difficult than documenting their dimensions. Because they were made by rearranging surface stones rather than constructing walls or burying organic material, they contain almost nothing that can be dated directly by conventional radiocarbon methods. Early estimates varied widely, ranging from several centuries to several millennia. In 1995, archaeologist J. von Wehlhoff and colleagues published a geoarchaeological study using accelerator mass spectrometry radiocarbon measurements associated with rock varnish deposits from lower Colorado River geoglyphs. 13 samples produced dates extending broadly from about 900 BCE to 1200 CE, demonstrating both the potential antiquity of the regional tradition and the difficulty of assigning one precise construction date to every figure. Such tests do not necessarily date the moment when a stone was moved. They may measure organic material trapped in varnish before or after the geoglyph was made. For that reason, researchers continue to treat the chronology cautiously rather than claiming that all 6 Blythe figures were created simultaneously. Their survival is almost as remarkable as their uncertain age. The lines are not deeply carved trenches but shallow clearings, vulnerable to footsteps, vehicles, and the movement of individual stones. They endured because the Colorado Desert receives little rainfall, supports limited vegetation, and contains stable pavements that can remain largely undisturbed for long periods. Yet preservation was not automatic. Once the site became widely known, modern disturbance proved more destructive than centuries of natural erosion. The Bureau of Land Management therefore erected protective fencing around the principal figures in 1974, and the site was added to the National Register of Historic Places on August 22, 1975. These measures protected the physical outlines, but they could not answer the deeper question raised by every giant body spread across the desert. Who was expected to see them, and why was their message written at a scale greater than ordinary human vision? The question becomes even more intriguing, because the figures were almost certainly never intended as ordinary works of art. Archaeologists generally agree that they belonged to a ceremonial landscape rather than a settlement. Yet the exact purpose remains one of the greatest unresolved mysteries of North American prehistory. Unlike monumental centers such as Chaco Canyon or Cahokia, no large city, temple complex, or permanent ceremonial architecture surrounds the Blythe intaglios. Excavations have recovered only scattered artifacts, including stone tools and occasional pottery fragments, providing little evidence for sustained occupation. Instead, the geoglyphs occupy elevated desert terraces overlooking the Colorado River floodplain, locations that would have been highly visible within the surrounding landscape while remaining isolated from daily domestic life. Their placement suggests deliberate selection, but the reasoning behind those choices has never been conclusively demonstrated. Ethnographic evidence collected during the 20th century offers possible clues without providing definitive answers. Researchers studying the oral traditions of the Mojave and Quechan peoples documented stories describing the creator deity Mastamho, a powerful ancestral being associated with the Colorado River and the shaping of the surrounding world. Some archaeologists have proposed that several human figures may represent Mastamho himself or other mythological ancestors connected with creation narratives, while the animal figures could symbolize companions or sacred beings within the same spiritual tradition. These interpretations are consistent with indigenous beliefs recorded by ethnographers, yet they cannot be verified because no inscriptions accompany the geoglyphs and no surviving oral tradition explicitly identifies each individual figure. As a result, every interpretation remains informed hypothesis rather than established fact. Astronomical explanations have also been investigated, but remain controversial. Several researchers have suggested that certain figures, or associated lines, may roughly correspond with sunrise or sunset positions during solstices, while others argue that any apparent alignments fall within the range expected by chance across such a large landscape. Unlike monuments such as Stonehenge or Chichen Itza, where architectural orientations can be measured with considerable precision, the Blythe intaglios consist primarily of broad outlines without standardized axes or built observation points. Modern surveys have therefore failed to demonstrate a consistent astronomical design shared by every figure. The possibility cannot be completely dismissed, but neither has it gained broad acceptance within archaeological literature. Another mystery concerns the extraordinary amount of planning required before construction even began. Experimental archaeology demonstrates that removing thousands of dark surface stones across an area exceeding hundreds of square meters would have required careful coordination rather than spontaneous effort. Every misplaced section would have distorted the proportions of the completed image, yet the surviving figures maintain recognizable anatomy despite centuries of erosion. This level of organization implies experienced planners directing teams of workers over extended periods. Although no evidence reveals whether measurements were based on ropes, pacing systems, wooden stakes, or traditional geometric methods transmitted through generations, the construction process itself therefore remains invisible within the archaeological record, leaving only the finished designs to hint at the knowledge once possessed by their creators. The broader distribution of geoglyphs throughout the lower Colorado River Valley adds another layer of complexity. Similar figures have been documented across southeastern California, western Arizona, and northern Baja California, indicating that the Blythe intaglios formed part of a much larger cultural tradition rather than an isolated achievement. Despite sharing comparable construction techniques, the figures vary considerably in size, posture, and subject matter, suggesting that different communities participated over long periods instead of following a single master plan. This diversity complicates attempts to identify one specific culture or chronological phase responsible for every geoglyph. Archaeologists increasingly view the landscape as the product of multiple generations, adapting a shared ceremonial practice, although the precise sequence of that development remains uncertain. Advances in archaeological technology have expanded knowledge while simultaneously revealing how much is still unknown. High-resolution aerial photography, satellite imagery, drone-based photogrammetry, differential GPS mapping and geographic information system analysis have allowed researchers to document the figures with centimeter-level accuracy without disturbing the fragile surfaces. These methods have clarified dimensions, orientations, and patterns of preservation, helping conservation efforts and creating detailed digital records for future study. At the same time, they have confirmed that no hidden construction trenches, buried foundations, or concealed structural features exist beneath the visible outlines. The mystery therefore has shifted away from whether the geoglyphs are genuine and toward understanding the cultural knowledge that inspired them. Recognition of their importance has continued to grow beyond academic archaeology. In 1982, the Blythe intaglios were designated a National Historic Landmark, acknowledging their exceptional significance within the cultural heritage of the United States. Even so, they remain far less familiar than the Nazca Lines, despite representing one of the continent's greatest prehistoric artistic achievements. More than 90 years after George Palmer's flight first introduced them to the wider scientific community, researchers still cannot identify the exact individuals who designed them, the complete rituals performed around them, or the full symbolic meaning encoded within their immense outlines. The Blythe intaglios, therefore, remain one of archaeology's most compelling reminders that even the largest creations of ancient societies can preserve their greatest secrets long after the people who made them have disappeared. In the desert southwest of Karbala, Al-Uqaydir does not rise from the remains of a city. It stands almost alone, a rectangular enclosure about 176 meters long and 146 meters wide, large enough to contain a palace, mosque, reception halls, service rooms, living quarters, corridors, and defensive works within one controlled compound. Its isolation is the first clue to its mystery. The building is called a fortress, yet its most elaborate spaces were designed for ceremony and residence. It is also called a palace, yet its towers, arrow slits, portcullises, and protected entrance belong to a place expecting attack. Al-Uqaydir was not simply one building, but an entire political world compressed behind a defensive perimeter. Archaeologists generally place its construction between 720 and 800 CE, a range crossing the fall of the Umayyads and the rise of the Abbasids in 750. The complex contains traits associated with both periods. Some forms recall Umayyad desert residences, while pointed arches, complex vaulting, and the organization of its ceremonial core fit the emerging Abbasid world. No surviving foundation inscription identifies its patron, and no contemporary text conclusively explains why it was built. Its date, owner, and purpose must therefore be reconstructed from architecture, geography, and later references. One influential theory connects Al-Uqaydir with Isa ibn Musa, a nephew of the first Abbasid caliph and once a possible successor to the throne. Isa governed Kufa, possessed the wealth required for a project of this scale, and lost political influence when the succession was redirected toward Al-Mahdi, a fortified estate far from the capital could suit a prince who remained rich but politically displaced. Yet the theory is uncertain. Another proposal identifies the site with Qasr al-Muqatil, a palace attributed to Isa ibn Ali, on the road between Kufa and Al-Anbar. The timing and location are plausible, but no inscription proves either identification. The builders left a monumental complex, but not the evidence that could settle the question: a name. The plan shows that whoever commissioned Al-Qaidir wanted more than shelter. Its outer walls originally rose to roughly 17 meters and were reinforced by corner towers and intermediate projections. The northern gate formed the principal entrance, marked by a monumental arch inside a high rectangular frame, an early form of the feature later called a pishtaq. Beyond it, movement was restricted through vaulted chambers, narrow passages, barriers, and internal walls. Grooves allowed portcullises to be lowered, openings above the gateway let defenders attack intruders below, and arrow slits connected to wall walks protected archers from return fire. The entrance was designed not merely to resist attack, but to trap and control anyone attempting to force a passage. What makes these defenses puzzling is the absence of a famous siege or obvious strategic target. Al-Qaidir did not command a major river crossing or mountain pass. UNESCO places it on a commercial route linking Iraq with other regions, alongside stations such as Atshan and Mujda, used by travelers and caravans. The compound may therefore have protected people, animals, supplies, taxes, and valuable goods crossing an exposed landscape. However, a caravan station alone cannot explain the audience halls, ceremonial court, private residences, and strict separation between servants, officials, guests, and inhabitants. The structure appears designed not only to receive traffic, but to stage authority. At the center, the architecture shifts from military restriction to political theater. A visitor entering the inner palace reached a great vaulted hall, approximately 15.5 meters long, 7 meters wide, and more than 10 meters high. The route then continued toward a ceremonial court framed by blind arcades, geometric brickwork, and a monumental audience facade. Behind the Iwan stood a long reception chamber and a square room with 4 doors, often interpreted as a throne room. Guests were guided through increasingly selective spaces before reaching the ruler. Power was expressed through access. Every doorway determined who could proceed, who had to wait, and who remained unseen. 4 self-contained residential units stood beside the ceremonial center, each arranged around a courtyard and separated from formal reception areas by vaulted corridors. Service rooms, storage spaces, a mosque, and probable facilities for horses allowed an elite household, guards, administrators, servants, animals, and visitors to remain within one enclosure without mixing their movements. The builders also adapted to the scarcity of timber by using extensive brick vaulting that required limited wooden centering. Pointed barrel vaults, transverse arches, and groin vaults covered broad interiors efficiently, while thick limestone and mortar walls carried heavy loads and moderated heat. The mosque was integrated into the fortified residence rather than placed in an external settlement, suggesting a court, garrison, or traveling household expected to worship inside. Security dominated hospitality. Outsiders could enter, but only through a system designed to observe and contain them. Gertrude Bell surveyed, photographed, and studied Al-Qaidir in 1909, later publishing one of the first major accounts of the site. More than a century of scholarship has clarified its layout and architectural importance, but not its original assignment. The complex is too residential to be explained as a fort, too militarized to be treated as an ordinary palace, and too ceremonially organized to be reduced to a caravan station. Each interpretation explains one section while leaving another unresolved. The strongest explanation may be that Al-Qaidir was deliberately multifunctional. Early Abbasid power depended on movement between capitals, estates, trade routes, military zones, and tribal territories. Princes, governors, Troops, couriers, merchants, pilgrims, and tax officials crossed regions where political control could be uncertain. A fortified palace on such a network could operate as an estate, administrative post, temporary court, supply base, caravan station, and symbol of government at the same time. Its defenses may not point to one expected enemy, but to an age of rebellions, succession disputes, tribal conflict, and attacks on transport routes. The building's purpose may have been uncertainty itself. The outside world first learned of the stone figures of San Agustin in the 18th century, when the Spanish friar Juan de Santa Gertrudis passed through Colombia's Upper Magdalena region and described carved beings standing among burial mounds. Later travelers and archaeologists followed, but the deeper they excavated, the less the site resembled an ordinary settlement. Beneath artificial hills lay stone corridors, monolithic sarcophagi, painted chambers, and guardians whose faces combined human features with fangs, claws, beaks, and staring eyes. What had been found was not a ruined city in the usual sense, but the ceremonial landscape of a society whose name, language, rulers, and religious texts had disappeared. The San Agustin Archaeological Park in southern Colombia preserves three principal groups: San Agustin, Alto de los Ídolos, and Alto de las Piedras. Across the wider Upper Magdalena region, archaeologists have recorded about 600 stone statues and roughly 40 monumental burial mounds. Around 1/3 of the sculptures and half of those great mounds lie within the protected World Heritage property. This makes San Agustin the largest complex of monumental sculpture and funerary monuments in pre-Columbian South America. Yet the people responsible left no readable inscriptions explaining what the figures meant. That silence changes the central question. The mystery is not simply how the stones were carved, but how a culture capable of sustaining generations of specialized labor could lose almost every direct explanation of itself. The monuments were produced over many centuries, with the most elaborate funerary tradition developing during the first millennium AD. Such continuity required inherited ritual knowledge, skilled sculptors, recognized sacred places, and communities able to support projects that provided neither shelter nor defense. Even so, archaeology has revealed no royal capital comparable to an Inca center, no dynasty list, and no writing system naming a ruler or god. The society is visible through what it built for the dead, while its public voice is absent. The tombs show that the statues were not independent artworks. Important burials were placed inside earthen mounds entered through stone passages. Large slabs formed chambers and roofs, while monolithic coffins held the deceased. Sculptures stood at entrances, beside sarcophagi, or beneath stone coverings, creating a route from open ground into an enclosed space guarded by supernatural figures. UNESCO interprets this arrangement as evidence of a connection between dead ancestors, supernatural power, and the institutionalization of authority. Control over burial may therefore have helped legitimize political power among the living. Yet the figures refuse to form a simple pantheon. Some appear largely human, wearing headdresses or carrying objects. Others possess feline teeth, predatory eyes, serpent forms, bird-like features, or bodies that combine several species. One may carry a smaller being on its back. Another grips an animal or ritual object. Others display doubled faces. The variety is too broad to reduce every image to the same guardian god. It suggests a visual language in which posture, teeth, animals, clothing, and location changed meaning, but the rules of that language did not survive. This is what makes San Agustin more unsettling than a collection of unusual idols. The sculptures may be the equivalent of sentences whose grammar has been erased. A jaguar-like mouth could indicate aggression, spiritual transformation, ancestral rank, or a myth known to every participant in the ceremony. A bird could represent flight, the upper world, predation, or the movement of the soul. Comparisons with indigenous shamanic traditions offer possibilities because human-animal transformation appears in many American cosmologies, but resemblance cannot identify a specific San Agustin deity. Without contemporary testimony, certainty becomes invention. Even color, now largely missing, once carried information. Several sculptures and tomb surfaces preserve traces of red, yellow, black, and white pigment. The grey figures seen today are therefore incomplete versions of the original monuments. Painted eyes, mouths, clothing, and animal features may once have distinguished categories that now appear similar. Weathering did not merely damage their appearance, it may have erased part of the code. What survives in stone could be only the framework of a system that also depended on color, offerings, sound, movement, and the identity of the buried person. San Agustin also occupied a connected landscape near the Colombian Massif, where Andean roots linked different ecological zones. Materials, crops, people, and ideas could move between highlands and lowlands, so differences among the statues may record centuries of contact rather than one fixed artistic tradition. The monument zone may have served several communities sharing funerary beliefs, without belonging to a single centralized kingdom. 600 known statues cannot be explained by one burial or one generation. Their production required repeated quarrying, carving, transport, mound construction, and ritual placement. Differences suggest changing workshops and patrons, while recurring forms reveal a recognized tradition. San Agustin was not the project of one vanished king, but a long-lived institution maintained by successive communities. Its disappearance was probably gradual, shaped by relocation, fragmentation, demographic change, and the abandonment of sacred centers. By the time Europeans entered the area, the builders' explanations were already gone. Later collecting deepened the loss. Once a sculpture is removed from its mound, orientation, and neighboring objects, much of its meaning becomes almost impossible to reconstruct. The faces should not be treated as straightforward portraits. In this funerary world, a dead leader may have been represented as an ancestor, predator, ritual specialist, or being able to cross cosmic levels. The exposed teeth and rigid expressions may have signaled power rather than fear. The image may show not what a person looked like, but what that person was believed to have become. San Agustin preserves an extraordinary imbalance, a vast amount of imagery and almost no surviving explanation. Egypt left inscriptions beside its gods. The Maya named rulers and recorded dates. The Inca were described, however imperfectly, by colonial chroniclers. Here, hundreds of figures remain, but the culture's own vocabulary is gone. Archaeology can date materials, reconstruct tombs, map settlements, and analyze pigments, yet it cannot recover a myth whose last speaker died centuries ago. Each excavation can add context, but context is not the same as translation. A cluster of earthen mounds known as Tape Ozbaki lies on the Savoj-Bolok plain, about 73 kilometers west of Tehran. Its ruins lack the carved stone and towering columns normally associated with ancient Iran. Most of the walls were made from mud brick and have collapsed into rounded slopes. Yet beneath them is a sequence of occupation extending from the 7th millennium BCE to the 1st millennium BCE. The site is not the remains of one civilization or one monument. It is a landscape repeatedly occupied, abandoned, and rebuilt for almost 6,000 years, and its most important structure reveals how political authority emerged long before Persia entered written history. Ozbaki consists of several mounds spread across roughly 100 acres. The principal mound rises about 26 meters above the plain, while its deposits extend more than 30 meters down to undisturbed soil. Generations built over older walls, gradually turning ruined architecture into an artificial hill. The earliest excavated settlement was found at Yan Tape, where about 200 square meters exposed 5 phases of mud brick architecture from the 7th and 6th millennia BCE. Rooms were generally small, often between 2.5 and 3.5 square meters, and the dead were buried beneath house floors. At this stage, Ozbaki was not a city. It was a farming community in which homes, ancestors, and occupied land were closely connected. However, prehistoric remains were later identified across an area measuring roughly 400 by 800 meters, far larger than the tiny villages normally expected in this region. The evidence does not prove that the entire zone was inhabited at once, but it shows that the same location repeatedly attracted unusually substantial settlement. The plain offered cultivable land and access to routes linking the central plateau with Kazvin, the Zagros approaches, and territories farther south. Tablets, figurines, and distinctive ceramics indicate contacts extending towards Susa and Khuzestan. Ozbaki participated in networks through which goods and ideas moved across Iran before imperial roads existed. Control of this position could create regional influence without a large empire. A much clearer transformation occurred during the late 2nd and early 1st millennia BCE. Greyware communities spread over an area estimated at nearly 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer, while a major fortress was built on top of the high mound. The earliest fortified complex covered approximately 2,200 square meters and was enclosed by a mud brick wall reported to be about 7 meters thick, with surviving portions around 3 meters high. These dimensions exceed what an ordinary household could have constructed or needed. The building required planned labor, stored resources, and leadership capable of mobilizing workers beyond the family level. That fortress was followed by 2 more strongholds built over its remains, and finally by a smaller complex of about 900 square meters associated with the Median period. 4 successive fortifications occupied essentially the same summit. New rulers did not establish residences elsewhere. They placed their buildings over earlier seats of authority. The mound had become political property. Controlling its summit meant occupying a location whose importance had already been established by centuries of construction. The internal design of the Median fortress shows that it was more than a defensive post. Archaeologists found narrow compartments without normal ground-level entrances, suggesting that they served as solid substructures for rooms on an upper story. A surviving staircase provided access above, while one larger chamber contained benches along its walls and installations that may have supported communal or ritual activity. The complex probably belonged to a local chieftain, but it combined defense, storage, residence, gathering, and ceremony. Authority was displayed through controlled access and elevation above the settlement. This offers a different picture of Median power. Ozbaki suggests a landscape of fortified regional centers rather than one dominated only by great cities. A local ruler could control farmland, routes, labor, and gatherings from an elevated residence, while the platform separated the ruling household from those below. Height was not merely structural, it allowed power to be seen. The mud brick used to create that image also explains why Ozbaki is now difficult to recognize. Stone buildings retain facades, inscriptions, and carved decoration. Mud brick collapses inward. Rain softens corners. Rooms fill with debris, and several building phases merge into one mound. Even a wall 7 meters thick can eventually resemble natural earth. Ozbaki did not disappear because its builders possessed a lost technology, or because the site was deliberately erased. Its monuments returned to the material from which they had been made. What vanished with them was identity. No surviving royal inscription names the rulers who occupied the upper rooms. No text records what occurred in the chamber lined with benches, or explains why 4 fortified complexes were built on the same summit. Archaeology can establish construction sequences, estimate dimensions, compare pottery, and trace outside contacts, but it cannot restore the political language once attached to those spaces. The mystery should not be filled with imaginary kings or a forgotten world empire. The absence itself is more important. Organized authority existed here without leaving the written self-portrait familiar from later states. The monumental platform is significant, not because it was technically impossible to build, but because ordinary materials transformed memory into power. Ozbaki began with small houses whose inhabitants buried relatives beneath their floors. Thousands of years later, rulers occupied fortified rooms above a broad settlement. Between those conditions, household territory became communal territory, exchange produced strategic value, and a mound, created by earlier generations, became the foundation of political legitimacy. The final question is why successive authorities refused to abandon the place. Fertile land and roots may explain the first settlement, but repeated rebuilding suggests that Ozbaki acquired value beyond geography. By constructing over earlier fortresses, each new regime could replace its predecessor while claiming the authority already attached to the summit. Long before Cyrus, Persepolis, or the Achaemenid Empire, the central Iranian plateau already contained fortified residences, assembly spaces, ritual installations, and communities capable of organizing large construction projects. Tepe-Ozbaki does not prove the existence of an advanced civilization erased from history. It reveals something more credible and more important: complex power developed through smaller centers whose names were never recorded and whose architecture slowly dissolved back into the earth. The mound west of Tehran survives as one of those missing centers, preserving the rise of authority while withholding the identity of those who once controlled it. The hilly Grand Tomb was not discovered as an intact chamber filled with royal treasure. It came to light during the first large archaeological investigations around Al Ain in the 1960s, when Danish archaeologists, working at the invitation of Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, began exposing the remains of a Bronze Age landscape beneath the modern oasis. The excavations revealed far more than a cemetery. Mud brick towers, wells, houses, storage vessels, and monumental graves showed that an organized community had flourished here more than 4,000 years ago. Among these remains stood an enormous circular tomb whose surviving stones were restored during the mid-1970s. The roof was not reconstructed, leaving its internal arrangement visible today, although the people who built it had designed those chambers to remain enclosed. Located at Hilly Archaeological Park in Al Ain, the monument dates to the an-Nar period, approximately 2500 to 2000 BCE. It measures about 12 meters in diameter and originally stood at least 4 meters high, making it one of the largest and best-known tombs of its type in southeastern Arabia. Its scale might suggest the burial place of a king, yet no inscription identifies a ruler, no statue preserves a royal image, and no chamber appears to have been created for a single celebrated individual. Instead, the structure was divided into several compartments and repeatedly used for collective burial. The dead came from the surrounding settlements and may have been placed inside over multiple generations. This is what makes Hilly more difficult to interpret than a conventional royal tomb. Earlier Hafid period graves in the region normally contained only a few individuals within a single chamber. During the an-Nar era, those small graves developed into large, multi-room monuments capable of receiving dozens or even hundreds of people. Research prepared for the UNESCO nomination of Al Ain notes that collective tombs at Hilly could contain hundreds of individuals, including men, women, and children. Burial was therefore not reserved for one warrior, priest, or ruling household. The monument preserved an entire social group, although archaeologists still cannot determine precisely how that group was defined. It may have represented one extended family, several related lineages, or a much larger section of the oasis population. The distinction matters because each possibility implies a different political system. A family tomb would point toward powerful kin groups, while a community tomb might indicate that social identity was organized around shared ancestry rather than royal authority. The known funerary evidence does not reveal the rigid hierarchy seen in many contemporary civilizations. Expensive ornaments occasionally found in Uman burials suggest that differences in status existed during life, but bodies and bones were often rearranged through secondary burial practices, eventually becoming mixed within the same chambers. Individual identity appears to have been absorbed into a larger ancestral community. The two entrances of the Hilly Grand Tomb may be connected to this repeated use, although their precise function remains unknown. Both openings are low and narrow, and the exterior was faced with carefully shaped stones curved to follow the circular wall. One entrance could have served certain chambers, while the other provided access to a different part of the monument, allowing new burials to be added without disturbing the entire interior. They may also have been used during separate stages of a funerary ritual. No surviving text records who was allowed to enter, how bodies were prepared, or whether the remains were moved only after the flesh had decomposed. The architecture preserves the route into the tomb, but not the ceremony performed there. Carved reliefs beside the entrances offer the closest surviving form of communication. Human figures and animals were cut into the stone, while comparable Uman tombs display cattle, oryx, snakes, and other creatures familiar to the region. These images required additional labor and were positioned at the threshold between the settlement of the living and the chambers of the dead. They may have represented protection, fertility, hunting, wealth, or the identity of a particular group, but none of these explanations can be demonstrated. The scenes do not form an obvious narrative, and there are no accompanying symbols that can be translated as writing. They announce that the entrance possessed meaning while withholding what that meaning was. The surrounding archaeological sites show that the people using the tomb were not an isolated desert population. Hilly Site 8 contains the earliest known evidence of an agricultural village in the United Arab Emirates, dating to around 3000 BCE. Nearby Hilly Site 1 was a substantial circular mud brick tower with internal rooms and a central well. Another structure, Hilly 10, had a wall approximately 3 meters thick and may have protected resources or controlled movement through the oasis. Houses, storage jars and wells indicate permanent settlement, food production, and the ability to manage supplies in an environment where dependable water determined whether a community could survive. Hilly also occupied a valuable position between the Hajar Mountains and the Arabian Gulf. Routes through the Al Ain region connected inland copper-producing areas with coastal ports, allowing raw materials and manufactured goods to circulate across a much wider world. Mesopotamian texts describe a distant land called Magan, generally associated with parts of present-day Oman and the United Arab Emirates, as an important source of copper. Archaeological finds from the broader Uman world reveal contact with Mesopotamia, Baluchistan, and the Indus Valley. Pottery, beads, stone vessels, metals, and other objects traveled across networks extending for hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. The contrast is remarkable. Hilly belonged to a society that cultivated an oasis, built large towers, organized communal labor, and participated in international exchange, yet it left no known local writing that explains its leadership, religion, or identity. In Mesopotamia, merchants recorded deliveries on clay tablets. Egyptian rulers covered funerary monuments with names and declarations of authority. At Hilly, nearly everything must be reconstructed from architecture, human remains, and material objects. The absence of texts does not mean that the culture lacked complex ideas. It means those ideas were preserved through speech, ritual, or perishable materials that disappeared after the society changed. For this reason, the Grand Tomb can be understood as a social archive constructed without words. Its diameter reflects the scale of the group connected to it. Its divided chambers record repeated access. Its reliefs preserve selected symbols, while its collective burials reveal a decision to unite many individuals within one permanent ancestral monument. However, the boundaries of that community remain impossible to draw. Without complete genetic evidence securely connected to each burial context, archaeologists cannot establish whether the occupants were closely related or whether membership depended on residence, occupation, alliance, or ritual status. Even the total number of people originally placed inside is difficult to calculate. Collective tombs were entered repeatedly, remains were moved, and many ancient graves were disturbed or robbed before scientific excavation. A pile of mixed bones cannot always be separated into complete individuals, especially when some skeletal elements are missing. Archaeologists must estimate the minimum number of people by counting repeated bones, such as multiple left femurs or sections of the skull. The result can reveal that many individuals were present, but it rarely reconstructs the original sequence of burial. Hilly therefore preserves the existence of a funerary population while concealing the order in which its members arrived. A cluster of earthen mounds known as Tape Ozbaki lies on the Savojbolok plain, about 73 kilometers west of Tehran. Its ruins lack the carved stone and towering columns normally associated with ancient Iran. Most of the walls were made from mud brick and have collapsed into rounded slopes. Yet beneath them is a sequence of occupation extending from the 7th millennium BCE to the 1st millennium BCE. The site is not the remains of one civilization or one monument. It is a landscape repeatedly occupied, abandoned, and rebuilt for almost 6,000 years, and its most important structure reveals how political authority emerged long before Persia entered written history. Ozbaki consists of several mounds spread across roughly 100 acres. The principal mound rises about 26 meters above the plain, while its deposits extend more than 30 meters down to undisturbed soil. Generations built over older walls, gradually turning ruined architecture into an artificial hill. The earliest excavated settlement was found at Yan Tape, where about 200 square meters exposed 5 phases of mud brick architecture from the 7th and 6th millennia BCE. Rooms were generally small, often between 2.5 and 3.5 square meters, and the dead were buried beneath house floors. At this stage, Ozbaki was not a city. It was a farming community in which homes, ancestors, and occupied land were closely connected. However, prehistoric remains were later identified across an area measuring roughly 400 by 800 meters, far larger than the tiny villages normally expected in this region. The evidence does not prove that the entire zone was inhabited at once, but it shows that the same location repeatedly attracted unusually substantial settlement. The plain offered cultivable land and access to routes linking the central plateau with Kazvin, the Zagros approaches, and territories farther south. Tablets, figurines, and distinctive ceramics indicate contacts extending towards Susa and Khuzestan. Ozbaki participated in networks through which goods and ideas moved across Iran before imperial roads existed. Control of this position could create regional influence without a large empire. A much clearer transformation occurred during the late 2nd and early 1st millennia BCE. Greyware communities spread over an area estimated at nearly 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer, while a major fortress was built on top of the high mound. The earliest fortified complex covered approximately 2,200 square meters and was enclosed by a mud brick wall reported to be about 7 meters thick, with surviving portions around 3 meters high. These dimensions exceed what an ordinary household could have constructed or needed. The building required planned labor, stored resources, and leadership capable of mobilizing workers beyond the family level. That fortress was followed by 2 more strongholds built over its remains, and finally by a smaller complex of about 900 square meters associated with the Median period. 4 successive fortifications occupied essentially the same summit. New rulers did not establish residences elsewhere. They placed their buildings over earlier seats of authority. The mound had become political property. Controlling its summit meant occupying a location whose importance had already been established by centuries of construction. The internal design of the Median fortress shows that it was more than a defensive post. Archaeologists found narrow compartments without normal ground-level entrances, suggesting that they served as solid substructures for rooms on an upper story. A surviving staircase provided access above, while one larger chamber contained benches along its walls and installations that may have supported communal or ritual activity. The complex probably belonged to a local chieftain, but it combined defense, storage, residence, gathering, and ceremony. Authority was displayed through controlled access and elevation above the settlement. This offers a different picture of Median power. Ozbaki suggests a landscape of fortified regional centers rather than one dominated only by great cities. A local ruler could control farmland, routes, labor, and gatherings from an elevated residence, while the platform separated the ruling household from those below. Height was not merely structural, it allowed power to be seen. The mud brick used to create that image also explains why Ozbaki is now difficult to recognize. Stone buildings retain facades, inscriptions, and carved decoration. Mud brick collapses inward. Rain softens corners. Rooms fill with debris, and several building phases merge into one mound. Even a wall 7 meters thick can eventually resemble natural earth. Ozbaki did not disappear because its builders possessed a lost technology, or because the site was deliberately erased. Its monuments returned to the material from which they had been made. What vanished with them was identity. No surviving royal inscription names the rulers who occupied the upper rooms. No text records what occurred in the chamber lined with benches, or explains why 4 fortified complexes were built on the same summit. Archaeology can establish construction sequences, estimate dimensions, compare pottery, and trace outside contacts, but it cannot restore the political language once attached to those spaces. The mystery should not be filled with imaginary kings or a forgotten world empire. The absence itself is more important. Organized authority existed here without leaving the written self-portrait familiar from later states. The monumental platform is significant, not because it was technically impossible to build, but because ordinary materials transformed memory into power. Ozbaki began with small houses whose inhabitants buried relatives beneath their floors. Thousands of years later, rulers occupied fortified rooms above a broad settlement. Between those conditions, household territory became communal territory, exchange produced strategic value, and a mound, created by earlier generations, became the foundation of political legitimacy. The final question is why successive authorities refused to abandon the place. Fertile land and roots may explain the first settlement, but repeated rebuilding suggests that Ozbaki acquired value beyond geography. By constructing over earlier fortresses, each new regime could replace its predecessor while claiming the authority already attached to the summit. Long before Cyrus, Persepolis, or the Achaemenid Empire, the central Iranian plateau already contained fortified residences, assembly spaces, ritual installations, and communities capable of organizing large construction projects. Tepe-i Ozbaki does not prove the existence of an advanced civilization erased from history. It reveals something more credible and more important. Complex power developed through smaller centers, whose names were never recorded, and whose architecture slowly dissolved back into the earth. The mound west of Tehran survives as one of those missing centers, preserving the rise of authority while withholding the identity of those who once controlled it. Ivanovo Rock Monasteries is not a monument preserved in stone, but the surviving fragment of a sacred landscape that has largely disappeared. Hidden within the limestone cliffs of the Rusensky Lom Valley in northeastern Bulgaria, roughly 20 kilometers south of Rus, the complex was formed from churches, chapels, communal rooms, and solitary cells cut into natural rock. Its visible chambers are impressive, yet they represent only a small portion of what once occupied the canyon. The real mystery of Ivanovo is therefore not who created it, or whether its builders possessed unknown technology. It is how an extensive medieval community functioned across a vertical environment whose wooden structures, access routes, and abandoned chambers have almost entirely vanished. Hermits began occupying the cliffs during the early 13th century, when the monk Joachim, later the first patriarch of the restored Bulgarian Patriarchate, established a religious center in the valley. Over the following 2 centuries, the community expanded under the Second Bulgarian Empire. Churches were enlarged from natural cavities, additional rooms were cut into the limestone, and selected interiors were covered with elaborate paintings. At its height, the wider monastic zone is commonly described as containing about 40 churches and close to 300 other rooms, although most are no longer accessible or identifiable in their original form. Only a handful of decorated sanctuaries preserve enough evidence to show the artistic and architectural ambition of the entire network. Those numbers change how Ivanovo should be imagined. It was not a single building with a conventional entrance, courtyard, and central church. Its spaces were scattered along cliffs rising above the river, sometimes tens of meters from the valley floor. A monk moving from one chamber to another may have depended on carved footholds, narrow ledges, ladders, ropes, wooden stairways, or platforms fixed into the rock. Almost none of this supporting infrastructure survives. Ledges collapsed, and erosion altered the cliff face. Modern paths guide visitors safely to selected rooms, but they do not reproduce the routes used by the medieval inhabitants. As a result, archaeologists can locate surviving cavities without being able to reconstruct precisely how the community was connected. This missing circulation system is more important than it first appears. A monastery requires the movement of food, water, tools, manuscripts, pigments, and people. Ivanovo had no broad stone corridors linking every chamber, and no level ground on which the entire complex could operate. Supplies had to be carried upward from the valley, while rainwater or nearby springs may have been collected and managed in ways that left limited evidence. Larger churches could accommodate communal ceremonies, but isolated cells were deliberately separated from them. The layout therefore balanced 2 opposing needs: withdrawal from society and continued dependence on an organized community. The monks sought solitude, yet the physical survival of each inhabitant required coordination across a difficult cliff system. The choice of limestone made this expansion possible, but it also ensured that Ivanovo would never remain unchanged. Limestone can be cut more easily than granite or basalt, especially where water has already produced cracks and natural cavities. The monks did not excavate every room from an untouched wall. They adapted openings that geology had begun long before their arrival. However, the same rock is vulnerable to water penetration, freeze-thaw cycles, salt movement, and gradual surface loss. A chamber suitable for occupation in the 13th century could later become unstable, while sections of painted plaster could detach even when nearby areas remained intact. Ivanovo was therefore not created once and then preserved. It was repeatedly modified as the cliff itself continued to fracture and weather. This process complicates every attempt to calculate the monastery's original scale. An empty niche may have been a cell, a storage space, or merely a natural cavity. A broken opening could mark a doorway, a window, or the edge of a chamber whose outer wall has fallen into the valley. Some rooms may remain concealed behind debris, while others have disappeared so completely that no measurable trace survives. Even the reported totals of churches and cells should be treated as reconstructions based on surviving evidence, historical interpretation, and older observations, rather than a complete medieval plan. The site cannot be excavated like a buried settlement with foundations preserved beneath soil, because parts of its architecture have physically separated from the cliff and been lost. The surviving frescoes provide the clearest glimpse of what vanished elsewhere. Created mainly during the 13th and 14th centuries, They belong to one of the most accomplished phases of medieval Bulgarian art. UNESCO emphasizes the 14th century paintings for their expressive figures, complex compositions, and connection with the Paleologan artistic tradition that developed across the late Byzantine world. Unlike rigid arrangements in which sacred figures appear isolated from one another, scenes at Ivanovo contain movement, emotional interaction, and carefully organized groups. Drapery follows the body, faces turn toward events, and architectural backgrounds create a sense of depth within rooms that were themselves carved from stone. Yet these paintings are also incomplete evidence. Frescoes survive in only several churches, and even there large areas have been damaged or lost. A surviving scene cannot automatically reveal the full decorative program of a sanctuary, because the missing sections may have contained inscriptions, donor portraits, or related episodes that explained its position. The famous paintings are therefore fragments of a visual sequence whose original order is only partly recoverable. Their preservation can also create a distorted impression of the whole complex. Visitors naturally focus on the chambers where color remains, although undecorated or ruined spaces may once have been equally important for daily life, manuscript production, storage, or private prayer. The painted church known as the Church of the Holy Virgin demonstrates this problem particularly well. Its ceiling and walls preserve scenes associated with the Passion of Christ and other biblical episodes, including a medieval representation of the Last Supper produced long before Leonardo da Vinci's famous version. The comparison is useful not because one work directly influenced the other, but because it shows how different artistic systems organized the same narrative. At Ivanovo, the image belonged to an enclosed ritual environment high in a Bulgarian cliff, illuminated by limited natural light and probably by lamps or candles. Its meaning depended on the surrounding paintings, the liturgy performed below it, and the movement of worshippers through the chamber. Once those elements disappeared, the fresco became an isolated artwork, detached from the experience for which it had been designed. Light itself may have shaped the interior more than the surviving architecture suggests. Openings in the cliff admitted daylight unevenly, creating bright entrances and darker recesses. Painted surfaces positioned near openings received more light, but were also more exposed to temperature changes, moisture, and wind. Deeper areas were protected from direct weather, yet could suffer from condensation and water moving through the rock. The monks and painters had to work within these local conditions, rather than impose the regular illumination of a freestanding church. Every chamber possessed its own microenvironment, which helps explain why adjacent paintings can show very different levels of deterioration. Sound would also have behaved differently in each space. Some chambers are narrow and absorb the human voice quickly, while larger rooms return short reflections from irregular rock surfaces. This does not prove that Ivanovo was engineered as a deliberate acoustic device, but it does show that worship inside the cliffs could not have resembled worship in a large masonry cathedral. Chanting, reading, and prayer occurred at close range, surrounded by rough stone and low ceilings. The architecture reduced the distance between the human body, the painted narrative, and the rock itself. What appears today as an unusual construction method was also a way of controlling experience through confinement. The isolation of the site should not be mistaken for complete separation from political power. Bulgarian rulers and nobles supported the community, and donor portraits connect the monasteries to the elite culture of the Second Bulgarian Empire. This relationship creates one of Ivanovo's most revealing contradictions. Men who rejected ordinary urban life occupied austere cells, but some of their churches were financed and decorated at a level associated with royal patronage. The cliffs became a meeting point between withdrawal and authority. The monks offered spiritual prestige, while rulers transformed remote sanctuaries into visible statements of faith and legitimacy. Ivanovo was hidden geographically, yet it was connected intellectually and politically to the medieval capital at Tarnovo, and to broader developments in Byzantine art. By the 17th century, organized monastic life in the cliffs had declined. Abandonment did not freeze the site in its final inhabited state. Without continuous maintenance, wooden access systems failed, entrances widened, water penetrated painted surfaces, and unstable sections collapsed. Later generations encountered a landscape already stripped of many features that had made it usable. They saw caves where medieval inhabitants had seen rooms, broken openings where there had been doors, and isolated churches where there had once been a functioning network. Ivanovo was added to the UNESCO World Heritage List in 1979, primarily because of the exceptional artistic value of its surviving churches and frescoes. Protection, however, cannot restore information that erosion has erased. Conservation can stabilize plaster, restrict harmful access, and monitor cracks, but it cannot determine the exact appearance of every missing platform, staircase, or facade. Digital surveys may produce increasingly accurate models of the present cliffs, yet accuracy in recording what survives is not the same as certainty about what has vanished. Moloko did not enter the archaeological record through the dramatic excavation of a buried city or the discovery of a royal treasure. Its remains were identified on the slopes of Moloko Hill, near a small Andean community in southern Peru, where stone towers and underground chambers had stood exposed for generations. Once heritage surveys documented the site, archaeologists recognized that the structures formed a pre-Hispanic necropolis rather than an abandoned settlement. Moloko lies in the Akora district of the Puno region, roughly 5 kilometers south of the town of Akora, within the high-altitude landscape surrounding Lake Titicaca. The Peruvian authorities later classified it as part of the nation's cultural heritage. Yet the site remains far less studied and far less familiar than the monumental cemeteries of Silustani or Cutimbo. At first sight, Moloko appears modest. It contains 10 surviving funerary towers, known as chulpas, together with approximately 20 underground burial cists, cut or constructed into the rocky hillside. The number is small compared with Silustani, where more than 90 funerary towers have been recorded across an archaeological landscape of about 60 hectares. However, Moloko preserves something that a larger monument can easily conceal: 2 sharply different ways of treating the dead placed within the same cemetery. Above the ground stood visible stone towers associated with people of elevated status. Beneath the ground were less conspicuous chambers used for members of the broader population. The mystery of Moloko is therefore not the number of its buildings, but the social system encoded in their position. The chulpas were constructed from locally available stone and raised on terrain that offered little practical advantage for daily habitation. They were not houses, granaries, watchtowers, or defensive posts. Their interiors were designed to receive human remains, while their external forms ensured that the dead remained visible within the landscape. Across the Altiplano, chulpas were generally associated with nobles, authorities, or important family groups. Some examples elsewhere in the Andes reached heights of about 12 meters, transforming burial into public architecture. Moloko's towers belong to that broader tradition, but their relationship with the underground cists makes the site unusually revealing. Death did not erase rank, it reproduced it in stone. This contrast changes how the cemetery should be understood. The towers were not simply containers for bodies, they were permanent statements about ancestry. A family able to erect an above-ground monument could preserve the identity of its dead long after personal memory disappeared. The tower marked a lineage, announced its claim to the surrounding territory, and gave descendants a fixed place for ceremonies. By comparison, an underground cist was physically less visible and demanded fewer resources. The difference between the two burial forms may reflect distinctions in authority, wealth, kinship, or ritual privilege. Moloko resembles a map of society in which status was converted into height. Influential ancestors rose above the earth, while ordinary members of the community entered it. Yet the cemetery does not appear to belong neatly to a single political moment. Archaeological descriptions associate the burials with both Aymara and Inca occupation, suggesting that Moloko remained significant as control of the Lake Titicaca region changed. Before the Inca expansion, the southern Peruvian highlands were occupied by powerful Aymara-speaking polities that developed after the decline of Tiwanaku. During the 15th century, the Inca incorporated these territories into Tawantinsuyu, but conquest did not necessarily erase local traditions. The continued use of funerary towers suggests that the newcomers recognized the political force of ancestral places and adapted them rather than replacing them completely. This creates one of Moloko's most important unanswered questions. Were the Inca burials placed beside older Aymara graves because the communities continued to use the cemetery, or did imperial authorities deliberately connect themselves to established ancestors in order to legitimize their rule? Archaeology can identify differences in construction, burial position, ceramics, and associated objects, but it cannot easily reconstruct the negotiations that occurred around the dead. Moloko may record coexistence, gradual cultural change, strategic appropriation, or all three at different times. What survives is not a single frozen tradition, but a cemetery repeatedly interpreted by the living. The arrangement also challenges the common idea that ancient Andean burial grounds were isolated spaces separated from political life. In the Andes, ancestors could remain active members of society. The dead were remembered through ritual, consulted through inherited authority, and linked to land, water, livestock, and collective identity. A tower placed on an exposed slope could therefore function as more than a grave. It made ancestry visible to anyone crossing the surrounding terrain. Its durability ensured that territorial memory outlasted individual rulers, while its elevated form prevented the deceased from disappearing into an anonymous burial field. The entrances of many chulpas elsewhere in the Altiplano were deliberately directed toward the eastern horizon. A systematic study of 80 towers in Bolivia's Lauca Valley found that nearly all their openings faced east within the annual range of sunrise, with a notable concentration slightly north of due east. Moloko has not been documented with the same level of archaeoastronomical measurement, so it would be misleading to claim an identical alignment. Even so, the regional pattern raises a legitimate question. Were its towers positioned only according to the slope, or were their openings also intended to receive the rising sun? Without a detailed survey of their azimuths and the local horizon, that possibility remains untested rather than proven. The physical contrast between towers and cists also exposes a practical imbalance. Constructing a chulpa required quarrying or gathering stone, transporting it across uneven ground, selecting stable pieces, raising thick walls, and organizing labor over time. An underground chamber demanded effort as well, but it did not create the same visible monument or require the same quantity of above-ground masonry. A tower therefore represented accumulated labor that could be seen from a distance. Its cost was part of its meaning. The structure declared that the buried individual belonged to a group capable of mobilizing workers, controlling resources, and maintaining ceremonial obligations after death. At the same time, Moloko warns against reducing every chulpa to the tomb of a solitary ruler. These monuments could contain more than one individual and may have served extended families or descent groups over successive generations. Their significance may have grown as new burials were added, turning each tower into a layered archive of kinship. This possibility makes the cemetery less like a row of individual graves and more like a collection of stone genealogies. The identities of those lineages are now lost, but the difference between the monuments indicates that the community recognized distinctions among them. In 1983, marine archaeologists began returning to the waters off Dwarka, on the western edge of Gujarat, where the Arabian Sea meets the Gulf of Kutch. At depths of roughly 4 to 12 meters, they found no perfectly preserved city. Instead, divers recorded dressed stone blocks, sections resembling walls, pillar-like pieces, possible bastions, and heavy anchors scattered across a damaged seabed. The discovery was quickly absorbed into the familiar story of a legendary city swallowed by the sea, but the evidence suggests a more complex mystery. Dwarka may preserve the remains of a coastline that was occupied, engineered, abandoned, and rebuilt several times, leaving different historical periods compressed into the same shallow water. The first difficulty is that an underwater wall is not automatically a city wall. Waves can move blocks, currents can expose buried stone, and fractured rock can produce straight lines that appear artificial through poor visibility or sonar. Some alignments at Dwarka have been interpreted as fortifications, harbour works, or building foundations, yet their original form is difficult to reconstruct because the sea has removed the soil, timber, and smaller materials that once connected them. A row of stones may be the surviving base of a structure, the collapsed side of a jetty, or debris displaced from somewhere nearby. The important question is therefore not whether every line belongs to a lost metropolis, but what kind of coast required so much stone construction. The strongest evidence is not the supposed walls, but the anchors. Surveys around Dwarka and nearby Bet Dwarka recovered several forms, including triangular three-holed anchors, prismatic examples, and Indo-Arabian grapnel types. These were practical tools. Their holes held wooden stocks or ropes, while their weight secured vessels against wind and current. Because different designs appeared during different phases of Indian Ocean navigation, the seabed probably did not originate in one disaster. It accumulated evidence from generations of sailors. A harbour can vanish while its anchors remain, since a lost anchor was rare.